He's in here. I wouldn't do it, though. I don't need commissary money that bad. So work-wise, things are good. Of course, I might be singing a different tune when Solomon joins us. Day 456 of 1095. Dear Emily, thanks for sending me those pictures of Maisie. I love that one of her in her bunny costume. Damn, that daughter of ours is a cutie. Hey, good news. I finally got the sketch pads and charcoal sticks you ordered from Amazon a while ago. When an inmate gets a package, it has to be opened and examined first, so whatever comes in can sit in the mail room for days or even weeks before you get it. The Pony Express probably delivered things faster back in the day, but anyway, now that I have the drawing stuff, I'm thinking about doing a bunch of sketches that I can make into a kid's book for Maisie. Does she still love giraffes? Maybe I'll draw her a story about a giraffe family and put her in it. She can be their next-door neighbor or something. Maybe best friends with one of the giraffe kids. I was thinking about putting Nico in the story too, but decided not to. I drew one quick sketch of him and had to stop. It was too hard. I started my new job a couple of weeks ago, and I like it a lot. Next week this kid Solomon joins us. Remember him? The one who flipped out in the visiting room that time? Being his work buddy was a condition of my getting on the crew. The lieutenant who supervises us is a nice guy, not your typical CO. He actually treats us like we're humans. He says he thinks I'd be a good influence on the kid. I don't know about that, but I'm pretty sure Solomon's going to be a high-maintenance headache for me, especially if the other guys start busting his chops. He gets a lot of that in here because of what he did, and because he's such a fish out of water. To be continued. Speaking of headaches, that dumbass CO who gave you a hard time at the metal detector has been riding my ass. I know you said to drop it, but I couldn't let him get away with disrespecting you like that, so I called him out. A couple of nights ago, he and his shift partner treated me to a surprise shakedown, an unannounced cell inspection. They didn't touch Manny's stuff, but they dumped all my property out of my box, threw it on the floor, and ruined some of it, including a couple of the drawings I'd started doing for Maisie. Nice guys, huh? I know it's useless to get into a pissing contest with the guards at this place because the deck is stacked in their favor. Still, if those two keep it up, I'm not just going to sit back and take it. Don't worry, though. Nothing I can't handle. How are your sessions with Dr. Patel going? I was thinking about that one time we saw her together. I remember when she asked you what you wanted to work on, you said you needed to figure out if you could ever forgive me, and if you couldn't, you didn't think we could stay married. I'll be honest, Em. It scares me to think you might be coming to that conclusion. Just remember, we have a history, and we've shared a lot of love through good times and bad before we lost Nico. I've always needed you more than you needed me, I admit that, but I hope it doesn't mean you don't need me at all. I'm getting ahead of myself, but let's say we stay together while I'm in here. Maybe when I get out, we could sell the house, pull up stakes, and move back to SoCal. Just a thought. I liked hanging out with your dad and his girlfriend, forget her name, when we lived out there. Do you guys still talk on Sunday nights? If you think of it, ask your father about the job market out there. Maybe if it's better than the East Coast, I can get something in my field that offers a decent salary and health insurance. I know you won't have a problem getting work. Schools always need good teachers, and you're one of the best. Halloween's this coming Wednesday, right? Next thing you know, it'll be Thanksgiving and then Christmas. No inmate visits on either of those days, same as last year, so that a lot of the staff can be home with their families. Nothing special about the holidays for us. They're just regular days. I wish to hell I could be with you and Maisie for Christmas, trim the tree and all that stuff. But after my 3 years are up, I'll be home again to celebrate. I hope you're having a good week, Em. I know it can't be easy covering all the bases while I'm stuck in here unable to lighten your load. By the way, have you gotten your oil changed yet? If that red light's still on, you don't want to risk blowing the engine. That's all you'd need. Well, anyway, happy Halloween. I'm glad you're not going to take Maisie trick-or-treating. Safer this way. Love you, babe. Corby. 440 days down, 655 to go. Dear Corby, hi, I'm sorry I've been missing your calls. I've been wanting to write back since I got your last letter. It's 4:45 on Sunday afternoon, and I finally have some time. My mother's taken Maisie to a performance of the Nutcracker, and after that to supper. My schoolwork is done. I've paid some bills, vacuumed the house, and washed the kitchen floor. Mom's made 2 remarks about it being sticky in spots. The only thing left on my to-do list is getting the oil changed. I'm not even sure those lube places are open on Sunday, let alone after 5. Don't worry, it will get done. I'm glad you finally got those drawing supplies. I love your idea about the giraffe family. Maisie will too. I hope you're still enjoying your outside crew work now that you're in charge of Solomon. That night he lost it, and they made the rest of us leave early. His stepmother, Adrian, came up to me in the parking lot. She asked if I had a few minutes, because she really needed someone to talk to. I just wanted to go home, but after what happened in there, how could I say no? So the two of us sat in my car for half an hour. Boy, did I get an earful. I hope he doesn't drive you crazy. Corby, I want to respond to some of the things you wrote in your last letter, but I hear my mother's car in the driveway. They're home earlier than expected, so I have to go. I'll finish this letter after Maisie goes to bed. Okay, I'm back. Mom said Maisie took a long nap during the Nutcracker, so I couldn't get her to sleep until after 9. Like I said, I need to reply to some of the things you wrote in your last letter, and if I don't get it done tonight, there'll be no time to finish it during the week. First of all, I guess I forgot to tell you that my father and Anna broke up last year. Dad relocated to San Miguel de Allende in Mexico. There are a lot of wealthy expats from the U.S. there, so he gets plenty of carpentry jobs. He seems happy. Corby, I'm not selling the house. Moving back to California with you and Maisie is off the table. Nico's death would be with us in California, too. So would your record. You can't just drive away from that either. Sorry to be so blunt, but assuming otherwise is just magical thinking. You ask how my work with Dr. Patel is going? It's been worthwhile, but really challenging having to confront the fact that... Sorry, Corby, but I have to go to bed. I probably shouldn't have poured myself a glass of wine when I sat down to finish this. The next thing I knew, I woke up drooling with my head on the table. Not pretty. Okay, it's Monday morning and I'm at school. My class has back-to-back specials, music and gym, so I have about 90 minutes. I usually use this time to correct papers, but I really want to get this letter finished and off to you. The kids' journals and their quizzes on adding and subtracting fractions will have to wait. As I started to say, my work with Dr. Patel hasn't been easy, but it's been helpful. She's getting me to face a lot of things I might prefer to avoid. Can I find a way to let go of the anger that still lives beneath the grief I feel about losing Nico? Can I forgive you, for Maisie's sake, and for yours and mine? I don't know yet. That's what's so hard about this whole thing, so freaking confusing. Until the day you did what you did, you were a great dad. Warm and loving, the fun parent. It was obvious how crazy the twins were about their daddy, and sometimes I envied that. I need to be honest with you about something else. After you went to prison, I met with a divorce lawyer. Just one time. I decided to postpone making a decision until after you're released. Whether or not I eventually pursue it will depend on some of the things I mentioned that I'm working on, and I will need proof of your continuing sobriety. If you start using or drinking again, that will be a deal breaker. But for now, and for the rest of your incarceration, you and I will stay married. I want to address something else you said in your letter, that you've always needed me more than I've needed you. I don't think in those terms, Corby, but I feel your absence, and sometimes it's painful. You're not in our bed, snoring. You're not in the kitchen making breakfast. You're not picking out something for us to watch on Netflix. Last week, after Maisie went to sleep, I was putting the photo album we'd been looking at on the shelf when an envelope of loose pictures fell out. Photos from that first summer when we started dating. One of those pictures has always been my favorite. We were at the beach near the end of the summer. You were standing at the water's edge, staring out at the waves. Just as you turned back and saw me, you broke into a beautiful smile and I snapped your picture. You've told me more than once that you knew you loved me and wanted to marry me from that very first summer. If you had said that back then, it might have scared me off because I was falling in love with you too, and it disoriented me. You were funny and cute, and the sex was amazing. I never felt like this with any other guy. But I was about to go back to the West Coast, so maybe this would just be a summer thing. Then back at school, in the middle of the semester, I opened the door and there you were. You had left school and driven all the way across the country because you needed me, and that was when I knew I needed you too. Since those pictures from that first summer fell out of the album, I've looked at them a bunch. They draw me back to those people we used to be. Just kids, really, with no idea how hard and complicated life can get. With a hug, Emily. Chapter 25, November 2018, days 461 through 63 of 1095. Solomon doesn't join the crew until halfway through my third week on the job. I brace myself, assuming he's going to be a defiant pain in the ass, but now he seems more sad than hostile. Maybe prison life's ground him down. November means sweatshirt weather, so I can't see whether that cut on his arm has left him with a nasty scar or whether he's carved any fresh ones. I don't bring it up. It's like Cavallero said, I'm only expected to supervise his work, not to be his shrink. On the day Solomon joins us, Lieutenant Cavallero has us raking leaves. He divvies up the property among us and hands out our rakes and work gloves. Solomon and I are assigned the north lawn from the main building down to the security fence, probably the easiest job because it means raking a downward slope. I divide our section in two and ask Solomon whether he wants the right side or the left. He shrugs, so I tell him to rake the left side and that we can take a 5-minute break after the first half hour. That sound all right to you? He shrugs again. His raking is slow and haphazard. He's being passive-aggressive, I guess. He refuses to wear his work gloves, even after I warn him about blisters. The section of lawn he's raked still has plenty of leaves on it when, after not even 10 minutes of work, he throws down his rake and sits on the ground, his legs bent and his head resting against his knees. I'm not sure, but he might be crying. Rather than telling him to get back to work or asking whether he's okay, I just keep raking. He sits there for several more minutes, then he stands, picks up his rake, and starts working again. By the time Lieutenant Cavallero comes by to check on us, I'm near the bottom of my section, and Solomon isn't halfway down the slope yet. Cavallero asks me how he's doing. Let's just say he's a work in progress, I tell him. No outbursts yet, so that's good, right? He nods, then reminds me that Solomon and I are a team, so if my teammate's work isn't up to par, we're both accountable. Before I can voice an objection, he climbs the slope and stops to talk to Solomon. Whatever he's saying to him, Solomon, staring down at the ground, is nodding in agreement. By 11 or so, despite all the sanctioned and unsanctioned breaks he's taken, Solomon has managed to rake to the bottom of the hill. Good job, I tell him, but let's go back up to the top and take one more pass to catch the leaves we missed. When he protests, I tell him this round will go much faster. So let's go. He stays put on the bottom of the hill while I climb to the top and start raking his side. Hey, he calls. You're not my boss. When I don't answer him, he starts up the hill, rake in hand, and joins me. By the time we've made it to the bottom again, the hill looks pretty good. Gives you a sense of accomplishment, doesn't it? I say. Not really. At lunchtime, my charge sits apart with his back to the rest of us. Hey, Solomon, I call over to him. You want to join us? He shakes his head, takes his sandwich out of the bag, pulls it apart, and drops it back in. The only thing I see him eat is his cookie. What's up with him? Ratchford asks. Antisocial or something? Solomon likes to keep his own counsel, I say. How old is he? Harjeet wants to know. I tell him he's 18. Ain't that the kid who shot those dog-pound dogs? Tito asks. The others wait for my answer, but I just shrug. Woof woof, one of them says under his breath. I'm relieved when the conversation shifts to who'd be the better lay, Shakira or Nicki Minaj. Cavallero gives us 30 whole minutes to eat, talk, and relax, a luxury compared to the way we get short-changed in the chow hall. When lunch is over, he hands us each 2 clear plastic garbage bags. Our afternoon task is to finish raking our sections and bag the piles of leaves. I think about the time I swiped 2 of this same kind of bag when I was planning my suicide, and more recently when Bacardi sloshed the water-filled ones to remind me that he had the authority to harass my wife at the metal detector, and if I complained about it, he'd make me regret it. Asshole. Solomon's afternoon productivity is even less than it was in the morning, but we managed to get the leaves bagged without any major problems. I remind myself that he's probably never had to do much physical work before, and that I need to bring him along gradually. Confronting him like a foreman is not the way to go with this kid. Just before quitting time, a dozen or so wild turkeys strut across the lawn, pecking away at grass and bugs. I give them a quick look, but Solomon stops and stares at them. I watch him watching. He's mostly focused on a mother hen and the 4 chicks who hurry behind her. What's going on in his brain right now? Does he think they're cute? Is he fantasizing about shooting them? Remembering his birth mother? It's impossible to know what's in that screwed-up head of his. When the whistle blows, we drag our bagged leaves back to the barn, hand in our rakes, and start walking back to our buildings. I'm walking a little ahead of Solomon when he says, Hey, wait up. I stop and he catches up. I ask him what he wants. There's a library here, right? I nod. Where's it at? And don't try and bullshit me either. Main building, top floor. Why would I bullshit you? He says none of the guys on the other tier would give him a straight answer. It's in the building behind the chow hall, they tell me. Or it's in the basement of C Block, but C Block doesn't have a basement, and the only thing behind the chow hall is that brick thing where they burn garbage. When I get a pass and went looking for it out there, some lady CO yelled at me for not being where I was supposed to be. I tried to tell her that was where they said it was, but the bitch told me I was lying and gave me a ticket. Were you raising your voice when you tried to explain? No. His bottom lip pokes out and his eyes go glassy. Maybe. Look, I saw the way you lost it that time in the visiting room. You gotta get a hold of your temper. People shut down when you start yelling, and as for those clowns giving you bogus directions, they were just screwing with you because you're new. It's boring as hell around here, and some guys will grab at anything to entertain themselves. And the more you show them they're getting to you, the worse they'll treat you. Despite what he's in here for, I feel bad for the kid. Still, I need to hold the line at being his work buddy. My cellmate says there's a form where I can file a complaint against those guys for harassing me. Do you think I should report them? For giving you bullshit directions? I shake my head. Choose your battles. But they did other stuff, too, he says. Pissed on me in the shower. One guy stuck his hand in my mouth and tried to yank my braces off. And look at this. He lifts the back of his shirt to show me a purple bruise at the base of his spine. I was out in the yard minding my own business, and 6 or 7 of those assholes put me in the middle of a circle and started shoving me back and forth, and the guard just stood there, not doing anything. Then I got kicked in the back and fell down, and now my fucking jaw clicks when I chew. He's in tears now. And I didn't even do anything to deserve it. You killed 6 defenseless dogs, is what I'm thinking. A lot of the guys in here have brutalized or killed their victims, but I'm willing to bet that even those guys have a sentimental attachment to their dogs. Well, you can write them up for assault, sure. You've got grounds. But if a captain or a deputy warden investigates your complaint, the first thing they'll do is go to the CO who was on duty when the incident happened, and he'll probably deny it or downplay it. Maybe now that you're on our tier, you should let it go. Doherty's your bunkie, right? What does he say? That I should sue the state for not protecting me? He knows a lot about prison law and can represent me, file court papers and shit, and he says my stepmother can pay him his fee by putting money in his commissary. Manny gave me the scoop on Doherty. His parents are in real estate. His sister's a corporate lawyer, and he's the family embarrassment. Got kicked out of Yukon law for dealing fentanyl, then got caught trying to bribe a witness who was going to testify against him. Around here he comes off as the righteous defender of the wrongfully convicted, and since half the guys in here claim they are innocent, he's got a following. The families of whoever he's advising pay him by contributing to his account. Be careful about taking legal advice from Doherty, I warned the kid. Why? He's a lawyer. He's not a lawyer. Went to law school, but never finished. You know what a fish is in here? He shakes his head. A new arrival who gets taken by a con man. The kid looks confused, but I need to end this conversation before I get sucked any further into the black hole of his neediness. Don't quote me, but my guess is that Doherty's more interested in getting your mom to feed his commissary account than he is in seeing you get justice. She's not my mother, he protests. Okay, whatever. I am not getting into that with the kid. I tell him I'll see him on the crew tomorrow and start to walk away. But there must be a disconnect between my brain and my big mouth because I look back and hear myself saying, Tell you what, our tier can get passes to the library every other Saturday from 1 to 3. We can't go this coming Saturday, but if we both request passes for next Saturday, I'll walk you over there. Okay? Okay. Thanks. You're a reader, huh? What kind of books do you like? Fantasy and sci-fi mostly. My favorite authors are Frank Herbert and George R.R. Martin. Did you ever read Game of Thrones? Can't say that I have. What about A Dance with Dragons? Nope. Didn't Frank Herbert write Dune? I read that one once. Everyone's read that one, he says. I've read all the books in the Magnificent Dune Chronicles except Heretics of Dune. Do they have that in the library here? Couldn't tell you. Hey, you were a few minutes late for work this morning. Try to get there the same time as everyone else because you don't want the other guys thinking you get special treatment. Okay? He doesn't answer. The next day we're raking again, but Solomon doesn't show up for work, on time or late. When I asked Lieutenant Caballero about it, he says Solomon told him he couldn't work because he's got bad blisters from the day before. I throw up my hands in frustration. Because he wouldn't wear his freaking work gloves. Patience is a virtue, Ledbetter. Give him time. How did you two get along yesterday? Okay, I guess. He opened up to me a little at the end of the day. From what he was saying, he took some pretty rough abuse down there on Tier 2, but it went under the radar. Now that I've given it some thought, I'm not so sure putting him in with Doherty was such a good idea either. No? Why is that? He's giving the kid legal advice, and I don't necessarily think it's out of the goodness of his heart. Maybe I could get the room assignments switched, have them put Della Vecchia in with Doherty and the kid in with you. I tell him I realize inmates don't get to make decisions about who rooms with who, but honestly, being Solomon's babysitter on the job is hard enough. Having to do it 24/7 would drive me nuts. He tells me to relax, that he was just thinking out loud. I guess we'll leave things the way they are for now, but I'll keep an eye on the situation. Solomon's back on the job the day after that, but he's late again. When I call him on it, he says, "We live on the same floor, why can't you get me up?" Because that's your responsibility, not mine. When the squawk box says it's 20 minutes until breakfast, you drag your ass out of bed like the rest of us. By the way, how are your blisters? He says they still hurt. Guess you should have listened to me about the work gloves, huh? He shrugs. Under his breath, he calls me an asshole. Look who's talking, I feel like saying, but remind myself that I'm the adult. The crew's job today is to spread grass seed. Each pair of workers is equipped with a wheelbarrow and 5 40-pound bags of seed that we're expected to scatter by hand. Solomon and I are assigned to the stretch of lawn behind the medical building. I load 4 of the bags into the wheelbarrow, grab the handles, and tell the kid to pick up the last bag and follow me. I start wheeling toward our area, but when I look back, he's just standing there. What's the matter? I ask him. It's heavy, he says. Why can't I use the wheelbarrow? Doesn't he realize there's a 160-pound load in there? Be my guest, I tell him. I pick the bag off the ground and start walking. Behind me, I hear a couple of grunts, a few motherfuckers. When I look back, I see that he's tipped over the wheelbarrow. Need some help? I ask. He says he guesses so. Can we switch? These handles are hurting my blisters. I look away so he doesn't see I'm grinning. Sure, no problem. When we get to where we're going, I rip open 2 of the bags and pour the seed into the wheelbarrow. Demonstrate how to scoop up a handful and scatter the seed with the flick of the wrist. He does a decent enough job at first, but then he starts getting lazy, pours handfuls of seed at his feet instead of scattering it. He tells me the wind will do it. There is no wind, Solomon, and it's supposed to rain tonight, so these little piles you're making are going to get wet and rot. You have to spread it. Get off my fucking case, he shouts, but he complies. Does what he's supposed to do for about 6 or 7 handfuls, then stops. Asks how much longer before lunch. I look up at the sky and tell him that, from the sun's position, I'd say we've got another 90 minutes, give or take. He groans. At noon, we head back to the barn. I suggest that Solomon join the rest of us and stop acting antisocial. He says it's not an act, that he is antisocial. Still, he doesn't turn his back on the crew this time. With this kid, every small gain is a win. The conversation with the other guys is lively, a lot of good-natured teasing and talk about football, but nobody speaks to Solomon and vice versa. I'm relieved that when lunch is over, nobody's made a crack about dead dogs. Heading back to work, Solomon and I are stopped in our tracks by what we see in front of us. An amazing number of wild turkeys pecking away at the seed we'd put down. 2 of the bolder ones are in the wheelbarrow, gorging themselves on the loose seed. Let's count them, I tell him. See if we get the same number. When I'm done, I tell him my number is 68. How many did you count? But he hasn't counted. When I follow his gaze, he's just been watching that same mother hen and her chicks from a few days ago. At least I think they're the same ones. Why is he so drawn to them? Chapter 26. November 2018, Day 469 of 1095. This call originates from a Connecticut Department of Correction facility. If you wish to accept this call... Hey, Em, thanks for picking up. How's your weekend going? Okay. She reminds me about that math workshop she had to go to yesterday, the follow-up to the one back in September. Maisie was so ornery about having to go to Grammy's for the day, she said. When we got there, she got out of the car and just stood there, so I had to pick her up and carry her inside with her whimpering and kicking my legs. But by the time I got back and picked her up, she was excited about the blueberry muffins she and Grammy had made. Yeah, how were they? raw in the middle and so salty they were practically inedible. Mom said Maisie poured the salt in before they could measure it, but she just let it go. Really? Your mother let something go? Wow. I tell her I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she said she wished Em would call her more often to babysit, that she hasn't seen Maisie in almost a month. That's because the last time we visited Vicky, I smelled marijuana. I can't have her getting high if she's going to take care of my child. Our child. Did she know you were coming, or did you just drop by? Because there's no way Mom would smoke weed if she was watching Maisie. I hope not, she says. But maybe you can appreciate why I'd be a little sensitive about the possibility. Ouch. It's fair, I guess, but it hurts. Okay, I can address it next time I talk with her. Make it sound like it's coming from me, not you. All right? I wait for her to answer, and when she doesn't, I rush to change the subject. So tell me about your conference. Was it worthwhile or a waste of time? 50-50, she says. And you carpooled with that new guy again? How was that? It was fun. I've gotten to know him a little better because we've both been test driving the new Eureka math program. He loves it. I have a few reservations, but I don't want to be unenthusiastic since the district's already bought into it. Yeah? What's his name again? Evan? He's really a sweetheart. But not your sweetheart, right? And he's how old? 25, she says. Didn't you say he's already divorced? Wow. What was that about? I have no idea, she says. What about you? Have you had any more trouble with that guard? I tell her no unless I count dirty looks. Plus, he was off last week doing some kind of training. And what about your work crew? How's Solomon doing? He's a challenge, but no meltdowns yet. I tell her about the wheelbarrow incident, his refusal to wear work gloves, how he doesn't interact with the other guys. Hey, by the way, remember how you said his mother gave you an earful that night when you and she talked in your car? What did she tell you? I'm trying to figure him out, but Solomon doesn't say much about his home life. Well, first of all, Adrian's his stepmother. His birth mother was an addict who had her parental rights revoked. When he was 3, I think she said. Not long after that, she died of an overdose. There was no dad in the picture. Adrian told me she and her husband had decided against children. Then the husband found out Solomon was going into foster care. He and the birth mother were both Waconic, related somehow, so he felt like he needed to step in. Wait, Solomon's Waconic? Half, anyway. Adrian's husband wanted him to grow up with a consciousness of his native identity. It was something he himself had been deprived of. I'd never heard about this before, but until the 70s, it was fairly common for government agencies to separate native kids from their families and put them in white boarding schools so they could be taught proper values. Can you believe that? I tell her I heard something about that once. So arrogant, huh? They assumed they were doing this for the indigenous kids' benefit because the white way was the right way. Jesus. What else did the stepmother say? That Solomon was difficult right from the start. Lying, stealing, violent tantrums. They felt way over their heads trying to deal with him. Had him in therapy since he was 7, and the older he got, the worse it became. She said his self-hatred was heartbreaking to witness, but it was hell being victimized by his rage. Then 2 years ago, the husband, Gordon, had a heart attack on the golf course and died unexpectedly. Solomon told Adrian he wished she was the one who had died. The husband's gun had been secured in a safe. She said she'd wanted to get it out of the house, but hadn't done it yet. Solomon somehow got a hold of the combination. She says she still doesn't understand why he shot those dogs instead of her. He probably doesn't understand why he killed them either. Being inside that head of his must be a scary place. It must have been hard for you to have to hear all that. What did you say to her? Not much. I pretty much just listened. Before she got out of the car, she suggested we exchange numbers, which we did. She's called twice, but I haven't had the strength to answer. Maybe that sounds selfish, but Dr. Patel tells me I need to respect my boundaries, deal with my own challenges, and let her deal with hers. That's good advice, and it's not selfish either. Hey, not to sound like a broken record, but did you get your oil changed yet? Uh-huh. Where'd you take it, Jiffy Lube? No, Evan changed it for me. He used to work at his uncle's service station when he was going to school. He knows a lot about cars. Well, whoop-de-doo. What about the filter? If you change the oil but not the filter, it's like taking a shower and putting your dirty underwear back on. I don't mention that's something I heard once on Car Talk. Well, listen to you, Mr. Mechanic, she says, teasing me. You can relax. Evan replaced that too. I had bought the wrong kind, but he exchanged it for me. Jesus, this guy's like a superhero. Instead of saying anything, I bite at a hangnail on my left thumb. He wouldn't take any money for the job, so I told him Maisie and I would take him out for pizza next weekend. Oh yeah? Maisie met him? Mm-hmm. She was shy around him at first, but after he finished with the car, he won her over. He had brought his dog, Jasper, with him. He showed Maisie how to make him sit for treats. She really got into bossing that poor dog around. Sit, Jasper, sit. I said sit. How many times had I suggested we get a dog for the twins to grow up with? But, oh no, they're too young for a dog. What if he bit one of them? Then Evan the Great brings his dog over, and she's all, yeah, rah, dogs. I'm suddenly aware that I've been biting the skin around my thumbnail and that it's bleeding. So he's what, 10 years younger than you? 9, actually? Why? Nothing, really. The phone cuts off, which is probably a good thing. My point, Emily, is that he's too fucking young for you if that's where this is heading. I bang the phone back on the cradle and walk toward our cell. My thumb feels sore and it's still bleeding a little. Do I need to be worried about this guy? He services cars, charms little kids, even has a dog who doesn't bite. I wonder whether she's told him about our situation, me being in prison, and why. He'd better not be getting any ideas about the coast being clear. If he is, she'd better set him straight. No divorce for the rest of my time in here, she said. Or is that magical thinking, too? Door! I call down the corridor. It pops, and I enter our cell. Talk to your wife? Manny asks. How's she doing? Good question, I tell him. You got any small band-aids? I cut my thumb. Later, after lights out, I can't stop imagining him and Maisie playing with his dog. The three of them sharing a pizza at Tony's, him sticking around after she puts Maisie to bed, the two of them having wine, and one thing leads to another. But what's the point of working myself up? God, I miss her so much. Talking to her on the phone helps, but it makes it harder, too. And the time she's visited me, it's fucked up having to hug her across a fucking table for a couple of seconds. I miss touching her, miss her touching me. When the crew had lunch break the other day, I overheard Spence talking to Tito about he and his girlfriend sometimes do phone sex when they talk. She gets him hot and bothered for 10 minutes. Then he goes back to his cell, finishes what she started, and gets a great night's sleep. There's no way Emily would do something like that, especially since I told her the goon squad can listen in on our conversations. I think back to that first summer, when we couldn't get enough of it, when we were so hungry for each other's bodies that we fucked whenever and wherever we could, living in the moment without a clue about where this might be going. And when we were living out in California, too, sometimes we'd make love twice in the same day. And then she got that call from her mother about her cancer. We drove back east, and that was that. In my dream tonight, she and I are on one of those mansion tours. I put my finger to my lips, take her by the hand, and we sneak away from the others. Wandering through an upstairs hallway, she's afraid we might get caught, but I'm aroused. At the end of the hall, there's an unlocked bedroom. We go in, undress, and fall together on the bed. I kiss her breasts, her nipples, pass my fingers and then my tongue against her wetness. She's ready, I'm ready. When I mount her, she guides me inside, and I move in and out of her, slowly at first, then faster, then slow again, then so fast that I'm right at the edge, and I wake up ejaculating, reach down and touch my stuff. I can't remember the last time I had a wet dream. It's pouring out, and it's supposed to last all day, so work gets canceled. Manny's got another migraine, his third since we've been cellies. I've learned from the other 2 times that there's nothing I can do for him other than not make noise. I take a nap, but it's only mid-morning and I'm not tired. I guess I'll read. Slim pickings, though. One of my Aunt Nancy's Holy Roller books, or Native American Genocide, the U.S. government's systematic efforts to eradicate indigenous populations. I've renewed that one 3 different times now without even cracking it open. I'm not sure why I've been resisting it, but now that I know Solomon's part Wakonic, it gives me a little extra incentive to read what it says. Not that I think it can provide any answers to why he's so messed up, but at least I might be able to get a little historical context. What's that saying? The past is prologue? Well, whether it is or isn't, who could have predicted that that messed-up kid would shoot those defenseless dogs and wind up here? I settle in as quietly as I can and open Native American Genocide. It says one of the authors, Dr. Aurora Eubanks, is a professor emerita of anthropology at Spelman College. My fight for racial justice was activated on March the 7th, 1965, during the Bloody Sunday March to Alabama's state capital. In the company of my parents, I was clubbed by a white police officer as we attempted to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. I was 12 years old. The co-author, Melinda Bravebird, describes herself as a naturopathic doctor, a writer, and podcast host, and the medicine woman of the resurgent Wakanic nation. My ancestry is indigenous, African, and Irish. Of these three, my identity as a ninth-generation First Nation woman is the strongest. I am currently researching the discrepancies between Native American and European concepts about humans' relationship with the land. Guided by my totem animal, the blue heron, I practice stillness and patient observation as I investigate the deeper truths that are revealed to us in the natural world. Her mention of the blue heron sends a shiver through me. Takes me back to that bird on the rock in the river that was staring me down as I tried to decide whether I should try to get my blood test results tossed or turn myself in. As much as I hate prison life, I've never felt that I was dealt an injustice when I had to come here. The book says that the original inhabitants of what later became known as North America arrived from Asia via a land bridge that existed between what is now Alaska and southern Siberia, and that by the time Western Europeans landed on the shores of what they misnamed the New World, the continent had been inhabited for thousands of years by indigenous people. At the dawn of the 7th century, it says, an estimated 70,000 to 100,000 First Nation people lived in what is now southern New England. I skim the parts about the importance of the rivers, riverbanks, and the Atlantic's coastal shores in sustaining the native communities, but slow down when I read about a battle between two brothers who belonged to the most powerful of the area's tribes, the Wakanic. Following the death of Chief Matwau, his eldest son, Achak, was installed as the Wakanic nation's new sachem, to the disgruntlement of Achak's younger brother, Samuel, whose skills as a warrior, a hunter, and a negotiator were considered superior. A group of about 70 warriors and their families who were loyal to Samuel split from the tribe with him. Calling themselves the Shetucket, they became the sworn enemies of the larger and more powerful parent tribe. Same old, I think, all the way back to Cain and Abel. Growing up, I always wanted a brother, but maybe I was better off as an only child. I feel a sudden pang, thinking about Maisie, a twin who, because of me, is now an only child too. I've read that her conscious memories of her brother will fade away, but what about her subconscious memories? Does she feel Nico's loss without being able to understand what it is? Does she remember him in some deep-seated way? There's no way to answer these questions, so I tell myself to get back to my book. It says the influx of Europeans seeking religious freedom, known as the Great Puritan Migration, took place between 1620 and 1640. The new arrivals believed in the concept of God-given white supremacy, which they backed up with the power of the flintlock, the musket, and the blunderbuss. Was that the start of it? America's love affair with the almighty gun that's alive and well today? The authors zero in on the Connecticut Colony, a splinter group from the Massachusetts Bay congregation, who began claiming land that the Wakanic tribe had hunted, fished, and cultivated for hundreds of years. The colonists declared war on the tribe, aiming to annihilate them. To that end, they enlisted the help of the smaller Shetucket tribe, whose leader, Chief Samuel, calculated that there was more to be gained by aligning themselves with these pale strangers than by resisting them. Trained and armed with muskets, 30 Shetucket warriors joined 90 British soldiers in a surprise early morning attack on the fortified Wakanic village. They set fire to the community's wigwams and shot many of the tribesmen and women attempting to escape. The leader of the Wakanic genocide was Captain John Woodruff, a British Army officer who had crossed the Atlantic during the Great Puritan Migration. In the days that followed, Woodruff's men hunted down, captured, and enslaved many of the tribespeople who had escaped. Wakanic women and girls were forced into service as domestics in the homes of British settlers in the Connecticut colony. To guard against reprisals or revolts, the colonists shipped Wakanic men and boys to the West Indies, where they were exchanged for African slaves who were brought north to serve masters in New England. So slavery didn't just happen in the American South during the 18th and 19th centuries. It began in New England as soon as white Christian settlers arrived. According to what I'm reading, these settlers thought of native people as savages closer to animals in the wild than to women and men of Christian faith. This despite the reality that, like them, indigenous tribes had a rich culture, a religion of their own, and a well-established language. The bottom line was that there was profit to be made, not only from the seizure of indigenous land, but also from the capture and selling of native people or, later, by sequestering them on reservations. I think about some of the shit I see here at Yates. The ratio of black and brown prisoners to Caucasians, the white supremacist assholes who try to recruit other whites for the race war they're sure is coming, the length of Lester Wiggins' sentence. Before they sent me here, I was aware that blacks got a raw deal in the criminal justice system. That was something I knew but didn't think too much about. Now it's something I'm starting to feel, and it doesn't feel good. Eubanks in Bravebird's book points out that by the 19th century, as Wakonic descendants assimilated into white or black families, the Connecticut Historical Society honored John Woodruff by commissioning and installing a bronze statue of him on what had once been the sacred burial ground of the Wakonic Nation, and that during the 20th century's Great Depression, the WPA funded the building of a 4-lane road that, upon completion in 1949, was dedicated as the John Woodruff Parkway. How many hundreds of times had I driven on the Woodruff Parkway without ever knowing or caring who John Woodruff had been? He'd orchestrated a mass murder, enslaved the survivors, stolen Indian land with bullshit treaties he knew would hold up in white men's courts. That made him a hero? They parked a statue of him on top of the buried bones of his victims? Named a 4-lane road after him? Jesus Christ. In school, they taught us that we were the good guys, the descendants of brave freedom seekers who had crossed the Atlantic and established their claim to the New World. Land where our fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountain side, let freedom ring. But we weren't the good guys. That was just propaganda. I recall what Javier said when he checked out this book for me, that the man likes to rewrite history because the truth makes him look bad. To us, white victors had gone the spoils and the right to flip the narrative. In my head, there's a swirl of all I've been seeing and hearing and experiencing at this place. You ain't turning me into your Uncle Remus or your magical Negro. Hey there, handsome, I'm Jericho, I like what you see. You must have figured out by now that the Spicks, the Spades, and the half-breeds outnumber us. Now that presents a clear and present danger. I hate everyone at this place, and when I get out of here, I'm going to go get a gun and kill all of you and your dogs. Day by day by day by day by day. Chapter 27. November 2018, Day 476 of 1095. On Saturday afternoon, Solomon's waiting outside my cell. Through the tray trap, he calls in, "Library time." Suddenly, he's Mr. Prompt. A few minutes later, we're in the main building, climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor. "What did you do, anyway?" he asks. I know what he wants to know, but I don't respond. Make him say it, which he does. "What are you in prison for?" "Yeah, look, that's one of the unspoken rules around here. You don't ask another inmate shit like that. Guys talk around here, and everyone's charges are public record anyway, but it's not cool to confront someone face-to-face about what he's doing time for." "Why not?" "Well, I guess it's the trust thing. At this place, you don't want to volunteer too much about yourself because it could be used against you. And I guess because if you've done something you're ashamed of, it's painful to have to verbalize it." "Oh, did you kill someone? Is that it?" Jesus Christ, did he not just fucking hear me? I start taking 2 stairs at a time, put some space between me and this annoying little shit. Once I've shown him where the library is, I'm going to keep my distance. At the top of the stairs, I take a left, and he follows me down the corridor. "Hey, wait up," he says. I walk faster. The library is in chaos. Empty metal bookshelves huddled together in the middle of the large room, books stacked all over the floor. Lester Wiggins is the only constant. He's sitting in his wheelchair by the window, reading as usual, with his index finger and his moving lips. I don't see Mrs. Millman, but her right-hand man, Javier, is up on a stepladder repainting the side wall. "Library's closed," he calls, not bothering to look over his shoulder. You can check out books, but you can't stay. I tell Solomon to have a quick look around, then I walk over to Javier. Hey, Picasso, what would you call that color? Caterpillar gut green? Javi turns around chuckling. Hey there, hombre, how's it going? It's going. Like most of the guys here, I've gotten good at saying something that says nothing. How about you? No complaints, he says. He comes down from the stepladder and walks toward me. We do the bro greeting, half handshake, half chest bump. We ain't seen you at the Sunday meeting last couple of weeks. Why's that? No good excuse, I tell him, but I'll be there tomorrow. I'm gonna hold you to that. It's like they say, man, meeting makers make it. As we catch up a little, I scan the room, looking for Mrs. Millman. Where's the Queen Mother? I ask. Her head pops up from behind the circulation desk. The Queen Mother's over here on her hands and knees trying to pry dried gum off the linoleum with a single-edged razor blade, she says. Oh, hi, Corby. I didn't realize that was you. What have you been up to? Just living the dream, I tell her. This place get hit by a tornado or something? Looks like it, doesn't it? She says. Give me a hand, will you? She's not exactly a featherweight, but I manage to pull her up onto her feet. She tosses the razor blade she's been using onto the counter and pulls me in for a hug. Wow, initiating physical contact with an inmate. That's the kind of infraction that could land you in seg. She gives me a pfft and surveys her pulled-apart domain. We got a memo that there was going to be an extended lockdown this week, no movement around the compound for 5 to 7 days, so I said to myself, rather than just sitting around here twiddling my thumbs, I'll do some house cleaning, freshen things up, rearrange the shelves, weed out the collection, take down those old posters, and have Javier repaint the walls. I just hope you put those posters back, I tell her, because having Yoda, Weird Al, and the Dukes of Hazzard encourage convicted felons to read is truly inspirational. Such a wise guy, she says. And for the record, that Dukes of Hazzard poster wasn't for you guys, it was for me. Luke and Bo could squeeze into tight jeans like nobody's business. I laugh. Your husband know you've got a thing for those, too? What Howie doesn't know won't hurt him, she says. Anyway, right after I pulled everything apart in here, they sent out a second memo about the lockdown being postponed because of the lieutenant governor's visit. When the VIP entourage came through with Warden Rickerby, I could see she wasn't happy with the condition of this place, but tough titty, I've outlasted 8 other wardens, and I'll probably wave goodbye to her before very long, too. It's amazing, really, Mrs. Millman's ability to stay upbeat. I see she's wearing a cheap-looking wig now, but her colors come back, and so has her energy. Cancer hasn't defeated her, and neither has the system. Last time I was here, she was in the middle of a dust-up with Deputy Warden Zabrowski. He wanted her to take down the Buddhist prayer flags she tacked up behind the circulation desk, but those flags are still up there. Solomon appears out of nowhere. Ignoring Mrs. Millman, he tells me he can't find it. Mrs. M introduces herself and asks what he's looking for. Heretics of Dune, he says. Frank Herbert. We have a few of them in that series, but I'm not sure about that one. You see those big hardcover books on the floor beneath the big window, the law books? Our science fiction and fantasy collections are stacked just to the left of them. You can go look there if you'd like, or if you'd rather... Without waiting for her to finish, he makes a beeline toward where she'd directed him. Friend of yours, Corby? How old is he, anyway? Mrs. M asks. 18, but he looks and acts a lot younger, and he's my assignment, not my friend. Oh? We're both on the grounds crew, and I'm supposed to watch out for him, make sure he does his work, and that nobody antagonizes him. His name's Solomon. She repeats the name, and her eyes widen as it dawns on her. Is he the one who... the dogs? When I nod, she winces. Mrs. M and her husband foster greyhounds that travel up here from Florida. Well, no matter what he did, he's still a kid, she says. Why in the world would they put him at Yates? She shakes her head, says he's lucky he has me looking out for him. Only on the work crew, I tell her. And at the library, apparently. Yeah, well, this visit is a one-off. Uh-huh. Why's she smiling? When Solomon returns to the desk with a couple of books, Mrs. M asks whether he found what he was looking for. Nah, you've only got Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune. You should order Heretics of Dune. She hands him paper and pencil and says he should write down the title, that her budget for the year's been spent, but sometimes she sees things at yard sales or buys them used at the book barn. Looks like you found a few things to check out, though. What have you got there? Ah, George R.R. Martin and Aragon. Did you know that the author started writing Aragon when he was only 15, yeah, I know, I already read it. They made a movie of it, but it sucked. The book's better. When she asks him whether he's already read the George Martin book too, he says yes. Turning to me, Mrs. M says she heard some good news yesterday. DOC has finally okayed the library's request for a computer. It's a repurposed IBM Aptiva, they told me, and it comes with a keyboard, a mouse, and one of those old dot matrix printers. Javier says that technology-wise it's an antique from the 1990s, but at least it will have word processing so you fellows won't have to submit your own court letters in longhand. I tell her I already know the answer to this question, but any chance there will be internet access. She laughs and says I'm right, I already know the answer. Does it have games? Solomon asks. I'm pretty sure he has no idea how primitive computer games were back in the day. Mrs. M tells him she might be able to install a few games. The old standbys like Solitaire and what's the one my sons always used to play on our first computer? The object was to aim a bouncing ball at a brick wall and destroy the rows of bricks until... I blurted out. Breakout. Oh yes, Breakout. I played it a few times myself, but I was terrible at it. Solomon says, yeah, but I mean good games like Sniper Elite or Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance or Mortal Kombat Armageddon. I don't think those would pass inspection around here, my friend, she says. And the amount of storage space those games would need would probably make that poor old IBM Aptiva explode, I joke. Solomon doesn't seem to think this is funny. Mrs. M puts Solomon in the system, checks out his books, and places a Milky Way Mini on the top of one. I tell her I'm going to go say hello to Lester before we take off, but when I go over there, his books fall onto the floor and he's asleep. His breath is whistling in and out. Back at the desk, Mrs. M says, he's sleeping, right? He does a lot of that now. He's really slipped lately. Leaning in, she whispers, some of us are working on getting him a compassionate release. Not me officially, because employees can't get involved with such things, but when has that ever stopped me? I give her a thumbs up and ask her whether Lester's son Cornell ever visits him here. Oh yes, they're in different buildings, so that's not supposed to happen, but the officers look the other way. They mostly just sit together, hold hands, and pray or sing hymns. Cornell does most of the praying and singing, and Lester joins in here and there. She tears up, telling me about it. Shifting gears, she says, oh, Corby, I almost forgot. I saw Bina Patel the other day. She said to say hello and wonders how you're doing. I nod, smile. Now I'm getting a little teary-eyed. Well, come on, I tell Solomon. Let's not wear out our welcome. Okay, don't be strangers, you two, Mrs. Millman says. Hopefully the next time you come in, this place will be put back together again. She tells Solomon he's always welcome. Javier's off the stepladder now, using a roller on the middle of the wall. See you later, Javi, I say. Later, bro, he says. See you tomorrow at the meeting. Just inside the doorway, I stop before a big pile of discarded books. A sign made from a manila folder says, help yourself. Mrs. Millman said she was weeding the collection, so I guess these are the weeds. Solomon's already out the door, but I call to him to wait up. Two of the books near the top of the pile grab my attention. The first is a Collier's yearbook covering the events of my birth year. The second is a damaged but beautifully illustrated volume about Greek mythology. Several of its pages are loose and the bindings broken, but the color plates depict scenes from the ancient stories by several of the artists I've studied and admired, Botticelli, Rubens, Bruegel, Caravaggio. No matter the condition of the book, these plates are a real find. A third book catches my eye, too, a pocket-sized collection of Buddhist quotes. I don't know much about Buddhism, but the book's free, and Buddha's serene smile reminds me of Dr. Patel's. Mrs. Millman is spraying the circulation desk with fantastic. Okay if I take these 3? I ask. She rolls her eyes and smiles. What does the sign say? Solomon and I are halfway down the corridor headed for the stairs when Javier calls to us. I stop, but Solomon keeps going. Hey, hold up, I tell him. When Javi catches up, he says, where is it? He's talking to Solomon. Where's what? Solomon says. Javier grabs the books he's checked out, shakes them and fans the pages. Mrs. M's razor blade falls out of Aragon. Javi picks it up and hands the book back to Sullivan. She said to tell you you're suspended from the library for the rest of this month. After that, you'll be on probation for 3 months. That means you can check out books, but you're not allowed to stay and read, or use a computer. Got it? Solomon shrugs, says it's a shit library anyway. Knock it off, I tell him. Don't tell me what to do, you're not my father. Thank God for that. Javi shakes his head, then turns, and heads back to the library. Solomon and I go down the stairs and out of the building. I'm so pissed at him that we're halfway back to our block and I still don't trust myself to speak. "Do you think I'm going to get another ticket?" he asks. "I have no idea. You should. If all the stupid... Why the fuck would you want to pull a stunt like that to someone who is nice to you? Can't wait to cut yourself again? Is that it? Or are you planning to slit the throats of those turkeys you keep staring at?" He starts to cry. "What makes you think I'd do something like that?" "Hey, why not? Maybe you've got it in for all kinds of animals." "Fuck you," he screams. "Thinks I didn't kill my own kid." Lucky for him, he runs ahead after he says it. Lucky for me, too, because I don't trust what I might have done to him if he was in reach. Back in my cell, I flop down on my bunk and try to make sense of what happened. Why, if he wanted to get to the library so badly, would he risk burning his bridges once he got there? Why did he ask me the reason I'm in prison when he already knew? What would he have done with that razor blade? I shouldn't have said that about the turkeys, but why had it made him cry? There's a saying in AA, too much analysis can lead to paralysis. I need to chase that kid out of my head before he drives me nuts. I do some deep breathing to calm myself down. Then I take out Dr. Patel's letter and read it again. Live in the present, the mind-body connection, stay engaged with work and other people. Well, I'm disengaging from Solomon, and if Lieutenant Cavagnero kicks me off the crew because of it, then tough shit. At least I didn't kill my own kid. I'm done working with that little monster. I put Dr. Patel's letter back in the envelope and look at the books I grabbed off the throwaway pile. Start leafing through the little book on Buddhism. Read a random page. In truth will I speak, not in falsehood. Gently will I speak, not harshly. To his profit will I speak, not to his loss. With kindly intent will I speak, not in anger. Easy for Buddha to say. He never had to deal with a kid like Solomon. Still, I shouldn't have lost my shit and gone off on him like that. He's not a monster, he's just a fucked up, badly damaged boy, trying to survive in a place where he doesn't belong. Next, I look through that yearbook and read about stuff that happened the year I was born. Someone was killing people by lacing Tylenol with cyanide. Time magazine's Man of the Year was the computer. Prince Charles' wife, Diana, gave birth to the future king on the same day Mom had me, something I'd been told but had forgotten. The CDC announced that the general public needn't worry about the mysterious new immune system virus. The disease was mostly confined to drug addicts and homosexual men. And this, 17 months after he tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan, John Hinckley was acquitted by reason of insanity and sent to a psych hospital instead of a prison. I shake my head when I read that. Most of those state hospitals have closed. Prison is where they send a lot of the mental cases now. That's got to be why Solomon's here instead of someplace where he might get decent treatment, and why, thanks to Reagan's policy of beefing up the sentences of drug offenders, 2/3 of the guys in here are black and brown, mostly confined to drug addicts and homosexual men. So neither of those groups count? That pisses me off on behalf of Manny and the majority of the guys doing time here. One thing about having to come to prison, it gives you 20/20 vision about who wins and who loses in the good old USA. Most of the stuff in the mythology book is familiar. Pandora's box, the Minotaur, the one-eyed Cyclops. I was really into all those gods and mortals when we studied ancient Greece in 6th grade, but now I'm taken with the artist's depictions of human suffering on the faces of the characters. Sisyphus's torment as the boulder begins its backward roll, Orpheus's despair as he realizes his mistake and sees Eurydice fading back into the shadows, the fear in Icarus's eyes as the wings his father constructed for him fall apart, and he begins his fatal descent. The book includes 2 renderings of the Icarus myth. In landscape with the fall of Icarus, Bruegel the Elder's painting, it's business as usual in a seaside village. A farmer plows his field, a ship sails along the coast, a man fishes, a shepherd boy minds his flock, and Icarus plunges headfirst into the sea, unnoticed by the villagers. It reminds me of being in here versus being on the outside, where life goes on at a busy pace. In here, our lives, and sometimes our deaths, mostly go unnoticed. Notorious inmates get ink, and prison suicides sometimes make the news, but an inmate with no name recognition, who dies of natural causes, gets the quiet, backdoor parole, and that's that. No service, No obituary in the paper. Within a week, a new arrival is sleeping in the dead guy's bunk. In Jacob Peter Gowie's dramatic The Fall of Icarus, father and son are aloft in close proximity at the moment the wings of the impetuous boy begin to fall apart. When I was younger, I identified with Icarus, whose father's warnings not to fly too close to the sun fell on deaf ears. What do parents know about anything? Now, studying Gowie's painting, my sympathies are with Daedalus, powerless to save the boy, and as the inventor of the wings, he realizes he's the unintentional orchestrator of his son's death. Chapter 28. November 2018. Days 477 to 80 of 1095. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. There they go, calling to each other. You only hear them in the quiet of early morning before the clamor and white noise of another prison day gets going. You hear that, Corby? Those are great horned owls. The male calls, the female answers. Snowy owls, greys, pygmies, great horns. They've all got their own mating calls. Hoots, most of them, except for barn owls. They don't hoot, they scream. Like he did the time he came home from campus and saw that Mom had taken his framed Roger Tory Peterson lithographs off the living room wall and replaced them with the macrame God's Eye she'd made on her loom. Or the day he arrived home early and caught Mom smoking weed in the backyard with two of her Wiccan friends. After he kicked out her company, she was so mortified that she screamed back at him for once. That was the first time he hit her. The first time I witnessed him doing it, anyway. Too afraid to get between them, to get him angry enough to hurt me, too, I escaped to the brook and tried to unsee what I'd just seen by focusing on the way the water moved, letting it soothe me, hypnotize me almost. I stayed out there until the mosquitoes started biting. When I got back to the house, everything was quiet. The God's Eye was gone. The lithographs were back. I grabbed the waxed paper-wrapped sandwich Mom had left for me on the kitchen counter and headed toward my bedroom. The TV in the living room was on, and he was sitting in his chair watching television with the volume turned low. "Good night," his silhouette said. "Night," I answered. When I closed the bedroom door, I flopped on my bed and fell asleep in the middle of eating my sandwich. I woke up startled. His red face was screaming at me because of the mud I tracked through the house. When he came closer, I thought I was going to get hit. Instead, he pushed a wet dish towel against my face. "Clean it up," he ordered. "If your mother and you think I'm going to live in a pigsty, you're both sadly mistaken." It was the summer I turned 10. I've been incarcerated for 1.5 years, and in that time, I've waited for a visit or a letter from my father. Nothing. Instead, it's his sister who writes, my Aunt Nancy, who lives in Utah, and whose faith in God seems as strong as my father's faith in God's non-existence. "Our congregation is praying for you, Corbin Jr., and prayer is powerful. I hope you got the book I ordered for you last month." Yes, I'd gotten it. Christian Awakenings to the Glory of God. I'd thrown it, unread, on top of the other one she'd sent me that I'd never cracked. When Jesus Speaks, Are You Listening? "I know your father can be difficult sometimes, but you can rest assured that he loves you and hopes you are abiding." Who told her that? Jesus? Okay, Corby, shake it off. Mind-body, mind-body, mind-body. 60 sit-ups, 60 push-ups, 5 reps each of squats, curls, lunges, and side bends daily. When I get out of here in another year, I'll probably be in the best physical shape of my life, and my anxiety level's much more under control now, too. Some nights I hit the mattress at lights out and don't wake up until the sun's come up. Doesn't always happen, but I'm grateful when it does. Last time my mom visited me, she said I looked better rested and noted that my physique had changed. "You're starting to look like the muscle-bound good guy on that cartoon show you watched when you were a kid. You had his action figure and carried it around with you all the time, remember?" Of course I remembered. The show was Thundercats. The character was Lion-O. With his team, he used to vanquish bad guys like Mum-Ra and Vulture Man. What Mom didn't know was that as I sat there watching that show, I'd secretly imagined the bad guy I would vanquish. The villain I both loved and hated. My father. the esteemed professor, noted zoologist, and avowed atheist Dr. Corbin Ledbetter. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Fucking birds, shut up! On the bunk above me, Sleeping Beauty has awakened. His skinny legs hang over the side, then he jumps down and shuffles groggily to the toilet. Good morning, Manny. Did the owls interrupt your beauty sleep? He mumbles something, but I can't hear it over his loud morning piss. Okay, now that he's awake, I can start my morning workout. I do some stretches, drop to the floor for push-ups and sit-ups. Manny walks around me sighing. You exhaust me, he says, climbing back up to his bed. He pushes his face into his pillow and groans. After morning chow, I head over to the Sunday morning AA meeting in D Block. I've perfected my arrival, getting there right after the makeshift Catholic Mass instead of in the middle of it. I fill my lungs with the crisp mid-morning air and think about one of the quotes from that book of Buddhist sayings I grabbed from the library's giveaway pile that day. If you focus on what's harmonious and beautiful in your present surroundings, harmony and beauty will follow you. Or something like that. Entering the meeting, I fist bump with Javier and take a seat. Lenny, an ex-offender who got out, stayed clean, and has been making good money flipping houses, is chairing today. The topic he's chosen is how to handle the challenges after we're released, avoiding the traps that will send us back here, finding an employer willing to take a chance on a recovering addict with a felony conviction, accepting the reality that the people we love won't necessarily want us back. Lenny's a stickler for the rules, no cross-talking, no political opinions, no shares longer than 3 minutes. He enforces that last rule with a stove timer that dings when someone's time is up. There are 14 or 15 of us at today's meeting: Tyrone, Dusty, Methmouth Freddy, Durnell, Javier, the crew from C Building, and me. At Lenny's meetings, everyone's expected to share. The person to his left begins, and we move clockwise around the circle until we get back to Lenny. When it's Methmouth's turn, he retells the same old sob story about how he began using the day he saw his cat get killed by a car. Lenny stops him when the timer dings. Dusty's up next. He's been stuck in here since 2002 and is due to be released in a few months. He says as much as he can't wait to get out, part of him wants to stay put because he's scared to death about walking back into an unrecognizable world of streaming, online betting, phishing, and swiping right or left. And what the hell is Bitcoin anyway, he says, smiles and shrugs all around. I'm next, and would just as soon pass, but not sharing is like coming empty-handed to a potluck supper and expecting to eat for free, according to Lenny. I'm Corby, cross-addicted, I say. Everyone hellos me back. Before I can say anything else, the door bangs open, and a new guy strolls in. Beefy face, hanging gut, ponytail, Semper Fi tattoo. He's maybe in his mid-50s. Sorry I'm late, he says. I had trouble finding you. He crash lands on the empty seat next to me. Lenny welcomes him and tells him the topic we're dealing with is the challenges of freedom. Oh, I can talk a blue streak about that, the new guy says. When it's your turn, as long as you keep it to 3 minutes, Lenny says. Go ahead, Corby. I tell the group I can relate to what Dusty said. I've got plenty of time left in here, but I get nervous when I think about what happens when I leave. Crazy nervous sometimes. I mean, the cravings have pretty much left me since I've been here, but once I'm out, who knows? And as far as employment, after the company I was working for laid me off, I couldn't find another job, not even some stopgap thing. And that was before my arrest got covered on TV and in the papers. If someone who was considering hiring me Googled my name, I'm sure that's the stuff that would come up first. So who the hell's going to hire me now? Fuck. I'm not even sure I'd hire me. A few of the guys chuckle, but most just look down to the floor and nod. And as for my marriage, my being a dad, I'm hoping she'll forgive me and let me come back home so that we can be a family again. But what if, by the time I'm out of here, she's moved on, met someone else, and, I try to hold out hope, you know? I just don't want hope to sucker punch me. Okay, that's it. I'll share the time. Next up is the new guy. Frank, he says. Addict, alcoholic. Hi, Frank. All around. Turning and looking directly at me, he says, I've been where you're at, brother. My love affair with booze and blow cost me 2 careers 2 wives, and now my second extended vacation at this resort. So my advice to you is," Lenny puts his hand up like a traffic cop. "Hey, Frank, we don't allow cross-talking in this group. Whatever you have to say it to everyone." "Oh, yeah, okay." When he changes course, it becomes obvious that Frank is one of those guys who wants everyone to know how smart he is compared to the rest of us dumb fucks. Within a 3-minute ramble, he refers to Carl Jung, the I Ching, and an episode from the original Star Trek TV series called Tomorrow is Yesterday. Unable to follow what his point is, or even whether there is a point to this word salad, I write him off as a blowhard and stop listening. But later, after we all stand, say the Serenity Prayer, and start back to our units, Frank latches onto my shoulder and says, "What I was going to tell you before I got cut off is that hope is never going to sucker punch you." "No?" If you give up hope, you become bitter, cynical. You start saying to yourself, "What's the point?" Next thing you know, you're using again. So you want to keep hope alive. Just be careful about expectations. If you expect things to happen a certain way and they don't, it can clobber you like a Mike Tyson left hook, knock you right on your ass. My first wife, Bettina, nice little Italian gal, sweet as anything and true blue, or so I thought. But when I got out of here after my first bit, expecting us to pick up where we left off, the last thing I expected was that she would have gotten herself a new man and had him change the locks. "Wow, that must have sucked," I say. "Okay, then, see you around. What's your name again, buddy? Sorry, I'm terrible with names." "It's Corby," I tell him over my shoulder. I'm walking fast. "Got it. You believe in God, Corey?" I stop. What business is it of his? I tell him I'm on the fence. "Okay, agnostic then. Maybe yes, maybe no. You want both bases covered just in case, right?" "Something like that," I say. Who does he think he is? My spiritual guru? "Think of it this way, Corey." "Corby," I said. "What?" "My name's Corby, with a B, not Corey." "Okay, yeah, like I said when it comes to names. But think of it this way. Having hope is kind of like praying, like asking God for something and hoping he'll hear you. But if you have an expectation, it's more like a demand than a prayer. Like you're saying, here's what I expect, God, so make it happen for me, see? Like you're the one who gets to give the orders." "All right," I tell him. "Thanks. See you." It annoys me that someone I've already decided I don't like has just given me something useful to think about. Back inside B Block, I'm trudging up the stairs to our tier when I'm hit with a memory of my father, my mother, and me at the dinner table. I guess I was about 12. He was going on as usual about how organized religion is a scam perpetrated on the gullible when Mom, who may or may not have been stoned, interrupted him to announce that she'd decided she's agnostic. "What's that?" I asked, but neither of them answered me. Snickering, Dad wanted to know where that had come from. "Agnostic, huh? You hedging your bets, Vicky? In case after you die you find yourself standing at the pearly gates instead of under the ground being worm food?" I remember him making finger quotes when he said pearly gates. Mom said no, that wasn't it at all. As far as an afterlife was concerned, her feeling was que sera, sera. I'd sometimes hear her sing that song while she was dusting or making supper. She was agnostic, she said, because it was hard for her to accept that everything in life happened randomly. Maybe some higher presence was ordering our lives by a design no human could understand. Dad stood and said he'd lost his appetite. On his way out of the kitchen, he turned back to me. "Don't listen to this, Corbin Jr.," he said. "It's bullshit." I was, at the time, already a non-believer like my father, but emotionally I was on my mother's side. "You and I are simpatico, Corby." I remember her telling me one muggy summer day when she opened the freezer, took out a pair of creamsicles, and handed me mine. When I asked her what simpatico meant, she said we were like 2 peas in a pod. Same hazel eyes and chestnut-colored hair, same temperament. We both like to read and listen to music. I reminded her that we both won spelling bees in elementary school, too. Her prize had been a $50-sized medal, mine a paperback copy of Treasure Island. "That, too," she said. "See? Simpatico." "Do you hate Dad?" I asked her. She took a bite of her creamsicle and shook her head. "Why? Do you?" "No," I said. but sometimes yes. Shortly after that, my parents' divorce was finalized and Mom turned Wiccan. Whenever she tried to tell me about her new beliefs, I wouldn't listen. But the one thing I still remember is her explanation of something called the law of threefold return. The gist of this was, whatever things you did in your life, good or bad, they would return to you with triple force. When that happens to your father, he's not going to know what hit him, she said. I remember her looking genuinely worried for the ex-husband who had verbally and physically abused her. To lighten the mood, and maybe to mock her a little, I began singing that old John Lennon song, "Instant Karma's gonna get you, gonna knock you right on the head." She gave me a disappointed look and walked out of the room. On Monday morning, I'm heading over to the barn when I hear, "Hey, wait up!" I ignore him. My anger is diminished since Saturday, but I'm still determined to tell Cavaniero to find someone else to be Solomon's work-time babysitter. When he catches up, he asks me whether I'm going to the library this week. I remind him that whether I am or not, he's suspended. He says he knows, but he's finished the books he's checked out. Can I bring them back and check out some other ones for him? He reminds me he likes sci-fi. I don't respond. "Did you notice I'm on time today?" he asks. I turn and face him. "Are you expecting me to congratulate you for something you should have been doing all along? Get more books for you? Instead of asking for favors and attaboys, how about an apology instead?" "For what? I didn't even do anything." Instead of saying what I'd like to, I break into a jog to get ahead of him. "What's your problem anyway?" he calls to me. When I don't answer, he says, "Well, you won't see me tomorrow. I got court. The lawyer told my stepmother he's asking for a continuance, so you can think about me having a day off while you're stuck here working all day." The little shit has no idea how tough court runs are. If I wasn't so fed up, I'd warn him. I'm still going to press my case with the boss, tell him it's someone else's turn to work with Solomon. But maybe at lunchtime I can give the kid a heads up about court so he doesn't freak out. Whatever the hell is wrong with him, he's as fragile as glass underneath that bravado. Better if he's forewarned. When I don't hear his footsteps behind me, I look over my shoulder to see what's up. He's just standing there, kicking at the dirt and looking pathetic. Putting up with Solomon isn't easy, but it can't be easy being him either. When I get to the barn, I'm stopped in my tracks. Cavaliero's not there. In his place are Picardi and his lackey, Goolsby. They're chatting with each other, ignoring the rest of us. Ratchford and Harjeet are whispering something about Cavaniero, but I can't make out what they're saying. What the hell is going on? "Okay, listen up," Picardi says. "Officer Goolsby and I are supervising this crew from now on, so—" "Where's Cavaniero at?" Tito asks for all of us. Picardi ignores the question. "We expect a decent day's work out of all of you, and as long as you comply, we'll get along fine." He looks at me when he says the next. "We know how to deal with slackers and rule breakers, and trust me, you won't like it. Now, Officer Goolsby's going to call the roll." Goolsby calls Solomon's name last. There's no answer. "That's the kid," Tito volunteers. "Sometimes he's late." I see Solomon coming over the rise. Here he is. As he approaches, Picardi says, "Glad you could make it. Someone from the crew said you used to be late. Emphasis on the used to be. Get it?" Solomon looks confused. I wonder if he realizes Picardi was the one who grabbed him from the back and dragged him out of the visiting room. "I just asked you a question, Clapp. Do you get my point when I say you used to be late?" When Solomon looks over at me, I mouth the answer. He looks back at Picardi and says, "Yes, sir." Picardi nods and turns back to the rest of us. "Before we give you guys your assignments for today, are there any questions?" Ratchford asks whether what someone told him is true, that Cavaniero fell off a ladder while he was cleaning out his gutters and broke his hip. "Fractured his pelvis," Harjeet adds. "That's what I heard." Picardi frowns. "What happens to staff is none of your business," he says. "Anyone have a question that's work-related?" "I do," Tito says. "Is culinary arts still going to make our lunches?" Picardi smiles and turns to Goolsby. "We've got our work cut out for us, Officer Goolsby," he says. "These fools have been spoiled rotten." Picardi announces our work assignments. Israel and Harjeet get the plum job, weeding and tending to the fall beds of asters, mums, and flowering kale that decorate the front yard, then washing and waxing the warden's and deputy warden's cars. Solomon, Ratchford, and Tito are handed push brooms and told they'll be sweeping the walkways and the parking lots. When Solomon tells Officer Goolsby that Cavaniero always has him work with me, Goolsby says, "Oh yeah? Gee, thanks for letting us know. Now get over to the parking lots and start sweeping." This earns Goolsby a thumbs up from his mentor, but leaves Solomon looking shaken. The poor kid may still be within earshot when Picardy asks Goolsby whether he knows who he is. When Goolsby shakes his head, Picardy makes his finger a gun. "Woof, woof, bang, bang, bang." Goolsby says Solomon's nothing like he pictured him. Picardy saves the last assignment for me and, just as I guessed, it's the crappiest job. Handing me a rake, a short-handled shovel, and a bucket, he tells me to clean out the decaying leaf sludge beneath the long row of barberry bushes that separates the back lawn from the woods. I nod, denying him the satisfaction of seeing that I'm pissed to be singled out for this work detail. As I start off toward the job, he catches up and walks alongside me. "Too bad about Cavaniero, huh?" he says. "I bet you're going to miss him. I understand you two were pretty tight." "Tight? I wouldn't say that. We get along okay. He gets along with everyone." "Ain't that sweet," he says. "From what I hear, he's probably not coming back. He'd be out for months anyway, so he's looking into early retirement." "Well, like you said, officer, what happens to staff is none of my business." He smiles at the gotcha I just landed, but then he retaliates. "So how's your wife, Ledbetter? It's Emily, right? How's Emily?" Rather than whacking him in the face with this shovel I'm carrying, I keep walking toward those barberry bushes. "Enjoy," he says, then turns and walks back toward the barn. Fuck him and fuck his boot-licking assistant, too. If Picardy doesn't let up, I'll quit rather than put up with his bullshit. It rained most of the night before, so the ground where I'm working is saturated. Within the first hour, my work boots and socks are soaked. Worse than that, the muck I'm scooping up is mice and bug-infested, and they're not happy that I'm screwing with their domain. There hasn't been a frost yet, so I'm spending half my time swatting away flies and mosquitoes. By mid-morning, I've pulled 2 ticks off me. The one on the back of my neck had already begun to embed itself. It's warm for October, Indian summer, the TV weather guy said last night. So I dressed in just my scrubs this morning, no jacket. Now I'm covered in bites. The only good thing about this shitty work detail is that it's closer to the river, which I can hear loud and clear after all that rain. I wish I could see it, too. At noon, the crew reconvenes at the barn, but there's no sign of Solomon. Has he freaked out and made matters worse for himself? Walked off the job? I remind myself that whatever happened, I'm not responsible for him. I just hope that short fuse of his hasn't gotten him in trouble. Well, Picardy isn't here either, so at least that's a win. Goolsby passes out our lunches and tells us we have 20 minutes. "That's 10 minutes less than what Cavaniero gives us," Harjeet points out. "Gave you," Goolsby says. "Who are you, the union rep?" "Like I said, 20 minutes. Picardy's star pupil is coming right along. I open my bag lunch, a thin, gray slice of bologna between 2 slices of white bread, 2 bendable carrot sticks, a stale mini donut, and an 8-ounce plastic bottle of water. The bologna's a launching pad for bacteria, so I pull it out and just eat the bread. Goolsby's nearby, so the guys are keeping their voices down, but I tune into the chatter. "You know who she is, right? Works in the office, blonde hair, nice rack. She's got to be pushing 50, but I'd still tap it. He's Dabrowski's nephew. Got into some kind of trouble at the women's prison. They transferred him here so that Unc can keep an eye on him." "How come they want to impeach him but not her? What about Benghazi? What about her fucking emails?" "Houston's had home field advantage and the Nats were running out of gas. That's why it was the Astros in 6. Solomon hasn't done anything stupid, has he? He was working with Ratchford and Tito. "Hey, where's the kid?" I ask Ratch. He rolls his eyes. "We were busting his chops a little, nothing serious, but he started yelling at us, calling us lowlives. Then he sat down, puts his face against his knees, and starts wailing. When we told him it was lunchtime, he didn't move. Kid's a real wacko, huh?" I nod. "DOC should have never put him here. Cavanier was kind of looking out for him, but now... Oh, okay, here he comes. Hey, Solomon." As he walks over toward me, I get up and move away from the others so that I can talk to him in private. He's red-eyed, red-faced. I ask him how the parking lot detail's going. "Terrible," he says. "They keep making fun of me." Yeah? What do they say? I made one honest mistake when we were walking over there, okay? Called it brooming instead of sweeping, and they started laughing at me, and I was like, hey, it makes sense. What did we use when we raked leaves? Rakes. Or when someone plays baseball, what does he bat with? A bat. And Ratchford goes, yeah, but when some guy in the outfield makes a catch, he uses his glove, not his catch. Then Tito grabs his crotch and says that when he fucks a woman, he uses his cock, not his fuck. Ratchford said he couldn't believe I got to be my age without knowing not to call it brooming. So I said maybe he and Tito had to do low-life jobs like sweeping where he came from, but I didn't because we have a cleaning lady. Then they started calling me Richie Rich and shit, and they wouldn't let it go. I tell him he's got to be careful about knocking where people came from because that could hit a nerve. So they can make fun of me all they want, but I have to be careful about what I say? I hate this stupid crew and this stupid job. At least I'm getting away from here tomorrow. Yeah, about that, Solomon. Court runs are tough. Don't think of it as a day off. They'll wake you before the sun's come up, shackle and belly chain you, load you into the van, and chain you to whoever else has court that day. Then they'll drive around the state for hours picking up cons from other facilities. It gets hot and stagnant in the back of that van. If you start feeling nauseous, put your head down and take some deep breaths so you don't vomit. For once in his life, he shuts up and listens instead of giving me an argument. When you get to the courthouse where your case is being heard, they'll put you in a holding cell with a bunch of other guys. Some of them may be mean, some of them sick or smelly. Just keep your mouth shut, and when you and your lawyer finally get in front of the judge, it'll take maybe 5 minutes to get your continuance. Then it'll be back to the holding cell, then back in the van for several hours while they drop off everyone they picked up before. By the time you get back here, it'll be after dark and you'll be hungry and thirsty. But don't drink anything during the day. They might not let you out of the cell to pee. You don't want to end up peeing your pants. Why are you telling me all this? To scare me? Why would I want to scare you, Solomon? Because you hate me after what happened in the library? His bottom lip pokes out, and he looks close to tears. God, the poor kid is so maddening, but so vulnerable. I was pissed at you for that, yeah, but I don't hate you. I just don't want you to expect tomorrow is going to be a vacation day, because it's not. When do you think Lieutenant Cavaliero's coming back? He asks. Doubtful that he is coming back, but rather than telling him that, I just shrug. I just want to work with you, he says. You're the only one who understands me. He's wrong. There's no way I'll ever be able to fathom that damaged psyche of his. But seeing him in pain like this makes me feel guilty about how intent I was to get him off my back. Like it or not, he's mine. I put my hand on his shoulder and tell him that for the time being, the work assignments aren't in our control. But when you get teased, you have to try to laugh it off or give it back a little. Just don't say anything more like you had a cleaning lady and they didn't. But we did have one, he insists. That's not the point, Solomon. What you don't want to do is push your privilege in people's faces. Makes them feel like you think you're better than they are. But you just said that when they make fun of me, I should give it back. Now you're saying the opposite. No, I'm not, and lower your voice or this conversation's over. But it's over anyway when Goolsby announces that it's time for us to get back to work. I haven't seen Picardy, but who's complaining? Okay, speak of the devil. Here they come, up over the rise and heading toward the barn. Picardy and his best buddy. But what's Anselmo doing here? He worked third shift last night. Doesn't he have anything better to do than hang around at Yates with his bro? He's carrying a pizza box and a liter of Coke, and it looks like Picardy's gotten himself a salad and a bottle of water. No soda or mozzarella for him. The jerk's always bragging about his low body fat percentage, like anyone but him gives a shit. Goolsby's eaten with us, but not these two. Picardy apparently gets as much time as he wants. Your tax dollars at work, Connecticut. Before heading back to my assignment, I sidle up to Ratchford and Tito, tell them I realized they were just horsing around with Solomon, but maybe they should ease up a little. He's pretty fragile. Yeah, fragile like an egg, Tito says. Cracked. Okay, Dad, we'll cool our jets, Ratchford promises. Back at my post, I rake a pile of muck out from under a barberry bush, scoop it up with my hands, and drop it in the bucket. Pick up the bucket, carry it over to the woods, and empty it. Standing there, I listen to the siren song of the Waconic. Come, and I'll cleanse you of this place, it seems almost to be promising. Should I risk it? Is it worth getting a ticket to wander off for a few minutes if they catch me? But why would they know when they're back at the barn having their pizza party? Fuck it, I tell myself. Go for it. I can feel my heart jackhammering as I run past pines and sycamores and scampering squirrels, dodging brambles and boulders embedded in the soft dirt. Then there it is. I move closer and stand there, savoring the thunder of it in my ears, the sun diamonds sparkling on its surface. Thanks to a jagged rock embedded in the river's path, I feel its spray on my face, the taste of it on my lips and tongue. It's exactly what I need. Just a minute or two to take it in after all these months of cement and sensory deprivation. I look across the river to the sheer rock ledge on the other side. It's maybe 70 or 80 feet high, unscalable by someone attempting an escape, like that guy back in the 70s who's something of a legend at Yates. And a cautionary tale. He got halfway up, then lost his footing and fell to his death, bashing his brains against a boulder at the bottom. Escaping's not even something I fantasize about. With almost half of my sentence served, I'm not about to screw that up. Seeing the river in motion and hearing it up close is all I need. At my feet is a fallen maple leaf. I pick it up, toss it into the river, and watch the current carry it south. It's the same direction I'll be traveling when I get out of here, hopefully heading home to Emily and Maisie. I have to get back before my absence is noticed, but I need to carry some of this hope with me, something tangible. At the river's edge, I reach into the water halfway up to my forearm and scoop up a handful of mud and gravel. Sitting on my palm, half hidden, is an oval stone about the size of a quarter. With my other hand, I pull it out and finger it between my thumb and index finger. It's milky quartz, white and translucent, smooth to the touch. I fling the rest of the mud back into the water but hold on to the stone, tighten my fist around it and run back toward the clearing, hoping my defiance hasn't been detected. It hasn't. I'm safe, but it's a close one. I hear Picardi before I see him. "Okay, I got one," he says. Drunk walks into a saloon and orders a shot and a beer. He sees a jar full of 20s and asks what's that all about. Bartender tells him whoever completes 3 tasks successfully gets the money. I try my best to tune him out by listening to the river. Then I see them. Anselmo's still hanging around, but Goolsby's not with them. So the drunk says, "Okay, now where's the old lady with the bad tooth?" That must be the punchline because Anselmo guffaws on cue. 2 more bushes and I'm done, I tell Picardi. What do I do after that? Grab a push broom and sweep out the barn. Okay, asshole. Hey, Ledbetter, Anselmo says, that cell of yours ever dry out after we visited you? It did, dickhead. Thanks for asking. Yes, sir. It rains most of the next day, so work is canceled. I keep wondering how Solomon's doing. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to warn him about court runs. One thing I've noticed is his tendency to lash out when he gets scared or overwhelmed. I just hope he's able to hold it together because if not, he'll get the worst end of it. Midway through the morning, I'm stretched out on my bunk reading another Easy Rollins book, Charcoal Joe. Manny's writing to his sister, something he does every week. When the intercom clicks on, the officer at the desk says, "Ledbetter. I'm told Miss Jackson, the new counselor supervisor for our block, would like to meet with me in her office. Am I free this afternoon at 2? I tell the squawk box I guess I can fit her into my busy schedule. The intercom clicks off. What do you think this is about? I ask Manny. He says he got called into her office last week. It's just a meet and greet. She wants to put names to faces. I guess she hasn't gotten the memo yet about staff needing to show their indifference. I liked her. I like her too. Firm handshake, warm smile, close to 6 feet tall. Her hair's in cornrows with a braided bun on top. She's already read my file, so I'm spared the pain of having to talk about my conviction. I'm more focused on the here and now, she tells me. How are things going? Before I can answer, her phone rings. Excuse me, she says. I scan the room while I'm waiting. 2 stacks of inmate files on her desk, a bookshelf that holds sociology and criminology texts, and family pictures. She's hung her framed MSW degree on the wall behind her. Aaliyah Brooks Jackson, it says. Awarded 2 years ago, the year I entered this place. I look back at the photos. In one, a framed newspaper clipping, she's wearing a number and leading a pack of other runners. The headline says, Aaliyah Tubby Jackson breaks state record. Tubby? Did that nickname survive early childhood, or were they being ironic? In another photo, she's a bride with her new husband. 3 smaller pictures chart the growth of a little girl from infant to toddler to school kid with missing front teeth. Her daughter, I presume. That must be the daughter's artwork on the bulletin board. I smile, wondering how those giant people are supposed to live in that much smaller house. Makes me think of that book, Clifford the Big Red Dog. And, of course, the giraffe family that lives next door to Maisie in the book I'm doing for her. When Miss Jackson hangs up, she asks me again how things are going. I tell her about how hard it is not seeing my daughter, and she commiserates, but I end up talking mostly about Solomon, his crying jags and temper tantrums, the self-abuse, his vulnerability in this hostile environment. An adult men's prison is the last place where this kid should have been placed. Lieutenant Cavaniero thought it might be good to put him outside on the grounds crew, so we had an arrangement that Solomon would only work with me and I'd kind of look out for him. That worked okay, more or less, until the lieutenant left. Now that we've got a new supervisor, all bets are off. She cocks her head. Why is that? She and I have only just met, but because she seems genuine and hasn't been here long enough to have gotten jaded, I decide to risk it. Best case scenario, Officer Picardi doesn't give a crap about Solomon or any of the rest of us, so me looking out for the kid isn't something that interests him. Worst case, he's a bully with a sadistic streak. Her forehead wrinkles. That's a bad combination, she says. I'll look into it. She writes something down. Whatever her looking into it means, I hope it doesn't come back and bite me in the ass. She says she hasn't met Solomon yet, but she'll read his file and call him in. I tell her he's at court today. It's just for a continuance, but court days can be hard. And you're worried about him. When I nod, she smiles and says, Well, I think it's great that you're stepping up, taking on the role of his prison dad. No, I tell her, shaking my head. It's just situational because of what got set up when Cavaniero was the crew chief. No need to be defensive, she says. Attachment can be a good thing, for both of you. Since she's read my file, she knows why I'm here. But if she's jumping to the conclusion that Solomon's a stand-in for Nico, she's way off base. Good talking with you, Ledbetter, she says. I'll be in touch. She stands, I stand. She gives me that vice grip handshake again, and I'm out of there, worrying that I've said too much. I could have said a lot more, but I stopped short of telling her how Picardi is training Goolsby to follow his lead, or that his best bro Anselmo has been coming off the night shift and hanging around in the daytime, too. It was probably stupid of me to say anything. Counselor Jackson is a wild card. Bottom line, if you don't know whom you can trust, don't trust anyone. Staff, especially. There's no sign of Solomon at supper chow. When our cell doors pop at 8 for our last 5 on the floor before lights out, Manny and I leave our cell. They never get back this late, I say. This isn't good. Something must have happened. Look, Manny said. I follow his gaze to the end of the corridor, and there's Solomon. He's walking, zombie-like, past his and Doherty's cell and heading toward me. As he comes closer, I see that his face is puffy on one side. He's got a shiner. When he leans his forehead against my chest, I put my arm around him. Rough, huh? You want to tell me about it? His head moves side to side. I might as well just kill myself, he says. I break from him and make him look me in the eye. His bottom lip is trembling and tears are spilling down his cheeks. No, you're not going to do that, Solomon. Whatever happened today, you're not going to harm yourself or let it defeat you. You hungry? He says he hasn't eaten anything all day. Okay, stay put and I'll get you something. I re-enter our cell and grab a package of cheese crackers with peanut butter and an almond joy. Go back and hand him the food. The buzzer sounds, signaling the end of 5 on the floor. Get some sleep, I tell him. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Get yourself up in time so you don't get hassled for being late. We can walk over together. He shakes his head. I'm not going. Yes, you are, Solomon. What you're not going to do is sit in your cell all day tomorrow and replay today. You're going to get up on time, walk over to the barn with me, and keep busy. What do they call this? Tough love? I have no idea whether that's what he needs, but I know that wallowing in self-pity was what made me think suicide was the answer. Here, take this, I tell him. It's not a gift, it's a loan. Don't lose it. I hand him my river stone. He glances at it, then looks up at me. I don't get it, he says. It's from the river back there. It's powerful. He rolls the stone between his thumb and index finger, studying it. When he looks back up at me, I can tell he's skeptical. The following morning, Solomon is up in time but withdrawn. He sits across from me at breakfast chow. The swelling on the side of his face has gone down, and his black eyes begun to change color. When the guard calls time, we dump our trays, leave the hall, and walk toward the barn in silence. Here, Solomon says. He hands me back the river stone. I tell him he can keep it for a while, that I don't need it back this soon. I don't want to lose it on you, he says. I tell him to suit himself and take the stone back. Chapter 29. November 2018. Days 484 through 86 of 1095. Bacardi is doing push-ups while he waits for the crew to assemble. He's been in a good mood the last couple of days because he was in a weightlifting competition last weekend and won in his weight category. What was his prize? Ratchford wondered. A mirror so that he can kiss it? We all laughed at that one. Everyone here, Officer Goolsby? Bacardi asks. Goolsby gives him a thumbs up. Okay, listen up, ladies, he says. We're starting a project today that's probably going to take a couple of days to finish. What's that, boss? Tito asks. The maintenance department's planning to repaint the barn before the really cold weather gets here, but as you can see, it's peeling pretty bad. As if on cue, Spence comes out of the barn, pushing a wheelbarrow full of scrapers, wire brushes, wooden blocks, sheets of sandpaper, and face masks. You're working in pairs, two to a side, one of you up on a ladder, the other on the ground. Tito and Israel, you're scraping the east side, Ratchford and Harjeet the west, Ledbetter and Clapp, you do the back. Spence, you and Officer Goolsby can tackle the front. This seems to take Goolsby by surprise, but he recovers quickly from the demotion. That all right with you, Officer Goolsby? Bacardi asks. Goolsby gives him a nod and a half-smile. I can tell from Solomon's face that he's relieved we're working together again, and I guess I am too. Has Aaliyah Jackson worked some kind of counselor's magic, or is this just a coincidence? Probably the latter. Nothing gets done this quickly at DOC. But if she did intervene, I'm sure Bacardi didn't like it. Where are the ladders at? Harjeet asks. Goolsby points to the pickup rumbling toward us on the dirt road. One of the maintenance guys is at the wheel, and 4 extension ladders stake out from the back of the truck bed. Okay, girls, grab your equipment and get started, Bacardi says. Chop, chop. Goolsby drops the tailgate down, and Tito, Harjeet, Spence, and I slide the ladders out. Israel says he has trouble with heights and wants to be on the ground. Me too, Solomon says. I tell him sure, but that he should grab the other end of the ladder. Of course he objects. Tells me Spence and Tito are carrying their ladders by themselves. Why can't I? When I give him a look, he cooperates. Things go okay for the first hour, although Solomon's no more enthusiastic about scraping than he was about leaf raking or brooming. When he complains that the paint I'm scraping off overhead is getting chips and dust in his hair and eyes, I ask him how he might solve that problem. Oh, he says and moves to the other side. Like I told Cavagnero, he's a work in progress. When Goolsby shouts that it's lunchtime, I tell Solomon to go ahead. I have one more little section in the corner to scrape, and then I'll be right down. He disappears around the corner, but here comes Bacardi. He stops at the base of the ladder, and when I get off the bottom rung, he latches onto my shoulder and says, I met your new friend yesterday afternoon. I know who he means, but I play dumb. Which new friend is that? He lets go of my shoulder and pulls down my face mask. Jackson. You really gave her an earful, didn't you? Talking about how you and Clapp have a father and son bond or some such horse shit. I clarify that I didn't say that, she did. Guess she doesn't know about your history as a father then, huh? He's goading me, but I stand there blank-faced, waiting for this to be over. Or maybe that's not the kind of bond we're talking about. You and that little geek got a man-boy love thing going on? Is that why you want to be his daddy? I feel my right hand make a fist. No, sir. Is that all, Officer Bacardi? Not quite. He gets a foot from my face. You fuck with my authority again, Ledbetter, so that a counselor tells me who's working with who on my crew. You better remember that payback is a bitch. Got it? Yes, sir, I understand. May I grab some lunch now? Sure thing. Maybe Clapp saved Daddy a seat. After work, I tell Manny about the exchange. I know you care about the kid, Corby, he says, but be careful. Bacardi has a 10-pound chip on his shoulder where you're concerned. Plus, he's insecure as fuck, so he's going to feel threatened by a supervisor pulling rank, especially a self-confident black woman. The last thing you want to do is get in the middle of a pissing contest between custody and counseling. I know he's right. On our second day of scraping, the work assignments get juggled. Everyone's but mine and Solomon's. Bacardi isn't going to buck authority, but Manny's right. I need to watch my back. Things go without incident all morning. At lunchtime, Bacardi leaves Goolsby in charge and takes off over the hill toward the facility. Later, when we get back to work, I can see from my vantage point on the ladder that he's coming not from the prison but from the woods. Anselmo's with him, and his voice is the one that carries. I thought you said this shit was mellow, but I'm fucking baked, man. I gotta sit. When he plops down on the grass, Bacardi sits too. Whatever he just said makes the two of them giggle. I look down at Solomon to see whether he's heard or seen any of this, but his attention is elsewhere. A turkey hen and her young are pecking and circling at the crest of the hill. If those are the same ones he's watched so closely before, the chicks have grown. They must have started molting because their birth fluff is mostly gone. When Solomon takes 5 or 6 steps toward them, the mother hisses and ruffles her feathers, and her young scurry in different directions, then freeze in place. Solomon stops in his tracks, and Mama somehow gives the all-clear. The poults unfreeze and rejoin her, resuming their scavenging for bugs and seeds. They're about halfway between Solomon and the 2 stoned COs. $10 says you won't do it, I hear Anselmo say. Do what, I wonder? The fuck I won't, Bacardi says. One of those stupid birds put little dents in the door of my Mustang last week, right after I'd washed and waxed it, saw its reflection and attacked it like it was an enemy. How dumb is that? Sanborn seen it when he was coming on shift and chased her away. He gets up off the ground and draws his canister of pepper spray out of its holster. Arms extended like he's holding a Glock, he says, "This is for you, bitch," and shoots. The mother hen takes a direct hit. She screams in ear-piercing agony, then falls over, beating her wings against the ground. Her panic-stricken young run around her in frenzied circles. Laughing, Anselmo calls his buddy one crazy motherfucker and says he hopes no one comes across the injured bird and starts asking questions. Bacardi tells him he worries too much. Then he walks over to her and stomps her head. Picking her up by her feet, he rears back and flings her into the woods. "Don't forget my $10, he reminds his bud. It doesn't dawn on me that Solomon's just witnessed what I have, until I see him charging Bacardi, his paint scraper raised like a weapon. "No, Solomon, stop!" Alerted by my shouting, Anselmo and Bacardi turn and short-circuit his kamikaze assault. Anselmo grabs his wrist and twists it until Solomon cries out in pain and drops the scraper. Bacardi picks him up from behind, then slams him down against the ground, Solomon screaming, "You murdered her! You murdered their mother!" As Bacardi comes at him, Solomon curls into a fetal position. I scramble down the ladder fast as I can to stop what's happening. Bacardi presses his boot against Solomon's neck, eases up, then kicks him in the head and in his side once, twice. "Cut it out!" I yell. Reeling around, he faces me, red-faced and furious. "Stay the fuck out of this, Ledbetter, or I'll have you down on the ground next." Anselmo tells his buddy to calm down. "They're not worth it," he says. He looks scared, but Bacardi is still seething. When a voice behind me asks what happened, I turn around and see Officer Goolsby. Lured by the commotion, the other crew members are standing behind him. "Stop dogging it and get back to work," Bacardi screams at them. "Nothing to see here," Anselmo says. Some of the guys look from Solomon to me, their faces asking what's just gone down. I shake my head, not now, maybe later. I can tell from the look on Goolsby's face that he can't figure out what's happened either. After the onlookers have been dispersed, I approach Solomon to see how badly he's hurt, but Bacardi steps in front of me. "Weren't you supposed to control this little psycho?" he says. "Isn't that why I had to make sure you two work together?" I stand there glaring back at him, saying nothing. "You saw him try to attack an officer without provocation, and you had better corroborate that if there's an investigation," Bacardi says. "But there was provocation. He saw you pepper spray an innocent animal." His pupils are still dilated from the weed, but his eyes flash with hatred. He gets right up in my face. "You didn't see a thing, understand?" When I don't respond, he says, "You saw nothing except this batshit crazy little freak try to attack me out of the blue." Spittle flies from his mouth and lands on my face. "And if you claim otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. Got that? Now get back up on that ladder, Daddy, so that we can haul your twink out of here." I stand there, hand in my pocket, fingering my riverstone. "That's an order," he says, "unless you want me to write you up for insubordination." "Yeah, go ahead," I finally say. "You write me up for not following an order, and I'll write you up for what I saw you do." "Keep it up, big shot," he says, "and I'll fucking break you." "He means it," Anselmo adds. "You better play it smart." Climbing the ladder as ordered, I look over my shoulder to see them pulling Solomon up on his feet. Bacardi shouts to Goolsby that they've got to take care of something, but they'll be back before quitting time. "Okay, boss," Goolsby shouts back. I climb higher and watch the 3 of them head off. Anselmo's and Bacardi's upper arms are hooked under Solomon's armpits, and they're walking him backward, half walking and half dragging him. The way Bacardi slammed him down on the ground, he might have injured him, and those kicks he delivered could have broken one or more of his ribs. From my vantage point, I watched them lead Solomon not toward the facility, but into the woods. My better judgment says to stay put and scrape paint, that I can't help him, but I climbed down anyway. Entering the woods where I saw them go, I follow Bacardi's voice. From behind the trunk of a good-sized oak tree, I watch what's going on. They've got the kid down on his hands and knees. When Bacardi orders him to do it again, louder this time, Solomon barks like a dog. "I can't hear you," Bacardi keeps saying. He makes him repeat himself until the sound coming from Solomon is part barking, part sobbing. Seeing what those motherfuckers are doing makes me lightheaded. I have to lean against the tree to steady myself. Anselmo asks why he got so bent out of shape about some stupid turkey when he's in prison for killing a bunch of defenseless dogs. "I don't know," Solomon cries. "I don't know." Bacardi says he wants to hear what those poor dogs sounded like as they were being executed. When Solomon tells him he doesn't remember, Bacardi pulls out his pepper spray. "Well, you better remember quick or you're going to get the turkey treatment." Broken and terrified, Solomon begins to howl. Sickened by what I'm witnessing, I have to stop it no matter what it costs me. I step out from behind the tree and shout, "Hey!" Solomon and his two tormentors look up and see me. I turn and run. Almost out of the woods, I spot the dead, mangled turkey. Without knowing why, I grab it, cradle it, and keep running. Reaching the clearing, I look back at the barn, Goolsby standing there staring at me. I turn and run in the opposite direction toward Block B. Is this really happening? Have I gone this far out on a limb? Yes. So fuck Bacardi and his threats. They're not getting away with this. And fuck counseling protocol, too. I'm not waiting around for an appointment. She's going to see me now. I enter the building and head toward Jackson's first-floor office. She jumps when I barge in. "Ledbetter." She looks at the dead hen I'm holding, then up at me. Out of breath and realizing from her face that I'm scaring her, I try to explain, but can't get the words out, can't catch my breath. "Calm down," she says, but I can't. My heart is revving. I begin to shake, hyperventilate. I'm just barely able to squeeze out the words. "Panic. Attack." "Okay, sit down and take some deep breaths." I do what she says, drop the dead bird on the floor beside me. I hear something Dr. Patel once said. Panic attacks aren't fatal. When I'm a little calmer, she unscrews her thermos, pours some water into a paper cup, and tells me to drink it. Swilling it, I begin to choke. "Easy," she says. "Slow down. Sip it slowly." Wiping away my tears, my left eye begins to sting, and I realize I have some of the bird's pepper residue on my hand. When I tell her why I'm screaming, she pours more water and has me hold the cup to my eye and keep blinking. I follow her instructions until it stops stinging. When I'm finally able to tell her what happened, she's measured and professional. "But if he was rushing at him with a weapon, didn't Officer Bacardi have a right to defend himself?" "Yeah, but he already had him down on the ground. Why would he start kicking him in his side, kicking in his head, stepping on his neck?" "Did anyone else witness this?" "Just Anselmo, but he's not going to throw his buddy under the bus." "What about when they took him into the woods? Can anyone corroborate your account of what they made him do?" I shake my head. "No one except Solomon." Deep sigh. She shakes her head. "Okay, let me explain how the grievance system works. First of all, an offender can't file a grievance on another offender's behalf. It would have to be Clapp who made the complaint by submitting an administrative remedy form requesting a formal review of what happened. Then the administrative remedy coordinator for your unit would either let the complaint proceed or dismiss it." "So who would this coordinator be? A captain? The unit manager?" "Not at this stage. It would be another of the custody officers in your building. Typically that person will side with the officer being grieved, not the complainant. It doesn't always happen, but that's the way it usually goes." "In other words, the deck is stacked. If it gets dismissed, can he appeal?" "Yes, but in this case it's unlikely to go anywhere. If, as you say, CO Anselmo backs up CO Bacardi's account, it would be one offender's claim against two officers." "But I corroborate what Solomon says, so it would be 2 against 2. "And whose version do you think would prevail?" She has me there, but I'm not ready to give up. Kicking the kid? Making him bark like a dog? Bacardi's been pulling all kinds of shit around here and gotten away with it, but this was flagrant. The guy's a sadist. The problem is he's more or less untouchable because of his uncle." "Who's his uncle?" she asks. "Deputy Warden Zabrowski." She winces, says she didn't know that. I get up off my chair and go to pick up the dead bird. "Leave that," she says. With my hands on the knob, I stop and turn back to her. "Do you believe me? That all this happened?" "I do, as a matter of fact, just by seeing your condition when you came in here. Look, it's a slippery slope when counseling tries to challenge custody's authority. I know a counselor in Enfield who lost his job for daring to do that. Ledbetter, I have a husband out of work and a daughter to support, a mortgage, car payments. So if you're planning to take this to the mat, I can't afford to get down there with you. And before you decide to pursue this, think about the possible repercussions for both you and Clapp. You're not in a position to fix this, no matter how justified you'd be for trying. And if Solomon's just been on the receiving end of an ugly, traumatizing episode, do you want to set him up for more of the same?" I shake my head. He'd probably be too scared to blow the whistle on them anyway. And I don't think that turkey's going to file one of those administrative remedy things either. Either she doesn't appreciate my gallows humor, or she's thinking about something. "That's actually something you could file a grievance about. I'm not suggesting you do it, but it's one thing that's not about Clapp. Not directly, anyway." I wait. "Inappropriate use of a state-issued weapon against a defenseless animal. But I doubt that would go anywhere either. It would still be your word against theirs." "Not if there's evidence. Do you have a cell phone? Maybe you could take a few pictures that I could use." She says the first thing they'd want to know is how you got those pictures. "And you've got a daughter, a mortgage, and a car payment. Okay, I get it." "There is one thing I can do," Jackson says. "Get Clapp to the hospital and have his injuries looked at. Have some x-rays taken. I'll request a psych eval while he's there, too. I'll flag it as an emergency so they don't just walk him over to the med unit and give him a couple of Tylenol. The state shouldn't be housing Clapp here when he clearly needs to be in a psychiatric facility. I might not be able to get him transferred by myself, but a report from the hospital couldn't hurt." I thank her for listening to me and taking it seriously. She thanks me for caring about Solomon. "But I'm worried about you, too," she says. "You need to take care of yourself. Do you know anything about black holes, Ledbetter?" "I know that whatever gets sucked into one never gets out." "Exactly," she says. Standing up, I tell her I'd better get back to the job we're doing. I ask her what she wants me to do with the dead turkey. She tells me to leave it, that she'll get it disposed of. "Somehow," she says. After I leave her office, I head back to the work site to face the music. I start chastising myself for being too emotionally involved in Solomon's problems. Sure, I feel sorry for the kid and want to help him, but he's not really my responsibility. Jackson's got a daughter to support, and so do I. The best way for me to support Maisie is to keep my nose clean until I get out of this place and be back in her life. Solomon's not my kid. She is. Still, I'm not as powerless as Jackson thinks. Getting Anselmo and Picardi fired is a long shot, but it could happen. Inappropriate use of a state-issued weapon against a poor, dumb animal? Somebody's got to do something to expose those two and the shit they're pulling. When I get back to the barn, the sun's on the descent. I can hear the other crew members scraping. I'm guessing about an hour to go until quitting time. I grab my scraper and start climbing the ladder when someone grabs my foot. "Hey!" I yell. "What the fuck?" Looking over my shoulder and down, I see it's Picardi and, behind him, Goolsby. "Tell him, Officer Goolsby," Picardi says. "Go back to your block, Ledbetter," he says. "You're off the crew." "You had a good thing going here, but you blew it," Picardi adds. I'm tempted to say what I'm thinking. You COs have a better thing out here than we do. Pizza parties, pot parties, no one watching you. That would wipe that smug expression off Picardi's face, but I'd end up paying for it in spades. Walking back to B Block, I decide that if I get the third degree from any of the other crew members, I'll keep my mouth shut. The less said, the better. I enter the block, climb the stairs to our tier, and stop at the control desk. "What's up?" CO McGreevy asks. I tell him I need an administrative remedy form. McGreevy and I have never had any issues, but he gives me a suspicious look as he hands it to me. When I ask him where it goes after I fill it out, he points to the locked box at the far end of the desk. "Who reads these?" I ask. "The unit officer who handles grievances for this block," he tells me. "Officer as in a regular CO?" He nods. "Who is it?" He says I'm not privy to that information. It's not Picardi, is it? Or Anselmo? He looks around to see whether anyone's watching. Then he shakes his head. So I write up the complaint and drop it in the box, then what happens? Depends. The grievance officer either dismisses the complaint or passes it up the chain to the unit supervisor, or sometimes to a captain or a lieutenant. But not to the warden? Jesus, Ledbetter, what is this, 20 questions? Maybe one time out of 100 it goes as high as the warden's office. But it's usually dealt with before it gets that far. You sure you and whoever you got a problem with can't talk it out instead of putting it in writing? Settle it that way? I tell him yes, I'm sure. On the way back to our cell, I try to second-guess which CO would be reading my complaint. Kratt, Hernandez, maybe even McGreevy himself. Whoever it is, I get the feeling a lot of the other guards think Picardi's a douche, so it might make it to the next round. And Captain Graham's our unit supervisor. She's no nonsense, but she strikes me as fair. If it gets to her, she might follow up, ask questions, pass it up the chain. It's worth a shot. Back in our cell, when Manny asks me about my day, I can't help but laugh, though nothing's remotely funny. I tell him I got kicked off the crew. What for? He says. Picardi and Anselmo were abusing Solomon, so I walked off the job and reported them to Jackson. Wow, that was either ballsy or stupid. Abusing him how? Threw him on the ground and started kicking him. I feel my anger bubbling up again just thinking about it. Then they took him into the woods, made him get down on all fours and bark like a fucking dog. Jesus, that's bad. But I've seen worse, Corpse. I make him promise not to say anything about what I just told him, to let me handle it. Jackson's going to have him checked out at the hospital, I tell him, get some x-rays taken, and have him talk to his shrink, although who knows how that's going to go. But seriously, Manny, don't discuss this with anyone. Okay, I get the message. Sheesh. I'm worried about him, you know? He's just a fucked up kid. You know who I'm worried about, Corby? He says. You. You've gotten too involved with that kid. Yeah, he needs help, and yeah, he doesn't belong here, but you can't fight his battles for him. Okay, Manny, thanks for the unsolicited advice. I put the big mythology book on my lap, grab a pencil, and start filling out the grievance form. What's that? He asks. I read him the heading, CTDOC Form 16E, Administrative Remedy Regarding Alleged Staff Misconduct. Don't you love all the bullshit euphemisms they have at this place? Administrative remedy. The real remedy will be if I can get Picardi and Anselmo fired over this. For bullying the kid? Roughing him up a little? No, you can't file a grievance on another inmate's behalf. This is about what they did to the turkey. Looking bewildered, he lets go a laugh. The turkey? What turkey? Never mind, I want to get this done. You can read it after I finish. But the day has taken its toll, and I'm too emotional and too exhausted to phrase it right now. I stop after the first 3 or 4 sentences. I'll write the rest of it tomorrow. I don't have work anymore, so I'll have plenty of time. I flop down on my bunk, face to the wall, and close my eyes. It plays in my head like a movie. The way they hurt him, humiliated him. I'm just starting to doze when I hear, I wouldn't if I were you. I turn my head, and there's Manny standing next to my bunk. He's holding the grievance form. Except you're not me. Come on, Corby. You know how these things go. Anselmo and Picardi will back each other up, and you'll end up standing in dog shit. Then they'll want to get even, and frankly, I don't want to get caught in the middle of it. This isn't about you, Manny. The fuck it isn't. What if they shake down our cell again and go through my stuff, too? See what I've got stashed away? I don't want to get a ticket for contraband because of your grandstanding. He climbs up to his bunk, crosses his arms across his chest, and pouts. I'm not grandstanding. I'm standing up to a couple of bullies. He jumps down again and goes to the back window. With his back to me, he says, And if you think you're going to get those 2 goons fired over a turkey, you're fucking delusional. You planning to take on the Union, too? And Picardi's uncle? No, but if my complaint travels a few links up the food chain, at least it will put the administration on notice that these 2 need to be watched. He pivots, facing me again. Okay, man. If you want to stick your neck out, you better watch out for the axe. And keep me out of it. I snatch the grievance form away from him and tell him to chill out. I fucking know what I'm doing, Manny. Ha, he says, goes back up to his bed, and pulls the sheet over his head. The next morning, on the way to breakfast chow, I catch up to Solomon's cellmate Doherty. "How's the kid doing?" I ask. He shrugs, says he hasn't come back from the hospital yet. What does it mean if they kept him overnight? Is he that badly injured? Has he had a breakdown? After I eat, I go back and start in again on the grievance. I go back and forth about including the part about them smoking weed while they were on the job, but decide against it. Too hard to prove, so I stick to the animal abuse. They made a $10 bet. Bacardi was the one who pepper sprayed her. She was suffering but still alive when he stomped her head and threw her into the woods. Her chicks can't fly yet, so without her protection, they'll be easy prey. I probably should not have added the flourish at the end of the complaint. If the matter is not taken seriously and dealt with appropriately, I will have no choice but to notify the SPCA about Officers Bacardi and Anselmo's cruelty toward a defenseless animal and her young. The instructions say to limit your complaint to the back of the form and one extra page. By writing smaller on the last half page, I just make it. When our cell doors pop for our 5-on-the-floor break, I walk down to the desk to drop my grievance into the box, but I stand there hesitating. Maybe Manny's right. Maybe sticking my neck out is a mistake. But if I'm called in to talk about the pepper spraying, then maybe I can mention what they did to Solomon. The trouble with thinking like Manny is that it's defeatist. Jackson said she didn't think I'd have a shot either. They both assume inmates are powerless, but maybe we're not. I'm starting to lose my nerve a little. But I'm in it now, and I'm doing it for Solomon and whoever else they've been bullying, myself included. I drop the form through the slot. On my way back to our cell, Doherty stops me. A couple of the guards just came in and packed up Solomon's stuff, said he's been transferred out of here, but they wouldn't tell me where. Hopefully Counselor Jackson performed some kind of miracle and got the poor kid into a psych facility. I'm relieved that he's out of this place, but I wish I'd had the chance to tell him goodbye and good luck. He drove me nuts, but I'm already feeling his absence. One day he's here, the next day he's gone. Chapter 30. December 2018. Days 508 through 13 of 1095. I've waited 3 weeks for a response to my grievance, but have gotten zilch. So on Saturday, I get a pass and head over to the library. I have to get an address for the SPCA. When I threatened to notify them, I wasn't really going to do it, but by not responding to my complaint, they're calling my bluff. I figure I'd better follow through. Mrs. Millman's not there, so I have Javi look up the address on the computer in her office. I write the agency a 3-page letter, stamp it, and drop it in the slot for outgoing mail. Mid-morning the following day, Manny's at work, and I'm giving the cell a cleaning. A new CO, who looks like he's about 18, unlocks our door and comes in. "Room search," he says. Nothing of Manny's is touched, but my stuff, mattress, bed sheets, pillow, books, art supplies, toiletries, is thrown in a pile in the middle of the floor. "You looking for anything in particular, officer?" I ask. He says he's just following orders. Then he grabs my plastic bottle of shampoo and squeezes its contents all over my stuff. "Orders from who?" I ask. When he doesn't answer, I tell him that's okay. I know it was Bacardi. "Don't know anything about it," he says. "Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to say gobble, gobble, gobble." "Okay, you're clear. Sorry about the mess." In the middle of the next night, I wake up to someone tapping my shoulder. Startled, I jump up in bed, blinded by a flashlight beam being held a few inches from my face. When the beam is turned around, it lights up the contours of Bacardi's face. "Hey there," he whispers. "Just thought I'd bed check you to make sure you're okay." I feel his breath on my face, but say nothing. Do nothing. After he leaves, I squint over at Manny's digital clock. 2:47. I'm awake for the rest of the night. Over the next few days, I remain clenched and vigilant. Anselmo and Bacardi are both working third shift, which isn't helping my sleep any. Someone slipped me a folded note through our tray trap. When I open it, it says, "You're going to be sorry." Each time I go to the chow hall, I hear some random gobbling. I don't know who's doing it, and I'm not giving anyone the satisfaction of looking around to see who it is, but I'm pretty sure it's coming from one or more of us inmates. Whoever they are, they must be doing Bacardi and Anselmo a favor to see what they get in return. Manny and I haven't been saying much to each other, but every time someone gobbles, he looks at me. He was right about me getting pushback, but I don't want to admit that the harassment is messing with my head. Back on the tier, I try calling Emily, hoping to get a sympathetic ear. I'm grateful there's no one else using the phones. Usually there's a line at all three of them, so it's kind of a miracle. This call originates from a Connecticut correctional facility. If you wish to accept a collect call from Corby. I hold my breath and wait for her to hit the accept number. She doesn't. Either she's out, or she's standing there staring at nothing. She hasn't accepted my calls in a couple of weeks now, or visited me in almost 2 months. I recall that conversation we had about her work and therapy, how she was being encouraged to respect her boundaries and take care of her own needs ahead of others. Meaning my needs, no doubt. But what does taking care of her own needs entail? Taking a spa day? Getting a manicure? Spending more time with her new friend, Mr. Wonderful? Too bad her needs don't include driving down here to see her husband. I hang up and dial the number of my second line of defense, Mom. Less than a minute into our conversation, she says, "You sound upset, honey. Are you okay?" She always knows. Yeah, just feeling a little down. Why bother going into it about the intimidation campaign when she can't do anything about it except get upset? Well, I know something that will cheer you up. Maisie, honey, you know who's on the phone? Your daddy. Come say hello to him. Emily almost never asks Mom to babysit. Where did she go that she didn't ask her mother? Maisie. There's an awkward silence, then Mom's voice again. Sorry, Corby, she's very focused right now on her Play-Doh project. I showed her how to roll out snakes, and... That's okay, Mom, don't pressure her. How's she doing? Oh, she's fine, Corby, and smart as a whip. Knows all her colors and letters and the entire alphabet. And she's artistic, too, just like you. Even has some of your gestures when you were her age. Unable to speak because of the lump in my throat, I say nothing. Emily says she's going to hold her back another year before she enrolls her in kindergarten. I think she's more than ready. By next year, she'll probably be correcting the teacher. Of course, I don't say anything. It's Emily's decision, not mine. Not mine either, apparently, I say. But then again, why should I have input when I haven't seen her since I got here? Mom tries one of her cheer-me-up comments. Everyone thinks Maisie resembles Emily, and sure, she's got her coloring and her dark eyes, but when I look at that daughter of yours, Corby, I can see a lot of you at this age. Where did she go? What? Emily, where did she go that she didn't ask Betsy to babysit? I'm not sure, honey. Maybe Christmas shopping? I don't get to see Maisie that much, so I wasn't about to rock the boat by asking a lot of questions. Not even about where she was going? What if something happened and you need to get a hold of her? She said she'd leave her cell phone on and I could call or text her. I scoff. Like you know how to text, right? Honey, I've been texting for quite a while now. As in, you may be stuck in neutral, Corby, but none of the rest of us are. Did she say if wherever the hell she was going it was with someone else? No, why? Because I'm starting to think there's another guy in the picture, that she may be getting ready to unload her loser husband for a new model. Come on, honey. It doesn't do you any good to think like that. It's like we say in NA, you can look back at the past, but just don't keep staring at it. I know you mean well, Mom, but the last thing I need right now is one of your 12-step slogans. From the time I was a kid, my mother smoked weed, a consequence of having to put up with my father, I figured. By the time he finally left, she'd become a confirmed pothead. She tried to give it up a couple of times, but she only started going to NA after they sentenced me. Told me that the first time she visited me here, she said she needed to face her grief about Nico and the terrible repercussions for me instead of escaping from them by getting high. I keep thinking that maybe, if I hadn't been so casual about smoking marijuana when you were growing up, what happened to Nico might not have... I stopped her right there. Mom, I have to manage my own guilt about Nico every single day, sometimes hour by hour. Plus my guilt about the pain and suffering I've caused Emily, you and Dad, her family. But I'm not taking on your guilt, too. Nico's death is about what I did that day. It has nothing to do with the fact that you used to smoke weed, okay? Yes, okay, I'm sorry, Corby. The last thing I want to do is upset you. It's just that the program has helped me so much. I can't help but share the wisdom. It's... Mom. All right, I get it. You called me for a little TLC and I'm making you feel worse. And no, I doubt Emily is seeing someone else. Her mother told me she's worried that Emily has been isolating herself again and dropping weight. Betsy says it's a pattern, that she gets this way around the holidays and closer to the anniversary of Nico's. Well, you know, I told her that's a rough anniversary for you, too. For all of us. I'm just thankful Maisie doesn't seem to remember anything about that day. Unless it's a buried memory that will surface later. Give her another reason to hate me besides disappearing from her life. You have 1 minute remaining. Okay, Mom. Sorry I'm in a bad mood. Kiss Maisie for me and tell her Daddy loves her. Why don't you tell her yourself? Better not. I'm sure Emily would want to prepare her for it. Maisie, sweetheart, stop what you're doing and come say goodbye. Right now, young lady. Maisie. It's okay, Mom. Don't force her. No, wait. Here she comes. Now you speak into the phone and tell your daddy hello. I wait. Hear their whispered consultation. Then my daughter's on the line. You know what? Gammy, Vicky, and I are making snakes. And later on, we're going to make pudding. Hearing her small, shy voice brings tears to my eyes. You are? Wow, that sounds like fun. What kind of pudding? Chocolate? Oh, man, that's my favorite. Hey, do those snakes you're making bite? She giggles at the thought of it. Do you remember who I am? The silence on the other end is agonizing. Is she confused? Afraid? Have her memories of me faded away? I'm Daddy. Do you remember when I used to give you piggyback rides and push you on the swings at the park and read you stories at night-night? My heart is pumping hard. My hand clutching the receiver goes sweaty. Good night, Moon, and Pat the Bunny, and I haven't seen you in a long, long time, but pretty soon. We get cut off at that point. Conversation terminated by Securus Technologies. I slam the phone down, kick a plastic chair and send it clattering. Hey, C.O. Wierzbicki shouts from halfway down the corridor. Pick up that chair and get back to your cell. You got it, officer, I call back. Sorry. I try not to let him see I'm in tears. Yeah, Emily, we lost him because of me, but I'm losing her, too. It's not right for you to withhold her from me because... So fuck you, Emily, and fuck your new boyfriend, too, if that's what he is. Self-care? Is that how you're taking care of yourself, Em? Not visiting me, not picking up the phone and accepting my call? We both lost him, not just you. And now I'm losing her, too, because you never let her see me. What's that about, huh? Payback for the pain I've put you through? The humiliation I've caused you and your mother because you married the guy who got addicted, killed his son, and went to prison? I'm awake for a good part of that night, my emotions swinging back and forth between resentment of Emily, sympathy for what I put her through. Why shouldn't she start seeing someone while I'm stuck in here? File for divorce and move on. But if she and this Evan dude start playing house and Maisie grows up thinking of him as Daddy, I won't be able to take it. Not after I will have been in here for 3 years, unable to see her, hold her, play with her, and put her to bed at night. I get a couple hours sleep before waking up with an acid stomach and a sour attitude. I consider skipping morning chow because I'm in no mood to put up with anyone's bullshit. Then again, if they're serving something bland, maybe it'll calm down my gut. Okay, it's reconstituted scrambled eggs, 2 slices of white bread, and dishwater coffee. Could be worse. On the walkway heading back to B Block, I see Warden Rickerby coming toward me accompanied by a trio of suits. Politicians, probably, getting the PR tour, which explains why they were scrubbing down the block after hours yesterday. This is about the only time you see Rickerby on the grounds, when she's making the place seem like it's run better than it is. The expectation when she's in the company of visiting VIPs is that you give them a polite nod and keep moving. But I decide to risk being seen, being heard. Warden, sorry to interrupt, but can I speak with you about something? Not now, she says. Can't you see I'm busy? The metal button pinned to her coat says, ho, ho, ho. Please, it's urgent. Excuse me for a moment, gentlemen, Rickerby says. All right, what is it? Her back is to her guests, so they can't see how pissed she looks. I tell her about having filed a grievance against 2 of her officers because of an incident I observed, and that I've gotten no response. She glances down at my ID. Look, Ledbetter, she says. There's a procedure to follow and a chain of command. You can't just jump the line because you feel your complaint is more important than everyone else's. Warden, I don't think that, but I wanted you to know that 2 of your COs have been bullying some of us, and that one of them pepper-sprayed it. Stop right there, inmate Ledbetter. I'm not having you litigate whatever problem you're having with my officers. Let the grievance process take its course. and consider it an opportunity for you to practice patience, and in the future don't interrupt me when you can see I'm busy with guests." "Yes, ma'am. I apologize." "And screw you, Your Highness. Maybe if you got off your throne and looked around, you'd see what's going on around here." 2 days later, my complaint comes back to me in inmate mail. Stamped across it diagonally in red, it says, "Dismissed." The following day, my letter to the SBCA is slipped through the tray trap of our cell door. It's been opened, but there's no postmark. Those fuckers. It never even left the compound. I pace, kick stuff, stop to look at the calendar. Tomorrow's the 25th. Merry fucking Christmas. Chapter 31. March 2019, Day 600 of 1095. A red-haired boy, age 8 or 9, and I are fishing from a rowboat. The boat drifts among flowering lily pads on that pond where a kid in my 4th grade class named Eddie Elrod tried to swim from one side to the other but drowned halfway across. The boy might be Eddie, or he might be Nico, I'm not sure. Whichever one he is, his bob plunges underwater. "Got something," he says, and begins to reel it in. But what comes to the surface isn't a fish. It's a large bird, a great blue heron. Flapping the water off its wings, it skids across the pond's surface and takes flight. The fishing pole dangles beneath the heron until it's shaken loose and falls back into the pond. I watch the bird, unburdened now, fly farther and farther away from us. Us? I'm alone now. The boy is gone. I smile, remembering that Eddie Elrod had blonde hair, not red. The boy in the boat must have been Nico. "Hi, Ledbetter." "What? Who's there?" The tapping on my shoulder stops. "Did I wake you?" "Sorry about that." I know the voice. In the darkness, his whispering against my ear makes me flinch. "Just wanted you to know that Emily's been looking for it online. She's using a different name, but I recognize her. Hope nothing bad happens to her, because some of the guys on those websites are dangerous." "Well, nighty-night, Ledbetter. Get some sleep." After I hear him leave, I start to shake. My breathing is fast and shallow. That's bullshit about Emily, but it's jarred me. Hasn't he made his point? When the fuck is this going to stop? Deep breaths, deep breaths. From the top bunk, Manny asks what's going on. "Nothing. Go back to sleep." "Was someone here? I thought I heard someone." "You must have been dreaming." "Oh, okay, good night." "Night." A couple of minutes later, he's snoring. When my shaking subsides, I roll off my cot and walk to the back of the cell, look through the narrow sliver of window to the outside. Not much to see. The empty visitors' parking lot, the tipped-over garbage bin. It's probably been raided by that fat raccoon I've seen on other sleepless nights. The lamppost light is flickering, getting ready to die. Above it, the moon's waxing or waning, I'm not sure which. Back in bed, I keep shifting positions but can't get comfortable. Can't settle down. I'm furious with myself for thinking I could take on those two sons of bitches and win. I should have known better. I did know better. But I became so intent on making them pay for what they did to Solomon that a kind of temporary insanity took over. The insanity of ego, maybe. My father sometimes woke me out of a sound sleep, too, but he didn't whisper, he yelled. "What goes on in this house stays in this house!" He was fond of reminding me so that I wouldn't blow his cover. At his college, he was the well-respected professor. At home, he was the tyrant whose specialty was verbal abuse. "You know who brings home report cards like this, Corbin? Losers. People who are never going to amount to anything. You want to know why I never ask you to come with me to university parties, Vicky? Because you're an embarrassment, that's why." Maybe taking on Solomon's tormentors was a belated attempt to take on the illustrious Professor Ledbetter, the bully who demeaned and humiliated Mom and me, and then made his escape. I was never going to win that fight either. Justice would not be served. 3:15, according to Manny's clock radio. God damn it. How can I be exhausted and wired up at the same time? In that fishing dream, Nico was older than he was the day he died. School age, 3rd or 4th grade, maybe. So, at least in my dream state, he lives on and grows. I didn't end his life after all. Desperate to shut off my mind and get back to sleep, I do something I haven't done in a long time. "Hey, Nico, are you there? It's Daddy." I'm mouthing the words but not speaking them out loud. "I think I saw you tonight in a dream. Was that you? I'm still here in prison, still doing my time for having taken you out of the world. Out of this world, anyway. I'm still clean and sober, and I try every day to be a better person than I was the day you died. You've been my North Star in this effort, buddy. Do you know that? In AA, there's a prayer where we ask for the wisdom to know the difference between what we can change and what we can't. I'm in a tough situation right now because I wasn't wise enough. See, I saw something bad happening to this kid I was kind of looking out for, and my ego convinced me I could take on the system and stop it. But doing the right thing in here isn't the same as doing the safe thing. And there's been these 2 guards who are out to get me. The good news is that that kid, Solomon, got transferred out of here. How much do you see, Nico? Do you know how he's doing? I worry about him. I worry about your sister, too. First you disappeared from her life, and then I did. Do you think this might have screwed her up? Made her feel abandoned, or whatever? Your mom sends photos of Maisie and writes me sometimes about the things she's into. Disney princesses, tea parties, swimming lessons. She's in the Guppies class. In return, I send her notes and drawings, stories I write and illustrate to try to keep her memory of me alive. Her favorites are the one about her and her best friend Jeremy, who's a giraffe. I was into writing and drawing their 3rd caper when I realized Jeremy Giraffe was a stand-in for you. I have trouble accepting that your mother keeps your sister away from this place, and maybe from me. I thought she'd change her mind after a while, but she stayed firm on that. The last time we talked, she said Maisie's had to sit in time out a couple of times at her nursery school for hitting other kids. Boys, not girls. Your mother says it's just normal kid stuff, but is it? Where's that anger coming from? And how might this affect her down the line? There was such a strong bond between you 2. Is that somehow still intact? Do you watch over her, Nico? Even if she can't see or hear you, can she feel you're still there? With over half of my sentence served here, I have a lot of anxiety about what happens when I get out. I have 2 versions in my head about the day I walk out of here. In the first, the gate opens and your mother and sister are there waiting. In the other, I walk through the gate and look around. No one's there. Well, I'm getting sleepy now, so I guess I'll say good night. Please look after Maisie for me and keep her safe. I love you, Nico. Thank you for listening. I drift off, smiling and wondering whether I've finally discovered what, until now, has eluded me. Is my dead son the one who can remove my defects of character and restore me to sanity in this place where insanity reigns? Is Nico my spiritual touchstone? The shouting wakes me up. God damn it, Corby, I just stepped on that fucking thing. I think it bit me. Get it the hell out of here. I'm confused. What's he yelling about? I follow his pointing finger, but all I can see in the dim light is that it's a snake. Jesus, is it a copperhead? Those things are poisonous. Climbing to the safety of his upper bunk, Manny continues his rant. You had to file that stupid grievance, didn't you? I know what I'm doing, Manny. This isn't about you. The fuck it isn't. I knew I heard someone in here last night. I swing my feet onto the floor, walk cautiously toward it. False alarm, Manny. It's a milk snake. They're harmless. You're all right. I knew I'd get caught in the middle because of that grievance. Such a stupid move. You see them kill a fucking turkey and you get so bent out of shape that... Well, your space is my space too, asshole, and if this shit continues, I'm putting in for a cell change so I don't have to step on a fucking snake when I get up to take a piss. Now get that fucking thing out of here. I make a grab for it, but it's fast. Try again, and again. Get a hold of it on my 4th try when it slithers into a corner. Holding it so that its head pops out from the top of my loose fist, I take a couple of steps toward Manny. Look at him, he's kind of cute, isn't he? What are you afraid of? Get that thing away from me. I mean it, Corby, it's not funny. I hold it until they call us for morning chow, then carry the snake with me and let it go once we're outside. It pauses for a second or two, lifts its head, then slithers off the walkway and toward the woods. Probably hears the river out there. How can snakes hear if they don't have ears? I remember asking my father when I was a kid. They don't have ears, but they have inner ears. They hear vibrations. Later that day, I apologized to Manny about the snake, and he says he's sorry he lost his shit. In the time I've known him, he's never said much about his childhood, but he opens up about how kids in his Staten Island neighborhood used to chase after him with toads and snakes and call him a sissy pants, and that by middle school, sissy pants became pansy, faggot, fairy, flit. I tell him one of the things I admire about him is that he's comfortable about who he is and doesn't seem to get pushback from the homophobic assholes here. He says that's because straight guys enjoy a good blowjob just as much as gay guys do. And believe me, I give a great one. I smile, tell him I'll take his word on that. But I tell you, Corby, when I stepped on that snake this morning, I went flying back to Willoughby Avenue with those punks tormenting me, and Bobby Costello, who I had a secret crush on, putting his pet snake a few inches from my face and me staring at its flicking forked tongue. Talking to Manny gets me thinking about how most of us must carry our bruised childhoods on our backs when we come here. Solomon was the most obvious example. No matter how well-intentioned his adoptive parents might have been, or how unfit his birth mother was, she was still his mother. Maybe getting separated from her is at the root of his troubles. For a lot of the other guys here, the bruises might not show, but they haven't necessarily healed. My conflicted feelings about my father take center stage whenever I think about my childhood. Dad was the guy who taught me my love of nature when I was a little kid, taught me the names of the constellations in the nighttime sky and the stories that went with them. Those 3 bright stars make up Orion's belt. Above them and to the right is his shield. He was a warrior and a great hunter. There's Pegasus, the winged horse, who emerged from the sea to help Perseus rescue the beautiful princess Andromeda from being devoured by the sea monster Cetus. That cluster of stars tells their story. I can still pick out those stars in the sky, and I have vivid recall of those ancient tales. But Dad was also the guy who, as I got a little older, began to chip away at my self-confidence and sense of worth. You acted like you were afraid of the ball out there, and you didn't show the coaches any hustle whatsoever. That's why you were one of the last ones picked. What did you expect? I blurted out. Manny, you were right. I wish I had listened to you. I never should have taken on those 2. Bacardi's been sneaking in here in the middle of the night, waking me up and whispering shit to scare me. And that had to have been him who dropped the snake in here. I mean, Anselmo's a thug too, but he takes his marching orders from Bacardi. He's the ringleader and, for all I know, a fucking sociopath. I'm sure they're planning to make the time I have left as miserable as possible. Manny sighs, but doesn't say anything. So have you requested that cell change yet? 'Cause if you haven't, I changed my mind about that, he says. You're a pain in the ass, Corby, and I'm still sort of pissed at you, but we're friends. I'm not going to bail on you now. What he says brings tears to my eyes, which I try my best to hide from him. Chapter 32. August and September 2019. Days 734 through 79 of 1095. I remember a folk song my mother used to play and sing along with on one of her albums, a Joan Baez record, I think. Yesterday's dead and tomorrow is blind. Live in the present, Dr. Patel's letter advised. Day at a time, the big book says. But with 2/3 of my sentence completed, it's hard not to get preoccupied about the future. 12 more months to go. But then what? The squawk box clicks on. Hey, Ledbetter, the library just called. They need to see you about something. You want to pass? Sure, I'll be right there, thanks. Truth is, my attendance at the library dropped way off after that incident with Solomon. It wasn't my fault, but I was the one who brought him over there. A missing razor blade could have turned into a big headache for Mrs. Millman if she hadn't caught it right away. Wonder what she wants. Has a job finally opened up? I could use one. I've been going a little stir-crazy here in the cell. That time I brought Solomon here, everything was in chaos. Now when I walk in, the books are off the floor and back on the shelves. The freshly painted walls have brightened the place up a little. The computer station's up and running now. Some guy's hunting and pecking on the keyboard of that refurbished IBM. Mrs. Millman sees me, smiles, and walks toward me. Hello, stranger, she says. I tell her the place looks great. She nods and thanks me. When I ask her what's new, she says she supposes I've heard that the library's lost its most faithful patron. I glance over at the table where Lester Wiggins used to sit. Empty chair. I shake my head and tell her I didn't know. He died in his sleep a little over a week ago. Poor man was suffering terribly toward the end. He wanted so badly not to have to die in prison. But the warden denied the merciful discharge we were trying to get for him. At least they let his son visit him in hospice and pray with him before he passed. Lester wasn't religious, but it must have been a comfort for him to have Cornell there. She says she wanted to organize a celebration of life for Lester here in the library. But Deputy Warden Zabrowski put the kibosh on it, so we made a little tribute to him instead. She points to a small display halfway down the room. Zabrowski says we can keep it up for a week, then it has to come down and Lester's wheelchair has to be returned to the med unit. A whole week, huh? What a guy. She shrugs, asks why she hasn't seen me over here in so long. I'd like to say it's because I've been busy, I tell her, but the truth is I've had nothing but time on my hands since I got booted off the maintenance crew. She says she heard about that. Didn't it have something to do with that boy Solomon I was helping? Yeah, the kid's got major psychological problems, so they sent him here. What genius made that decision? By the way, I'm sorry about the stuff with the razor blade. No, that was my own fault for being careless, leaving it on the counter where he could be tempted. I should have known better. At least they finally transferred him to a psych facility. Is he doing any better now? I shrug. I asked my counselor for a progress report. She was his counselor too, but she says she can't access that information without written permission from him. I asked for the address of the place where he's at, but she says she's not authorized to give me that either. Well, he was lucky you were helping him while he was here. You're a good man, my friend. That's debatable, I tell her, but I like that she said it and called me her friend. Her smile becomes a frown. Now what's this I hear about some of the custody officers giving you a hard time? Taken by surprise, I mumble that I'm fine, it's just a few of them. But how the hell does she know? I solve that little mystery when I glance over at Javier, who's across the room shelving books. At the last AA meeting, I spilled my guts about some of the shit Picardi and Anselmo keep pulling. So much for who you see in here and what's said in here stays here. I don't mind so much that he leaked what I said to Mrs. Millman, but who the hell else did he tell? At least I didn't mention those goons by name. Good thing I didn't. If it got back to them, who knows what they'd do. Should I go over there and remind Javi that it's Alcoholics Anonymous, or just let it go? Well, first things first. So what did you want to see me about? I asked Mrs. M. Don't tell me I've made it to the top of the waiting list for a library job. Before she can answer me, the phone in her office starts ringing. Hold on, Corby, let me get this first. Rather than standing there waiting, I wander down to check out Lester's tribute. The sign on the little table next to his wheelchair says Lester Herbert Wiggins, 1941 to 2019. 4 photos are displayed on the table. In one, Lester's a member of a high school baseball team, the Wilby Wildcats. In the middle of the back row, he towers over his teammates. In the second photo, a formal wedding portrait, Lester's the groom in a sharp-looking 3-piece suit. He and his pretty bride look to be in their early 20s. Their faces reveal their innocence about the bad things to come. The third photo is a family picture. Lester's grown his hair out into a misshapen afro, and he's starting to go gray. His wife, maybe in her mid to late 40s now, smiles at her husband as if he's not wearing scrubs, as if the family is not standing in the prison yard with guards and security fencing looming in the background. The couple's kids are dressed like they're going to church. Cornell's maybe 13 or 14, his 2 sisters a few years younger than that. The 3 of them are wearing matching expressions somewhere between solemn and glum. The fourth, more recent photo was taken here at the library. Lester is a gray-haired great-grandpa now, decades into his 50-year sentence. He's at his regular table, reading a book and ignoring the camera. I recall when I first met him. No, I could not draw him, he said, because he wasn't my Uncle Remus. I smile, thinking about how firmly I had been put in my place for being so condescending. There's a folded newspaper on the table, too, the Prison Times, dated April 1989. What? They had an inmate newspaper? Under a front-page headline, Wiggins Wins Fishing Derby. There's a picture of a beaming Lester holding a good-sized rainbow trout. Back then we was treated like more than just our crime, I still hear him saying. 2 columns of books stacked on the seat of Lester's wheelchair bear witness to his love of reading. The spines face out, so the titles are, I flinch when I feel a hand reach from behind and cut my shoulder. Jesus, Javier, I snap. Sorry, hombre, he says. Kinda jumpy today, ain't you? It's more amusing to him than it is to me. I'm always jumpy now. It's the Picardi and Anselmo effect. So you like this thing we put up for the old guy? I nod. Mrs. M and I were going to give him a bigger send-off, but Zabrowski said no, so we came up with this idea. She told me her and Lester came to Yates the same year, so they've known each other forever. I tell him I like looking at the photos, being reminded that there was more to Lester's life than his incarceration. How did you guys get them? Cornell put the word out to one of his sisters and she sent them to us. And Mommy wanted to show what a big reader he was, so she had me look up what books he took out over the years and pull some of them off the shelves. Nice, I say. Hey, speaking of Mommy, how did she know I've been getting hassled by a couple of guards in my building? Who would have told her that? He looks down at the floor, says nothing. Because the only ones I talked to about that were you guys at last Sunday's meeting. And I'd hate to think I can't say what I need to in AA because I can't trust that it won't get repeated. I told her, he says. The day after that meeting, she asked me if I seen you lately, and it just came out. I'm sorry, man. You tell anyone else? He shakes his head, says he owes me an amends. I'll bring it up at the next meeting and apologize to you for breaking a confidence. It won't happen again, bro, I promise. We good? Yeah, we're good, I tell him. And you can skip the public apology. Your promise is good enough. When he thanks me and walks away, I glance at the titles of the books Lester's read. There's a number of Walter Mosley novels, of course, and baseball biographies of everyone from Smokey Joe Williams to Mookie Betts. He was into political books, too. Soul on Ice, Between the World and Me, Notes on a Native Son. So many of the men who come to prison spend their time stewing in resentment and letting their minds rot. Not Lester. I guess being a reader and a thinker was the way he found to survive his lengthy sentence. Corby, Mrs. M calls. I'm off the phone now. Let's talk. Approaching her, I ask again what she wanted to see me about. Well, you finally made it to the top of the waiting list, but in order to be a library assistant, you have to have more than a year left on your sentence. I checked on your release date, and it disqualifies you. Bad timing's one of my specialties, I tell her. But I have an idea for a special assignment I hope you'll consider. Yeah, what's that? Follow me, she says, and takes me over to the wall where those dated posters of celebrities promoting reading used to hang. We have this big blank wall now. I pretend gasp. Don't tell me you're retiring Yoda and Penny Hardaway and the Duke boys. I just hope the American Library Association will forgive me, she says. At first, I was thinking I'd buy some inexpensive art at Home Goods or TJ Maxx to fill up the space. Then I remembered when Bina Patel mentioned you were an artist, and I asked to see some of your work. Yeah, well, those drawings I showed you were just rough. Stop being so modest. How would you like to make this wall your canvas? What do you mean, paint a mural? She nods. I shake my head. Why not? I've never done anything this large. I'd screw up the perspective. Too much pressure. Plus, I'm not even that good. Nice try, but I've seen your work. You've already passed the audition. Yeah, well, that's flattering, but there's a big difference between doing pencil drawings in an 8x12 sketch pad and painting an entire wall. I hand her the book I'm borrowing, and she checks it out. Thanks for thinking of me, though. Well, I'm disappointed, she says. I guess it's back to Home Goods. Not necessarily. There's got to be a lot of guys doing time here who have artistic talent. I'll ask around, see if I can come up with a couple of names for you. Okay, I better get back. See you next time. I'm out the door and halfway down the stairs when I stop and go back in. What subject are you thinking of? She says she doesn't have anything specific in mind, that it would be up to me. I remind her that I've passed on the offer, but she says, maybe you can come up with a few ideas, work up some sketches. Nothing too controversial that the powers that be could object to. Okay, then. How about a scene out in the yard with Cons pole vaulting over the fence? Or a seascape with Warden Rickerby playing beach volleyball with her custody officers? Do you think she'd pose for me in a bikini? She laughs and tells me not to be naughty. But seriously, Corby, I suppose it should be something uplifting. Hopefully something colorful. I think colorful would be a tall order, since the only color palette they seem to have here is drab gray, drab pink, and drab green. Oh, you don't know how resourceful I can be. I have contacts I can hit up at Sonlists, Sherwin-Williams, and the art department at Connecticut College. I can get you all the colors of the rainbow, whatever you need. What do you say? I tell her I'll think about it. Work on some ideas. So that's a yes? It's a probably not, but maybe. She taps her finger against the blank wall and waits. Okay, it's a maybe unless you hate what I come up with. When she reaches over and kisses my cheek, I mockingly remind her that staff-inmate contact is against the rules. She says she doesn't think she'd have lasted 6 months here if she didn't break the rules. Which is why you're a badass, I tell her. She grins and says she'll take that as a compliment. As I walk back to B Block, I get a little choked up by the faith she's just shown me. The challenge of that blank wall begins to excite me, and ideas for the mural are already spinning by the time I'm back in the building and climbing the stairs. Colorful, she says. Tropical birds in a rainforest. Monarch butterflies against a blue sky winging their way back to Mexico. She says she'd like it to be uplifting. A sky filled with hot air balloons would be uplifting and colorful. Okay then, problem solved. Except how would that be different from the kind of art she'd buy at Home Goods? And more important, why would hot air balloons speak to the guys in this place? Sports heroes? I imagine it like the Sgt. Pepper album cover. Jordan, Jesse Owens, Muhammad Ali, and Babe Ruth in the front row. Behind them, Jackie Robinson, Ted Williams, Jim Brown, and Larry Bird. But what about Clemente, Gretzky, Tiger, Serena, and what about Olympic athletes? Carl Lewis, Usain Bolt, Jackie Joyner-Kersee? Would anyone besides me know my sentimental favorite, Steve Prefontaine? No, I can just hear everyone bitching about who I included and who got left out, and I'd probably have trouble getting all those likenesses right. That's supposed to be Magic Johnson? Nope, way too complicated. How about something historic? Maybe a battle scene between the Waconics and the Connecticut colonists. Nothing uplifting about war. Historic moments in the civil rights movement? MLK, John Lewis, and the freedom fighters at the Pettus Bridge? I'd love to stick it to the white supremacists around here, including some of the COs, but I don't want it to come back at me or land in Mrs. Millman's lap. Famous American writers? Rock stars and rappers? The Apollo 11 moon landing? That's one small step for a man. I spend most of the rest of the day thinking up ideas that seem promising, then scrapping them. By lights out, I still haven't come up with anything I want to go with, but it dawns on me that I've been so engaged by this project I've barely given a thought to those two a-holes who are out to get me and what they might pull next. The next day, same thing. Ideas keep sparking in my head, but nothing catches fire. By day 3, I have a sketchbook filled with notes and drawings that turn into dead ends. I'll give it another day or two. If I still can't come up with anything that excites me, I'll throw in the towel. On the 5th day of driving myself nuts, I start thinking about mythology. I open up that book I grabbed from the library when they were throwing shit out and thumb through those color plates by the masters. I flip past Bruegel the Elder's landscape with the fall of Icarus, then pause and turn back to it. I study the painting's composition, the unconventional choices Bruegel made. The farmer in the foreground, plowing a patch of land, is the most prominent figure. His size and his bright red shirt grab the viewer's attention before anything else, yet he's insignificant to the Icarus story. So are the shepherd minding his flock, the man fishing at the water's edge, and the sailors aboard the cargo ship on the pale green sea. These ordinary people, going about their day's work, are oblivious or indifferent to Icarus's headfirst crash into the Aegean and what I imagine came next. His flailing and fighting against a watery death. Again, I wonder why the artist chose to make the story's doomed hero the least significant figure in the composition, render him as a small detail rather than the central figure. What's Bruegel saying? The Icarus myth is usually understood as a cautionary tale against the recklessness of youth, but maybe that lowly shepherd one tier down from the farmer provides a subtle clue about the artist's intent. He stares up at the sky, his attention focused on something the viewer doesn't see. Could he be staring at Icarus's father, Daedalus, who invented the makeshift wings that led to his and his son's escape from prison, but also the son's fatal fall? Is the painting about Daedalus's fate, having to bear witness to his son's untimely death while he remains alive and aloft himself? having to outlive his boy, suffering with the knowledge that he's the unintentional orchestrator of his demise. I tear the color plate of Landscape with the Fall of Icarus from the mythology book, walk it over to the library, and run my idea past Mrs. Millman. "So clarify something for me, Corby," she says. "Does this mean you've decided to paint the mural?" I tell her it must because it's all I've been able to think about for days now. She applauds my answer. Then she takes the Bruegel print from me and studies it. "I know this painting," she says. "It's in a museum in Brussels. I saw it when my husband and I were traveling in Europe. So you're envisioning a landscape painting then? Any place in particular?" "Yeah, this place. The land, not the prison. You ever see that ledge on the other side of the river?" She nods, mentions the inmate who tried to escape by scaling that ledge, but lost his footing and died from the fall. I was thinking about that guy. But what if he had made it to the top, then turned around and looked down at the view? The woods, the fields, the river, but not these ugly buildings and the ugly stuff that goes on here. So you want to show what the property looked like before they built Yates? Or after they tear it down? Or both? She looks confused. "Well, work up some drawings that we can show the deputy warden," she says. "He'll need to sign off on what you're planning." "Do you think that will be a problem?" She looks at me intently. "Nothing too controversial, or he'll take the easy way out and say no. And think about what you'll say if he asks why you've omitted the institution." Okay, got it. Back in our cell, I draw a rough layout of the composition on paper, make a tentative list of who and what I might want to place in this past and future landscape. Lester Wiggins on the riverbank reading a book, Raconic people hunting and tending to their crops before the white settlers arrived, a deer and her fawn grazing in a meadow, a blue heron flying up from the river. I've borrowed a set of colored pencils from Mrs. M, so I add blue sky, green vegetation, brown for the river. If Zabrowski asks where the buildings are, I'll make up some bullshit answer, try to talk over his head so that hopefully he won't be able to come up with any reason to object. 4 days after I submit my design, I'm called to the library. The deputy warden is there, and so is Warden Rickerby. Mrs. Millman tells them how excited she is that, pending their approval, the library will soon display original inmate-generated art. Then she knocks me for a loop. "Mr. Ledbetter and I have discussed the importance of making sure the mural makes no political statements that some could find offensive. Now, of course, it's his right to exercise his freedom of speech through his art, but he's agreed to eliminate the pride flag and the phrase 'end police violence' from the mural. To his credit, he was happy to comply." What? I never even thought to include those things, but I'm following Mrs. M's lead. "Good," Zabrowski says. "We don't want to promote any of that stuff." Mrs. Millman asks whether either of them has any questions for the artist. "I do," Zabrowski says. "If this is supposed to be Yates' CI property, where are the buildings?" "Well, I suppose you've heard about the space-time continuum," I say. "The 3 dimensions of space, length, width, and height, plus time, the 4th dimension. Physics 101, right?" The warden looks hesitantly at her deputy and nods. Zabrowski nods back. "So if you studied Einstein's theory of relativity, you probably remember that he thought time travel might be possible, okay? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Assuming it would be possible to travel both back to the past and forward into the future, my intention is to illustrate that there was a time when the buildings here hadn't yet existed, and there will most likely be a time in the distant future when they no longer exist. Get it?" There's a long 5 seconds of uncomfortable silence. "Brilliant," Warden Rickerby suddenly declares. Zabrowski nods in agreement. When Mrs. M asks whether we can assume my design has their approval, the warden says, "Absolutely. And maybe when the mural is finished, we can get the press to do a story on it. It would be nice to get some positive publicity for a change." With that, she claims she and her deputy have another meeting to get to, and they exit the library as quickly as possible. "You jolted me for a minute, Mrs. M, when you started talking about pride flags and end police violence. What was that about?" "It's an old trick I learned from my community service days back in the 70s. When you're negotiating with the opposition, you start off by making a concession, real or imagined. It puts them at ease so that they think you're being totally reasonable." "But what about you? The space-time continuum? Einstein's theory of relativity?" She chuckles. "How in the world did you come up with that stuff?" "There's a new guy on our tier," I tell her. A physics professor who's here for embezzling from his college. I just asked him if he thought time travel could be a thing and let him ramble. I didn't really understand much of what I was saying just now, but I think they bought it. Oh, they definitely did. They think it's a big secret that they're dumb as rocks, the two of them. Don't quote me. I tell her my lips are sealed. Now then, she says, when I got up this morning, Howie was already downstairs in the kitchen baking cookies. Could I interest you in a snickerdoodle? I'm feeling pretty lifted when I head back to B Block. The design's been approved, and I'm brainstorming all kinds of ideas about the mural. But halfway to our building, I see two shadows approaching from behind. No big surprise, that kid was more fucked up than a soup sandwich. I recognize the voice. It's Picardy. Hey, Ledbetter, you hear the news about your little buddy? I keep walking. I'm not taking the bait. He hung himself. I turn and face him. Them. The two of them. Solomon? Bingo, Picardy says. You gonna be the next hang-up? They're both smiling. I ask them where they heard this. Where'd we hear this, Officer Anselmo? Picardy asks. Do you remember? Can't say that I do, Officer Picardy. We heard it somewhere, though. Yes, somewhere. What a shame, huh? R.I.P., psycho boy. They stop once they've delivered the message, but I keep walking. I'm short of breath, choked up and fighting tears. That poor kid never had a chance. Counselor Jackson's coming out of the building as I enter. Corby, you look upset, she says. Are you all right? I ask her whether she's heard about Solomon. When she shakes her head, I tell her what I've just heard. Oh, my God, she says. She turns around and re-enters the building with me. I have the number of the facility where he's been in my office. Let me see if I can find out what happened. Who told you about this? When I say it was Anselmo and Picardy, she gives me a skeptical look and tells me to check in on my tier. She'll let me know what she finds out. I do what she says. Back in our cell, I'm relieved to find myself alone. I sit on my bunk, put my head down, and sob. 10 minutes later, I'm called up to the control desk. Jackson's standing there, waiting. False alarm, she says. It didn't happen. I stare at her for several seconds, floored by the depth of their cruelty. Then I wipe my eyes, thank her, and walk back down to the corridor. Those sick fucks have the upper hand for now, but I've got less than a year to go in here. Maybe after I get out, I can find a way to blow the whistle. Expose the kind of shit they've been pulling. That would wipe the smiles off their faces. With the mural project approved, I get to work in earnest. First, I superimpose a grid over the drawing I showed them, figuring it will be less overwhelming for me to think in terms of smaller squares than the mural's overall expanse. Mrs. Millman provides me with a stack of printer paper so that I can draw detailed studies of the humans and animals I want to include in the painting. From there, I move on to the library's blank wall and take a deep breath. The wall is 8 feet high and 56 feet wide. It takes me a couple of hours to recreate the grid. After that, I begin penciling in the details in each square. That takes the rest of the week. I'm nervous just thinking about it, but on Monday, I'll begin committing color to the wall. When Emily accepts my call on Friday evening, I spend most of our 10 minutes describing what the mural's going to look like when it's finished. You sound so upbeat, she says. I'm happy for you, Corby. When I ask her what her weekend plans are, she says just the usual chores. Oh, and I have company coming for dinner tomorrow night. Oh, yeah? What are you making? She says she'll keep it simple. Chicken parmesan, salad, garlic bread. And I'll probably pick up cannoli at Romano's for dessert. God, that sounds so good. Who's coming over, Evan? Yes, and Amber. The one who teaches with you. Got jilted at the altar? It didn't exactly happen that way, but yes. I told Evan he should ask her out, and so far so good. This will be their third date. Does her voice sound a little sad, or am I just imagining it does? I tell myself not to say it, but then I do. You know, for a while I wondered if you and Evan might be... There's a pause on her end. Then she says, well, to tell you the truth, it was headed that way. But it wasn't going to work, so... So you fixed Amber up with him instead. Wow, that was nice of you. I put my hand over the receiver so that my sigh of relief won't be audible. So what about Maisie? Is she going over to your mother's? No, she's going to your mother's, Emily says. Vicky's taking her to see Frozen 2. Then Maisie's sleeping over, and they're going to breakfast in the morning. Nice, I say. Mom must be thrilled. Securus gives us the 1-minute warning. Well, good luck with your mural, Corby, Emily says. And good luck with your dinner party. I wish I was having chicken parmesan and cannoli tomorrow. Put some in the freezer, will you? I'll eat it after I get out. She doesn't respond. It was a joke, Okay, love you. I love you too, she says. Sounds like she means it, but I tell myself not to read too much into it. Walking back to our cell, I can't help but wonder what "it was headed that way" means. Were they sleeping together? Had they talked about him moving in? And who pulled the plug, him or her? I know better than to ever ask these things. I have to let it go. I'm just relieved that whatever might have been happening, it's not happening anymore. Amber hasn't been teaching that long, so she's probably still in her 20s. So good for you, Evan. You're finally interested in someone your own age. Mrs. Millman's scavenger hunt for supplies has yielded a bonanza of paints, brushes, thinner, and other materials. On Monday morning, I take a deep breath, squeeze an inch of acrylic paint out of a tube of cerulean, combine it with matte gel medium, and dip my brush into the mixture. I start with the sky. 31 days later, another month of my sentence has been served, and the mural is finished. Like the plowman in Bruegel's painting, I'm in the foreground, wearing a red shirt, and standing at the top of the steep rock ledge on the opposite side of the Waconic River. My back is to the viewer as I gaze at the scene below. Yates Prison no longer exists. I've banished the buildings and the security fencing that contains us. The land has returned to its natural state of woods, fields, and streams that feed into the tea-colored river. Cedars and sycamores, maples and elms grow in abundance. In the crotch of a ginkgo tree at the river's edge, a great blue heron tends to her nestlings as her mate flies toward them, a fish in his beak. They are unaware they're being stalked by a pair of predators, 2 copperheads ready to pounce. In my mural, a number of people have come to the river and its banks. On one side, Lester Wiggins sits on a rock fishing, perhaps about to catch that prize-winning rainbow trout. On the opposite side, 3 Waconic women till the soil as a hunter from their tribe emerges from the woods, carrying the bow he's used to kill the young deer draped around his shoulders. Mrs. Millman and Dr. Patel, both barefoot, wade into the water. Dr. Patel holds up the bottom of her sari so that it won't get wet. Mrs. M waves to the men floating downriver on inner tubes. Manny is one of them. Javier's another. Angel's a third. Farther down from them, 3 young men skip stones that bounce along the river's surface. One boy wears a fedora, the other a hoodie. Emmett Till and Trayvon Martin are alive again, 2 friends having fun. The third boy is Solomon, no longer a loner, but a buddy of theirs, too. Near those 3, but farther back, Emily and Maisie stand on a path that travels alongside the Waconic. They gaze across the river and up, looking at me, seeing that I'm free, but on the other side, atop the unscalable ledge. And on the far right side of the mural, as insignificantly placed as Icarus in the Bruegel painting, Nico, my butterfly boy, stands alone, an easy-to-miss figure with chrysalis green skin. From the top of his head, just-hatched monarchs rise to join the others in a kaleidoscope journeying south, 100 orange and black wings against a cloudless blue sky. Chapter 33. October 2019. Day 802 of 1095. It's Warden Rickerby's idea to hold a reception to celebrate my artistic achievement, but the last thing I want is attention of any kind. I ask Mrs. Millman to explain this to the warden, but Rickerby's opportunity for favorable press trumps any consideration of the artist's comfort level. Our law and order governor is invited, as are several state and local politicians, the corrections commissioner and some of his staff, prominent members of the community, and the local media. Mrs. Millman asks me to play along. The reception will give her the opportunity to make a pitch for more funding for the library. Reluctantly, I agree, but lose a lot of sleep thinking about the last time I was on TV and in the papers, worrying that everything might get dredged up again and stoke the outrage of the hardliners on Facebook or whatever. He's there to be punished, not paint la-di-da pictures on the walls. Governor Witham sends his regrets but issues a statement assuring voters that while he expects full accountability for crimes committed, he supports inmate rehabilitation. Some of the other politicians promise to make appearances, probably just long enough to get their pictures taken for the newspaper. Mrs. Millman tells me that Food Services will provide a carafe of fruit punch and an urn of coffee with setups. Her husband Howie has volunteered to bake a tray of cookies. 3 kinds, 12.5 each, she says. Chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, and frosted lemon. He's thrilled to have the assignment. She promises she'll squirrel away some of the goodies so that I can take them back to the fellas on my tier. Are there any people you'd like to invite? She asks. Write down their names and I'll see what I can do. Here's who I put on my list. Emily, Dr. Patel, Lieutenant Cavagnero, and for moral support, Manny and a couple of my buddies on the tier. I would have put Mom on the list, but she's going in for knee surgery. Dad, no way. He still hasn't visited me here, and he never wanted me to go to art school in the first place. Manny and the other guys get denied. The warden's office notifies Mrs. Millman that it would be inappropriate for offenders to mingle among the dignitaries. Emily and I haven't spoken for a couple of weeks, so I have no idea whether she's planning to come. Mrs. Millman said she tried to invite Dr. Patel personally, but her husband said she was in London visiting her son and their grandkids. On D-Day, shortly before the reception is due to begin, Manny says my pacing the cell is driving him crazy. Relax, man, this is a good thing. Painting the mural was the good thing, not this yeah-rah-rah bullshit. It's not like you're going to your execution. But that's what it feels like when Zabrowski arrives to escort me to the library. How many movies have I seen where the con who's about to fry in the chair is flanked by a couple of guards? So how does it feel to be the man of the hour? Zabrowski asks me. Feels terrible, but I know I'm supposed to voice my gratitude. Quite an honor, I mumble. He's wearing his full-dress uniform, and, per usual, I'm in my tan scrubs. He tells me to take off the ID that, on a normal day, I could get a ticket for not wearing. As we walk along the walkway in silence, we pass Goolsby and Picardy out in the yard, supervising the crew on their break. Picardy is giving his uncle and me the once-over, and he doesn't look happy. I fantasize about using my man-of-the-hour status to blow the whistle on Zabrowski's sick fuck of a nephew. Tell him about some of the shit he and Anselmo have been pulling. But getting through the next hour is going to be challenging enough. The library has been rearranged for company. Rows of plastic chairs, a tablecloth on the counter where the refreshments are, red carnations in a vase. The mural's covered with 3 large blue tarps taped together. Like Zabrowski, Commissioner Knox and Warden Rickerby are wearing their dress uniforms. The commissioner's handshake is limp, but Rickerby's is a firm grip. When Mrs. Millman sees me, she walks over and hugs me in front of them, a brazen disregard of the rules. This will be over before you know it, she whispers. Just keep smiling. This close to her, I get a whiff of lavender, a fragrance that Emily used to wear. I haven't smelled lavender in a long time. I ask Mrs. M if she knows whether my wife's coming today. She says she made sure she was invited, but doesn't know whether the warden's office heard back. Now come with me, I want you to meet my husband. He's hiding out in my office. Loves to bake, hates to schmooze. Howie Millman and I shake hands. I thank him for making the cookies. He makes a joke I don't quite catch. They're a match set, the Millmans. She's not much over 5 feet tall, and he's maybe 5'4", or not even. They're both wearing T-shirts. His says, I read banned books, and hers says, I'm a librarian, what's your superpower? Mrs. Millman tells me to go out and mingle a little. Under 10 minutes, she promises. Then I'll start the program. Mrs. M's right-hand man, Javier, is the only other con in tans at this shindig. He congratulates me and hands me a coffee and one of Mr. Millman's bakery-sized cookies. I'm so jittery that the coffee jumps over the top of the cup, and when I take a bite of the cookie, it gets stuck going down. I have to clear my throat 3 or 4 times to dislodge it, drawing the attention of the dignitaries nearby. When I take another slug of coffee, it finally goes down, but everyone's still looking at me. My face feels hot, and I know I'm turning red. Sorry, I say to no one in particular. The commissioner jokes that he was getting ready to give me the Heimlich maneuver, ha ha ha. After 10 minutes go by, I've been watching the wall clock, Mrs. Millman invites everyone to take their seats for the unveiling. She begins by thanking the administrators for green-lighting the mural project and today's celebration. Looks like they're eating it up, too, especially when they get a round of polite applause. Mrs. M's not a kiss-ass. She's playing politics because she wants more money for her library. It's fun to watch the way she operates. She invites the warden to speak. I tune out most of Rickerby's blah blah blah, but catch the end of her spiel. My team and I always do our best to accentuate the positive at this institution. Really? I hadn't noticed. Rickerby and Zabrowski are the designated unveilers. As they walk toward the mural, I feel my stomach muscles clench, sit on my hands so that no one will see how badly they're shaking. To make things worse, the warden starts counting backward from 10. I'm glad she's enjoying herself in the midst of my panic. What if everyone hates it? What if all the political protests I've embedded in the work, anti-white supremacy, anti-racism, anti-prison, are blatantly obvious? Embarrassing the powers that be around here could cost me big time. Rickerby reaches the end of her countdown, and, from opposite ends, she and Zabrowski yank down the tarps, exposing the mural. And me. I hear a couple of wows, a fantastic. A few people applaud at first. Then more. Then many more. All I can see are the flaws. Some of the trees are hastily rendered, the sky's too blue. Most of all, I wish to hell that I'd kept Emily and the kids out of the mural. I shouldn't have tampered with their privacy like that. Our story is too personal for public art. What was I thinking? When Javier stands, clapping loudly, most of the others follow suit. I look down at the floor until Mrs. Millman, seated next to me, leans in and says, "Enjoy your moment, Corby. Look at your audience." Facing them, I put my hand over my heart, bow my head, and wait for the applause to stop. When it does, I say, "Not sure I deserve all this, but thank you." Mrs. Millman retakes the floor. She tells the audience that she'd invited me to share some remarks about my work, but that, being a bit shy, I asked whether she would speak on my behalf. Truthfully, it was more like begging her than asking. "Howie," she says, "you want to do the honors?" From behind the circulation desk, her husband props up a poster-sized enlargement of landscape with the fall of Icarus. Mrs. M explains that Bruegel the Elder's 16th-century masterpiece was the inspiration for my mural. She says how exciting it was for her to witness the day-by-day coming together of my vision, first sketched out in detail, then painted. "I'm telling you folks, I couldn't wait to come to work so I could see what was going to happen next." Polite laughter, people looking between the mural and me. I look away. Mrs. M picks up some index cards, looks over her notes, and begins her prepared remarks. I'm moved that she spent so much time and effort on this. She says she believes that painters and writers are magicians of a sort, that they invite us to lose ourselves in their work and, in doing so, find ourselves. As you take in Corby Ledbetter's mural, you most likely see and feel something different from what the person standing next to you sees and feels. We bring our own lives, our personal histories, and our values to art and literature. Yet somehow, simultaneously, art and literature connect us to one another. That's the magic. So I feel it is entirely fitting that this mural now resides in a library filled with books and ideas. A prison library where incarcerated men arrive feeling remorseful or resentful or defiant, perhaps wondering how their lives went so far off track from what they imagined. And if they are brave enough to face themselves without looking away, then this is a place where they can gain the valuable insights that will help send them on a better path. She ends with a quote from Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, something about how an inmate who comes to prison does not have to lose his humanity or end his quest for self-realization and growth. "And now, Corby, I'd like to say something to you personally," she says. "Long after you leave Yates and go on your way, your evocative work will remain here, inviting the incarcerated men who enter this library to linger over your mural's mysteries and meaning and puzzle through whatever it says to them. Thank you for your gift. We are grateful." More applause, more blushing from me. I scan the room, looking for Emily, but she's not here. Up from their seats now, the audience mills around, chatting and enjoying refreshments, studying the mural up close, pointing out details to one another. People keep coming up to me, complimenting and congratulating me, and it's so nerve-wracking that I take refuge in the stacks. Having grown up in my father's house, I feel more comfortable with criticism than praise. And has everyone conveniently forgotten what I did? Why I had to come here? Corby, Mrs. Millman calls. Some of the media people are looking for you. I try to beg off being interviewed by a reporter from a local TV station, but thankfully it only lasts for 30 seconds and the camera lingers on the mural, not me, as I speak. No mention is made of why I'm doing time. The Hartford Courant reporter tells me she and her photographer are on a tight schedule. Let him get his picture first, and then I need to ask you some questions before we have to take off. The photographer says he wants to shoot me in front of the mural. Remembering the only other time my face appeared in the Courant and why, I think fast and point out that the figure in the painting closest to the front with his back to the viewer is supposed to be me. How about if I stand facing the painting rather than looking at the camera and you can photograph me from the back? To my great relief, he says he likes the idea and obliges me. But I'm not so lucky with the eager young reporter. She looks like she just arrived from some journalism school and is angling for a big story. Do you feel the rehabilitative services at Yates have helped you to prepare for a successful return to life on the outside? The commissioner, his media relations officer, the warden, and Mrs. Millman are standing close by, so I give her a pallid version of what they want to hear. Next, she asks me a series of softball questions. Was I trained as an artist, or am I self-taught? What drew me to the Bruegel painting? How long did I work on the mural from start to finish? Then she leans close. You were sentenced to prison after being convicted of negligent homicide and the death of your son, right? I nod. There's rehabilitation, sure, but is there any getting over a tragedy like that? None of her goddamn business. Can we please just talk about the mural? Okay, sure, she says. Would you care to comment on the subversive nature of the work, Mr. Ledbetter? It's a gotcha question, the kind I was dreading during my bouts of insomnia. When I glance over at Corrections' PR person, it looks like she's gone on high alert. I figure I'd better play dumb. Subversive, what do you mean? Well, you painted the prison property without the prison. Why? Because I'm imagining the area centuries before there was a prison, way back before the white European settlers came and it was Wakonic land. Right, I get that, but that guy over there tells me he's in the mural. She nods to Javier, who's chatting with one of the local politicians. He says that's him floating downriver with 2 other prisoners. Prisoners, but no prison. Emmett Till and Trayvon Martin resurrected? An indigenous tribe living again on the land? Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ledbetter, but isn't your painting a protest of sorts? Aren't you arguing against white oppression, and wouldn't some consider that subversive? Although she's right, all I can think of to say is that all art is open to interpretation. She smirks as she jots down something on her pad. The photographer approaches, tapping the face of his wristwatch. Come on, Abby, he tells her. We're running late, and I've got to get a shot of that ribbon cutting. Okay, last question, Mr. Ledbetter, she says. Tell me about the little boy with the butterflies who's way in the background. Is that your son? Your Icarus? Mrs. Millman runs interference for me before I can respond. Corby, look who's here! Thinking it's Emily, that maybe she got here in time to see the standing ovation they gave me. I see instead Lieutenant Cavagnero. Excuse me, I tell the reporter. There's someone I need to talk to. As I pass by Mrs. M, she gives me a wink. Cavanyero's face looks pale and drawn. He's using a walker. Good to see you, Ledbetter, he says, limping slowly toward me. If I'd have known you were an artiste, I would have exchanged your rake for a paintbrush. I thank him for coming and ask how he's doing. Better than I was right after I took that spill, he says. A fractured pelvis is no joke, believe me. But anyway, congratulations. How have you been? I have the urge to tell him about getting kicked off the work crew and why. Instead, I say things are okay and that I'm looking forward to getting out in another 10 months. Oh, and that kid Solomon, he got transferred to a psych facility. Good, he says. Never should have put him here in the first place. Now tell me about this mural of yours. What's it mean? Whatever you want it to mean, I tell him. I stick pretty close to Cavagnero for the rest of the reception, avoiding as best I can any more questions or compliments. The commissioner and his gang leave shortly after the Courant folks, followed by most of the others. When it's only Javi, the Millmans, and me, Mrs. M tells me that several of the people she spoke with said how impressed they were with my work and that she thinks things went well. I just hope all that praise wasn't too painful for you, she smiles. Excruciating, I tell her. Nah, just kidding, it was okay. Thanks for doing all this and for the kind words you spoke. Did you get a chance to lobby for more funding? I did, she says. I spoke with Dr. Spears, the Unified School District Superintendent, about beefing up the literacy materials for our new readers and maybe updating the law books in our collection. He's invited me to call his office and make an appointment. Sounds like a good sign. And by the way, thanks for rescuing me from that eager beaver reporter. You know, Corby, every time I stand in front of your mural, I see some detail I hadn't noticed before. And when I discovered the little boy in the distance, I never presumed to ask you about him. Interacting with art is about being immersed in its mysteries, not solving them. Getting to the bottom of what they mean. That's like asking Picasso why he misplaced Dora Maar's eyes in the portraits he did of her. That reporter had no right to grill you like that. But she's young. She didn't know any better. Maybe she'll learn. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, thanks for rescuing me from her detective work. I appreciate it. Let me give Javier a hand with the chairs, then I'm going to take off. I'm exhausted and I'm starting to get a headache. It's okay, hombre, Javi says. I got this. Now that you're a celebrity, you don't have to stack no chairs. I start stacking anyway and tell him to knock off the celebrity shit. Oh yeah, that's right, he says. You only made the mural, but I'm in it. Guess that makes me the celebrity. Yeah, you'll probably have people start asking you for your autograph. He grins and says he's going to charge $5 a pop. When I start to leave, Mrs. M tells me to hold on, says she has something for me. She hurries into her office and comes out carrying a plastic bag bulging with leftover cookies. As promised, she says, and this, it's a printout of a poem that might interest you. Do you like poetry, Corby? Not so much. My 7th grade English teacher kind of killed that off when she made us memorize these corny poems she loved. Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies. Not a fan of Tennyson, then? She says. Nope, or Rachel Lindsay either. We had to perform this poem of his called The Potatoes Dance at an assembly. I had to do a solo. There was just one sweet potato. He was golden brown and slim. The ladies loved his dancing. They danced all night with him. A couple of us tried to convince her that rap was poetry, so maybe we could recite something by LL Cool J or Coolio, but she wasn't buying it. She laughs. Says the poem she wants to share is by her favorite poet, W.H. Auden, and that it references the Bruegel painting that guided me as I created the mural. I promise you don't have to memorize it, but Auden might be more to your liking. If not, just toss it. Okay, then, get some rest. Don't be a stranger. She reaches over for another hug, and I hug her back. The lavender scent is gone. I wonder why Emily was a no-show. Would she have been mad that I painted her and the kids in the mural? Would she have resented having to witness all that praise being heaped on the husband who had taken the life of her child? Just outside the library entrance, a thin, elderly man who was at the program says he's been waiting to speak to me. He's well-dressed and soft-spoken, a retired professor type, except for the skinny John Waters mustache above his top lip. I won't hold you up, he says. I just wanted to tell you I think your mural is exceptional. May I ask how much longer you have on your sentence? When I tell him, he says, That's splendid. Not much more time at all. For him, maybe. He tells me he's an art agent in New York, but has been in Stonington Village for the past few days, doing some appraisals for an antiques dealer. She was invited to your celebration, but couldn't go, so she had me put on the list in her place. I'm so glad she did. I wonder if you realize how talented you are. I shrug. For a prisoner, maybe. No, that's irrelevant. Look, here's my card. My client list includes several muralists. If you want to get in touch with me after your release, I may be able to get you some work. If it's corporate, we could negotiate a nice price, something to start you off on the right track once you're out of here. I stuff the card in my pocket, thank him, and tell him I'm expected back at my building. Of course, he says. When we exit the building, he goes one way, I go the other. He seems harmless enough, but you never know. He represents muralists, and he might be able to get me work. Seems a little too perfect to be real, so I'm not getting my hopes up. At the entrance to our block, I'm stopped by one of the newer COs. "What you got there?" he asks, pointing to the bag of cookies. I explain about the library, the reception, the fact that they're leftovers. He makes me hand them over. "You want cookies, order them from the commissary like everyone else. Where's your ID at?" I take it out and hand it to him, explaining that the deputy warden told me to take it off for the program I was going to. "Oh yeah, what program was that?" I explain it to him again, adding that I was kind of like the guest of honor at this library thing. He smirks the way a lot of the guards do when they think they've caught you in a lie. He writes down my name and inmate number and says, "Okay, Ledbetter, put your ID back on. To be continued if I find out you're bullshitting me." Climbing the stairs to our tier, I remind myself that if I was the man of the hour over in the library, my hour's up. Back in our cell, when Manny asks how it went, I give him a thumbs up. "See, I told you you'd enjoy it," he says. He's blasting his music and I ask him to turn it down. The day's taking its toll and my headache's getting worse. When it's quieter, I lie down on my mattress and turn onto my side. Closing my eyes, I try for a nap, but I'm both exhausted and overstimulated. In my mind's eye, I see all the things in the mural I'd like to fix. See that standing ovation? Hear that reporter? Is that your son? Is he your Icarus? I hope to God that whatever she writes isn't going to dredge everything up again. I can just imagine the Facebook outrage. This is how they're punishing a guy who killed his own child. When I roll over onto my stomach, I hear the crinkle of paper. Pull out that poem Mrs. M gave me, and with it, that guy's business card. I pick it up and read that first. John Michael Chesley, Art Agent International, New York, San Francisco, London, specializing in the commissioning of new works of public art. Well, okay, I guess he's legit. Maybe there is a job in this for me down the line. And even if not, it feels good to be validated by someone who knows art. That poem she gave me is titled Musée des Beaux-Arts, whatever that means. About suffering they were never wrong, the old masters, how well they understood its human position, how it takes place while someone else is eating or opening a window. What's the deal, Mrs. M? Why did you think I might like this or even know what the hell it means? And what's it got to do with the Icarus painting? I'll read it again tomorrow, but for now I'm just going to try to sleep my way past this headache. As I start to doze, I invent reasons why Emily didn't come today. Maybe she's having car trouble, maybe Maisie's sick, maybe she just didn't care enough to come. And if that last one's true, what's going to happen when I get out? Okay, come on, Corby. Deep breaths. The present, not the past or the future. Go to sleep. Chapter 34. October 2019, Day 809 of 1095. A week after the reception, I got a letter from Emily. Hi, Corby. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I wasn't there for your reception. I was planning to go, but at the last minute, I got called in for an emergency meeting at Maisie's school. She had gone to the girls' bathroom and scribbled in crayon all over the walls. She also took a boy's Spider-Man action figure out of his cubby and tried to flush it down the toilet. She denied she'd done these things at first, but the principal, Mrs. Sautzing, finally broke her down and got her to admit it. For her consequence, her teacher, Miss Demko, made an example of her with her classmates, then moved her desk to the back of the room by herself. At the meeting, I said I thought there were better ways to make her accountable than by shaming and separating her from the others, especially since during the last meeting she'd voiced concern about Maisie not socializing with her classmates. They barely listened to my objection. If I'd been at that meeting, I would have made them listen. The school social worker suggested Maisie may still be showing signs of grief about the significant losses in her life. I'm not so sure. The tantrums have stopped. She never talks in that weird language anymore or freaks out about having her poops go down the toilet. I don't think she has any memory of Nico at this point. She understands that you're away, but that you're coming back. We still have to figure out how that's going to work. I left that meeting with the names of 2 child psychologists and the distinct impression that my parenting was being judged. I cried all the way to my mother's house when I went to pick up Maisie. When we got home, I sat her down and asked her why she had done those naughty things. She said it was because she was sad, but she didn't know what she was sad about. To me, her actions seemed more angry than sad. She can be so hard to read sometimes. I should probably call one of those psychologists, but when I took her to that last one, it didn't seem to make any difference. I'm not sure my insurance will cover it. I think what upset me the most at that meeting was their arrogance. I've been a teacher for 12 years and know a thing or two about child psychology myself. But it's not about you, Em. It's about Maisie. Congratulations on your mural. I wish I'd been there to see it in person. I know your creative strategies job was more about the paycheck than about doing what you loved, but it sounds like you were able to go where you wanted to with this project. Artistic freedom in prison? That's pretty ironic. The write-up in the Courant was great, and from the little I could see in the photo, the painting looks amazing. It must feel good to get such a positive reaction. You've probably already seen the article, but I thought you might want this extra copy. Maisie and I visited your mom at the hospital. Her surgery went well, and they've already got her up and walking. We brought her flowers, and Maisie drew her a get well card. For some reason, it had those weird potato-shaped people with toothpick arms and legs that she's been drawing lately. Of course, Vicky fawned over it and said what a great artist she was, just like her daddy. Love, Emily. I had not seen that article, but was relieved to read that the reporter didn't go into my conviction or include any of the gotcha stuff from her interview. Warden Rickerby must have loved the piece, too. It praises her for her progressive leadership and her encouragement of innovative, rehabilitative activities for inmates. Please. Mrs. Millman didn't even get a mention, but that probably bothers me more than it does her. She's just happy that she may be getting more funding for books. According to Mrs. M., the response to the mural from people coming into the library has been positive, and this includes staff as well as inmates. Ledbetter's one of the decent ones over there in B Block, Captain Graham told Mrs. Millman, but I didn't know he could do something like this. A few of the guys on our tier got passes and went over there to see it. Manny and Angel both got a kick out of seeing themselves floating down the river past this place. Lobo was with them, and Manny said he stared at the mural for so long it was like he was hypnotized. Despite all these pats on the back, I haven't gotten away unscathed. During the weeks I was working on the mural, Picardi and Anselmo pretty much left me alone. Out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I figured they'd maybe gotten their fill of harassing me and gone on to some other con who'd challenged their authority. But no. I'm walking back from D Block after an AA meeting that Sunday morning. As I enter our building and start up the stairs, I hear footsteps behind me. I look back, and there they are, the two of them, their voices echoing in the stairwell. Paint some stupid pictures on a wall, gets in the paper, and now he thinks his shit don't stink. Thinks he's Rickerby's fair-haired boy, forgets that he's here because he killed his kid. Harry and maintenance told me they got orders to paint over Baby Killer's pretty picture as soon as he's out of here. Hey, you hear that, Ledbetter? Guess you're not such a hero after all. 2 more flights to go. I tell myself to hold on and not react to their goading. Assaulting 2 COs is a luxury I can't afford. Instead, to drown them out, I start singing, loud as I can, that old REM song I used to play in my bedroom with the volume jacked up. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Is your Benzedrine, It works. They get off on the tier below ours. When I reach our floor, I head to the control desk to check back in. I'm flustered by what just happened. Something McGreevy evidently picks up on. What's the matter? He asks. I shrug, tell him I'm okay, and start down the corridor. It's the 5 on the floor break, so everyone's out of their cells, chatting and laughing, lining up at the hot pot. The bored ones are leaning over the railing to check out the comings and goings on the tier below. There's a lot of bitching about the latest stupid rule administration's come up with, the buddy system. Going to and coming back from chow, we now have to march in line with a partner, all of us keeping the same pace. No gaps, no pile-ups, no talking to anyone besides our partner. Prison's supposed to get us ready for life on the outside, so I guess when we're released, we'll be all set for kindergarten. Break's over, Goolsby bellows, herding us back to our cells. Yo, Corby, Angel calls. Look who couldn't stay away from us. Following his pointing finger, I see that Boudreaux's back. Manny, of course, has the scoop on the Ragin' Cajun's return. Before parole would let him leave the state and head home to Louisiana, Boudreaux got mixed up in a carjacking that won him a return ticket here. Claims it was a setup and that he's innocent, Manny tells me. We say it in unison. Uh-huh. That evening, I can't get Picardi and Anselmo out of my head. Thinks his shit don't stink, thinks he's Rickerby's fair-haired boy. They've got orders to paint over Baby Killer's pretty picture. I doubt that last is true, but it landed like a kick in the balls. To distract myself from hearing their voices, I grab a pen and a couple of sheets of notebook paper and write back to Emily. Hi, Em. Thanks for your letter and the congrats. Being able to design and paint the mural was the best thing that's happened to me here. I wasn't all that comfortable with the attention I got at the reception, but I survived and was grateful, most of all to Faggy Millman, the Yates librarian. She's been my champion. I was hoping I'd see you, introduce you to, but I understand. Thanks for sending the clipping. I hadn't seen it and was sweating out what that reporter was going to write, but she went easy on me. Jesus, what's going on with Maisie? I've never really accepted Emily's reason for keeping her away from here. What's more traumatic, seeing me in prison or not seeing me at all? That school meeting sounded awful. When I get out of here, we can go to meetings like that together, unless you'd rather I don't go. If you think they were judging your parenting, I'd hate to imagine what they'd think about mine. I talked to my mom earlier today, and she says she's making good progress since her surgery. Wants to get back to work ASAP so she can see her breakfast regulars. I doubt that gang of retirees she waits on are big tippers, but I'm pretty sure she loves the job more for the social interaction than anything else. Thanks, by the way, for visiting her at the hospital and for bringing Maisie. She told me she really appreciated it and that seeing Maisie and you was the bright spot of her day. Oh, by the way, at the reception, some art agent who was there told me he was impressed by the mural and that he might have some work for me after I'm out of here. Probably won't amount to anything, but he gave me his card. Okay, it's lights out in a couple of minutes, so I'll end here. I love you, Emily. I fall asleep pretty easily, but an hour later I'm wide awake and worrying about the future. Not only what's going to happen when they let me out, but also what happens between now and then. The attention I've gotten because of the mural has fanned the flames of Picardi and Anselmo's hatred of me. My pulse starts racing and I move every which way trying to get comfortable. I'm up for an hour or more before I can get back to sleep. I sleep past breakfast, so I miss the first walk to the chow hall under the new buddy system. Manny reports that things went fairly well. Only 2 guys got tickets for non-compliance. His buddy was a new arrival on our tier, a young guy named Austin. What a hunk, he tells me. Green eyes, curly brown hair, and you can tell he's put in some serious time at the gym. I think I'm in love. Yeah, sounds to me like you're in lust. He puts his hand on his hip and bats his eyes. Is there a difference? When I ask how old this guy is, Manny says early to mid-20s. Although he doesn't admit it, my cellie is 54. What's that saying? Hope springs eternal? He brags a lot about the hookups he's had, but come to think of it, I've never heard Manny talk about being in any long-term relationships. Kind of sad, really. The only constant in his life seems to be his sister, Gloria. Later, when we line up for our 10:30 lunch, Manny pushes past me and some of the other guys so he can buddy up with his new heartthrob. I'm at the tail end of the line. They must have run out of buddies because I'm solo, which is fine with me. God, what a day. Sky blue sky. The sun shining on the vivid oranges and yellows of the dying leaves. It's a 5 out of 5 fall day, as they say on the TV weather. Up front, leading the parade, Officer Anselmo yells, "Get the lead out, ladies! The longer you take to get there, the less time I'm giving you to eat." Behind me, his lackey, Goolsby, claps his hand and imitates his mentor. "Come on, gentlemen, let's see some hustle." Picardi usually works the same shift as these two, but he hasn't been around this week. I'm enjoying the respite. Halfway between our block and the chow hall, my eyes land on that ginkgo tree I've noticed before. Its scalloped leaves have turned a brilliant royal yellow. It looks spectacular and carries me back to an October memory during the twins' first year. Maisie, Nico, and I were out at the reservoir, where I took them sometimes for mid-morning weekend strolls, while Emily stayed home doing her schoolwork. She and I were just a normal couple still, unmarked by tragedy and prison. We both had jobs. We were doing okay financially. Monday through Thursday, we dropped the kids off at a daycare we liked, and Emily's mom took them every Friday. I drank a little too much on the weekends, maybe, and enjoyed the occasional recreational drug, but neither was a problem yet. We were happily unaware of the bad shit that was about a year away from happening. It was breezy that morning out at the reservoir, but warm still. Maisie had fallen asleep in their double stroller, but Nico was awake and alert, his arms reaching up toward all those dancing colors in the trees. "Come here, buddy," I said, and lifted him out of the stroller, held him up to a low-hanging branch of a majestic red maple. Just as he was reaching out to touch a leaf, a strong gust came up. Fluttering vermilion leaves fell down around us. When I managed to grab one and give it to Nico, he squealed with delight at his treasure. On our way back to the car, I stooped to pick up others for his collection. A yellow elm leaf, the coral burnt orange and scarlet yield from a row of oaks and sugar maples. He clutched, studied, and babbled to his bouquet on the drive back to our house. He was responding emotionally to the palette of colors he was holding. Of the two of them, Nico was the one who was already showing an artistic sense. Had the artistic temperament, too. When Maisie, awake by then, reached over and grabbed at his leaves, he howled in protest and swatted her. "No!" I yelled, and they both froze. Then Nico handed his sister two of his treasures. "What are you smiling at?" someone asks, yanking me out of my reverie. What? Feels like I've just been caught doing something wrong. Boudreau is walking beside me. "Where'd you come from?" I ask him. "I was walking up there with Doherty, but Anselmo sent him back on account of he got a bloody nose. Told me to buddy up with you instead." "How did he get a bloody nose?" I ask. "You pop him one?" "Nah, he was picking it too hard. Didn't mean to spook you just now, but man, you was someplace else. And from that shit-eating grin, I bet you was thinking about some nice piece of ass. Am I right or am I right?" "Guilty," I say. And I do feel guilty, but not in the way he thinks. Do I have any right to enjoy a happy memory of my little boy? Do I need to tamp down recollections like the one I just had to atone for what I did, for the pain I caused? "I knew it, brother," Boudreau says. "I can read people's minds by reading their faces, and your face was saying loud and clear that you was having yourself a poontang memory." Yeah, right, I think. The amazing Kreskin must be shaking in his boots knowing what a powerful mind reader Boudreau is. Entering the chow hall, Boudreau and I get in line behind Lobo, Angel, Manny, and the new guy he's crushing on. Rashawn, the head server, ladles creamed chipped beef onto my tray, slop on styrofoam. One Eye adds a watery scoop of canned peas. The third server, he's not familiar, tops things off with 2 slices of white bread and a powdered sugar donut, cellophane wrapped. As we get off the line, Goolsby points to an empty table like he's the fucking maitre d'. The 6 of us take our seats, lean forward, and start eating as fast as we can. Everyone, that is, except Manny, who can't ever keep his mouth shut, and his new friend, who doesn't know speed eating is advised. "Hey, you guys, this is Austin," Manny says. "He was telling me he used to compete in motocross races when he lived in Florida." "Cool," Angel says. "What'd you ride?" "A Kawasaki KX 250. Lobo wants to know where in Florida he lived. "Grew up in Ocala," he says. "Raced in Tampa before I screwed up my leg during a practice run." "He came up here to go to the business school at URI, Manny tells us. "And get this, he worked part-time for a caterer who did parties at Taylor Swift's beach house in Watch Hill. This past summer he was a waiter at this big 4th of July party she had, and guess who some of the guests were?" "No one guesses. We'd rather eat." "Give up? Nick Jonas, Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Miranda Lambert, Lord." Manny, a teeny bopper in his 50s, is way more excited about the guest list than the rest of us, Austin included. Anticipating Anselmo will cut our mealtime short as usual, I shovel it in as fast as I can. It weirds me out that every time I look over at him, he's watching me. Meanwhile, Manny keeps talking a blue streak. I feel sorry for this Austin guy. I remember when I first got here how Manny overwhelmed me with his advice and mentoring. "Chow's over," Anselmo shouts, maybe 11 or 12 minutes into what's supposed to be our 20-minute meal. All around me, guys stand to obey, stuffing sopped-up bread into their mouths and packaged donuts under their shirts. Austin, whose meal is only half eaten, looks shocked that lunch is over. I spend the afternoon reading another one of the Easy Rawlins titles Lester Wiggins recommended. During 5 on the Floor, I see Austin standing by himself, looking a little lost. "About Manny," I tell him. "Don't be afraid to tell him to back off. He enjoys taking new guys under his wing, but you don't want to suffocate under there, right?" He nods but doesn't smile. Then, speak of the devil, Manny approaches us carrying 2 styrofoam cups. "Coffee, Austin?" he says. "I got instant in these. Come on, I'll show you where the hot pot is." A few minutes later, they're back, neither of them talking or holding coffee. There's a red mark under Manny's eye that looks like it's starting to swell. I don't know for sure what happened, but I think I can guess. When we're locked back in our cell, I ask Manny whether his eye's okay. He says it's fine, changes the subject by telling me about a rumor he's heard. Picardi's wife asked him for a divorce. "Maybe that's why we haven't seen him for several days," I say. "He must be taking time off to do some soul-searching." We both laugh at that. 150 pages of Easy Rawlins later, Goolsby yells that it's chow time again. When the doors pop, I see Anselmo at the other end of the corridor. These two must be doing double shifts. "Grab a buddy and line up," Anselmo shouts. Subdued by what's turned into one hell of a shiner, Manny hangs back and partners up with Lobo. Once again my buddy is Boudreaux. As we head off, he says, "Hey, Ledbetter, the post office is open." What's he talking about? "The post office, man. It's open." He points down at my unbuttoned fly. When I close it up, he nods and says, "Ça c'est bon." I tell him half the time I don't know whether he's speaking English or swamp. He says it's not his fault if we people up the bayou don't talk right. Our 4 o'clock supper is meatloaf, mashed potatoes, canned carrots, bread, and cake. Enough carbs to bloat us up and a sodium level so high we could all have strokes. Austin's at the far end of our table, eating fast and talking to no one. Manny's at the other end. For once in his life, he's not saying much either. An argument breaks out at the table on the other side of the room, but Anselmo shuts it down before fists fly. I find an undissolved protein pellet in my meatloaf, which means there's more cereal than meat in there. I concentrate on the potatoes, bread, and carrots instead, thinking my mom would probably faint if she saw me eating carrots without making a fuss. Boudreaux, seated across from me, keeps eyeing my cake. "Jesus Christ, just take it," I tell him. He makes the grab. When Goolsby yells that time's up, I look at the clock on the wall. He and Anselmo have given us 17 of our 20 minutes to eat. Not bad. Manny, Boudreaux, and I are walking side by side out of the hall when Anselmo tells me to hold up. The other two stop too. "There's a salt shaker missing from the table where you guys were at," he says. "You swiped that, Ledbetter?" I tell him no, that there was only an empty pepper shaker where we sat down. "But this wouldn't be the first thing you ever lied about, would it? You know the drill, let's go." "Hey, come on, brother, he didn't take nothing," Boudreaux says. Anselmo gets in his face. "I'm not your brother. Keep moving." The raging Cajun shakes his head and does what he's told. I'm about to be patted down, and there's nothing for me to do but comply, so I stare up at the ceiling as Goolsby does the honors. His hands move from my shoulders, down my outstretched arms, then up and down the rest of my torso. "Step aside, Officer Goolsby," Anselmo says. He pats down the outsides, then the insides of my legs. When he's up around my groin, he clasps his hands together and knuckles me in the nuts. I wince and cough, but force myself not to cry out or double over from the pain. I'll be damned if I'll give him the reaction he wants. "I'm thinking he might have stuck it up his butt," he tells Goolsby. "A lot of these artist types are into that kinky shit. Drop trow, Ledbetter." Some of my peers are still filing past on their way back to the cell block. "Full strip searches are supposed to be done in private," I remind him. "There he goes again," Anselmo says, "telling officers what they should and shouldn't be doing. He got his picture in the paper, so now he thinks he's buddy-buddy with the warden and the deputy warden. Maybe you should write me up then, Picasso. Make sure you spell my name right. It's Fuckyou. He pulls out a pair of latex gloves and snaps them on. "Officer, excuse me." I look around and realize that Manny's still there. "I was at that table, too. There was no salt shaker when we sat down." "Is that right?" Anselmo says. "Ain't that sweet, Officer Goolsby? Twinkletoes is sticking up for his celly or his boyfriend, or whatever they are to each other. How'd you get that black eye, Twinkletoes? Someone's dick slap you in the face?" Goolsby orders Manny to get back to his tier before he writes him up for interference. He looks to Anselmo for approval. "Or we could always go over there and shake his cell down," Anselmo says. He hits the jackpot with that threat. "Sorry, officer," Manny mumbles. Walking away, he turns back and shouts, "But there was no stinking salt shaker on that table." I appreciate Manny's effort, but he could have saved his energy. To get this over with, I open my mouth wide so Goolsby can check inside, make sure there's no missing salt shaker pouched in my cheek or hiding under my tongue. "Why don't you head back, Officer Goolsby?" Anselmo says. "I got this. I'll see you over there." His sidekick does what he's told. Now it's just Anselmo and me. "Okay, Ledbetter, you want some privacy? Follow me." He leads me to the door of the walk-in storage room adjacent to the kitchen. Unlocks the door and swings it open. "After you," he says. I know in my gut that I shouldn't go in there, but it's not like I have a choice. Anselmo steps in and yanks the pull chain hanging from a bare bulb. The room is cold and reeks of onions. Bushel bags of them are piled on the floor. Towers of cartons are lined up against the wall labeled cooking oil, powdered eggs, canned tomatoes. Anselmo closes the door behind him. I'd better think fast. "Could you leave the door open a crack, officer? I get claustrophobic when—" "Oh, sure," he says. Opens the door a foot or so. then slams it shut again. That better? Okay, you know the drill. Drop your pants and underwear, then turn around and put your hands on the wall. I do what he says. Now bend over, spread, and cough. I comply. Relieved that this is over, I start to stand up. Hold on there, Picasso, we ain't through yet. Bend over again, spread your ass wider, and cough again. Louder this time. I break out in a sweat and can feel my heart pounding. This isn't just harassment. It's torture, pure and simple. I half expect him to order me to bark like a dog, but the sooner I can get out of this room, the better. I bend over again, pull my cheeks apart, and cough once, twice, 3 times. Satisfied? As a matter of fact, I'm not, he says. And if we have to keep doing this until I am satisfied, then that's what we're going to do. Now get in position again, spread that hairy ass wide enough so I can see the pink inside your butthole, and cough until I tell you to stop. Furious, I do what he says. I'm goddamn if I'm going to give him a reason to ticket me for noncompliance. As I bend over this time, I feel something poking and jabbing around back there. Hey, what the hell are you... I scream out in pain as something is shoved up my rectum, withdrawn, and plunged back in again. Overcome with nausea, I lose my balance and stumble forward, hitting my forehead against the wall as I go down on my knees. I might have passed out for a few seconds, I'm not sure. Dazed, I struggle back onto my feet, and as I do, my eyes move from those bags of onions to the weapon he's used, one of those expandable aluminum batons they swing at inmates when a fight turns into a free-for-all. I stare at that thing as he collapses it, picks my shirt off the floor, and uses it to wipe off his weapon before he slides it back into the holster on his belt. Well, looky here, Officer Anselmo. The baby killer's got himself a boner. There, suddenly, stands Bacardi, in street clothes instead of his uniform. He must have been here all the time. You enjoy that, Ledbetter? You want some more? Maybe enough to get you to a happy ending? I shake my head, struggling to speak. You two are going to lose your jobs over this, I finally manage to say. My voice is a croak. Bacardi shrugs. I'm not even here, he says. I'm off until next week. He brings his face so close to mine that I can smell his hair gel. Whispers, better not make threats you can't prove, baby killer. You see anyone who can back up your bullshit? Who do you think they believe? A whiny little bitch like you, or an officer of the month who is just doing his job? Anselmo joins in. Good thing I checked too, Officer Bacardi, because look what fell out of his asshole. He reaches into his pants pocket and tosses something onto the floor. It rolls toward me and stops against my shoe. One of the chow hall's cylindrical cardboard salt shakers. Bacardi shakes his head and clucks his tongue. Stolen contraband, Ledbetter. Exhibit A. Now, if I were you, I'd get the fuck back to my unit and keep my mouth shut unless I want more of the same. Or worse. And from now on, try to remember who's in charge around here and who isn't. With that, he pivots, opens the door, and disappears around the corner. Is that clear what he said? Anselmo asks. His hand is on the pull chain. He watches my involuntary trembling. Yes, sir. Good. He pulls the chain and the room goes dark. Hobbling in pain along the walkway, I don't know why all those fall colors have turned monochromatic gray. I'm confused by the numbness that's overtaken me as I walk back toward B Block. Where's my outrage about what they've done to me? I flash back to Emily's behavior the night of Nico's death, and most of the next day. Picture the way she sat slumped on the couch for hours, hugging a pillow to her chest, and paying attention to no one, not even Maisie. Her pupils were saucers and her complexion was ashen. When I sat beside her and reached for her hand, it felt clammy and cold. Later, a counselor we talked to said she'd probably been in shock. Is that why I'm feeling detached from what they just did? Am I in shock? If not for the pain back there, I might almost be able to convince myself that it didn't really happen, that it was just some perverse dream I was relieved to wake up from. But it did happen. They raped me with a state-issued defensive weapon to punish me, silence me, and they must have planned it ahead of time. Why else would Bacardi have shown up on his day off? Nearing the cell block, I approach 2 guards chatting with each other. Neither looks familiar. As I come closer, their conversation stops. Why are they staring at me? Is this something Anselmo and Bacardi would keep to themselves, or brag about to other officers. Has word already gotten out? Walking past them, I glimpse their batons and shudder. Better not make threats you can't prove. Who do you think they believe, a whiny little bitch like you or an officer of the month? Challenging their two-bit authority put me in their crosshairs. That was how it started. Then, to make matters worse, I got noticed and praised by their superiors. They had to punish me for that. And if I don't want more of the same or worse, I'd better keep my mouth shut. Inside the building, I climb the stairs in pain, walk down the hall, and stand in front of our cell door for longer than usual. Mullins is at the control desk. He and I don't have a problem. Why isn't he letting me in? Is he fucking with me too? Has he joined the campaign against me? Sorry, Ledbetter, didn't see you there, he finally calls. He buzzes me in. Manny looks up from the TV. Hey, he says. Hey, you okay? Yeah. They're still hassling you over those turkeys? Why are they keeping that alive? I shrug. Well, don't let it bother you, Corbs. They're just idiots. I mean, a missing salt shaker? Give me a break. Those shakers always go missing. If it's not salt, it's pepper. I say nothing, hoping he'll stop. Hey, what's that bump on your forehead from? Those goons didn't rough you up over there, did they? Instead of answering, I ask whether he has any aspirin or ibuprofen. I got both, he says, opens his lockbox and reaches in, pulls out 2 small plastic bottles and shakes them at me like maracas. Chills and headaches or achy muscles and minor injuries. I point to the second one. When he tosses the bottle to me, I shake out 3 tablets and swallow them dry. How hard did you hit your head? He asks. No concussion, I hope. Without answering him, I ease myself down onto my mattress and shift onto my side facing the wall. Can I just say one more thing? He asks. If they did rough you up, you might feel better if you talk about it. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Phil. I'll keep that in mind. He doesn't deserve the snark, but I'm not telling anyone what happened, especially Manny. Gay guys are into that anal stuff, tops and bottoms, butt plugs. And sure, he'd understand the difference between a good time and a sexual assault, but Manny's a talker. The last thing I need to do is second-guess who has or hasn't found out what those sick fucks did to me. And what if it gets back to Anselmo or Picardi that I didn't keep my mouth shut? What kind of fresh hell would they dole out then? Still, I wish I could tell him. Maybe it would make me feel better to let it out. But telling him doesn't feel safe. Well, looky there, the baby killer's got himself a boner. Why had that happened? Why was I participating in my own humiliation? So no, I need to just keep it to myself. Keep crossing off the days on my calendar until I'm out of this place and can pretend it never happened. I skip 5 on the floor. I don't want to be around anybody, guards or inmates. What I do want, what I need, is to stop the nausea and clean myself up. Later, when I hear Mullins whistling as he lopes down the corridor, I call to him, ask whether I can grab a quick shower. I missed shower time yesterday and I'm starting to stink. He unlocks the cell door. Real quick, he says. In and out. I don't want to hear, well, how come you let Ledbetter take one? I thank him and grab my soap, washcloth, and towel. It hurts like hell to hurry down the corridor toward the shower room, but I want to respect his kindness. When I step out of my clothes, the sight of my blood-stained underpants triggers a flash of revulsion. I turn on the shower and step beneath it. The warm water sluicing down my back and between my cheeks feels soothing, but when I try to clean down there with the soapy washcloth, it hurts too much. I have to stop. Watching a string of blood wash down the drain rockets me back to the day I saw Nico's spilt blood on our driveway. Despair hits me so hard that I double over and wait for the vertigo to pass. If there was a God, here's what I'd want to know. Can a man who caused the death of his child ever atone enough to be forgiven? Is absolution even possible? Chapter 35. October and November 2019. Days 818 to 31 of 1095. Hot dogs tonight, Manny reports when he gets back from chow. I was going to sneak a couple out for you, but they were watching us like hawks. I tell him I still don't have much of an appetite anyway. But thanks for the thought. He sits down on my bunk, says he's worried about me, and asks whether we can talk. Bracing for the pep talk that's coming, I give him an indifferent shrug. I know something's the matter with you, Corby. You've been staying in here skipping meals. Why don't you go over to medical and get checked out? Why would I do that? I don't know. But when I was bagging up the laundry this morning, I noticed that there was blood in your underpants. I cover my fear of exposure with an angry retort. How do you figure that's your fucking business? Do me a favor, will you? Keep your hands off my underwear. Then put them in the laundry bag rather than leaving them under your bunk, douchebag. Other than that time with the snake, this is the closest he's ever come to yelling at me, and, in a way, I'm proud of him. Most cellies just ride it out in close proximity, but Manny and I have come to care about each other. He shows it more than I do, but the friendship is mutual. I'm grateful for it, as annoying as he can get. If it's hemorrhoids, they can give you some suppositories, Corbs. Groaning, I tell him I don't have hemorrhoids. Geez, I hope it's not an ulcer. My friend Finley had a bleeding ulcer, and when he took a shit there was this blackish blood. Stop it, Manny. I don't need to see a doctor because there's nothing physically wrong with me. Those bloodstains were from weeks ago and never came out, okay? Maybe it's emotional then. I know something's up with you. If you don't want to talk to me about it, maybe you should put in a request to see one of the shrinks who come here. I consider his suggestion. There are 2 psychologists at this place. I've heard that the younger one is pretty good, but seeing Blankenship would be a waste of time. He's the one who interviewed me when I was on suicide watch, and he was pretty much dialing it in. Their schedules rotate, so you can't make a specific request. Maybe I'll give the psych wheel a spin anyway. Telling either one what they did to me would be brutal, but at least it would be confidential. Keeping it to myself is driving me nuts. Still, even if I get the new shrink, how useful will a sympathetic ear and some coping strategies be when what I really want is to figure out how to make those fuckers pay? Hey, you're right, I tell Manny. I have been acting douchey lately, sorry. Maybe I should go talk to one of those shrinks. He says it couldn't hurt. Oh, by the way, do you mind if I hold on to those ibuprofens? I ask him. It's been a little over a week since the assault, and it doesn't hurt as much except when I take a dump, which is when there's a little blood. I promise him I'll order him a replacement bottle on my next commissary sheet. Don't worry about it, he says. Hey, by the way, you got any more of those Jolly Ranchers? I remind him that he ate the last of them. Did I? Oh, yeah, my bad. Mind if I watch TV? Go for it, I tell him. I lie on the bunk, face to the wall as usual, half listening to Alex Trebek and then Pat Sajak. Start dozing when one of those lame-ass sitcoms with the phony laugh track comes on. I must have slept for a couple of hours at least, because when I wake up it's already lights out. Needing to take a leak but not trusting my aim in the dark, I sit on the seat. My butt is still sore, so back in bed, I grope around in the dark for the ibuprofen. Instead, my fingers touch the smooth, cool surface of my river stone. I pick it up and clutch it in one hand, fumble around for those tablets with the other. I swallow 3 more, then flop back down and try to deep breathe my way back to sleep. No go. The night demons are taunting me. Maybe after I get out of here, I can contact one of those investigative reporters on TV or in the paper, see whether I can get someone to do an expose about the kind of shit Picardi and Anselmo are getting away with in here. Not just what they've done to me, what about what they did to Solomon and others? I didn't witness it myself, but it's gone around the compound about how they amused themselves that time by convincing Billy, a Down syndrome inmate, to imitate a bunch of farm animals, and how Picardi got transferred here because his uncle, Zabrowski, pulled some strings after Loverboy knocked up that female inmate. Maybe if the public gets wind of this shit, the commissioner might have to fire them both. That's the thing DOC is most afraid of. Negative publicity. Complaints from the public. Maisie understands that you're away, but that you're coming back. We still have to figure out how that's going to work. Yeah, well, maybe if you'd brought her down here to see me, they wouldn't be telling you she needs a shrink. Tell the truth, Emily, isn't keeping her from me another way to punish me because of Nico? Having to be caged in here for 3 years isn't punishment enough? And what do you mean when you say we have to figure out how that's going to work after I'm out? How much are you going to try to restrict access to my daughter? When that judge came out of her chambers with her decision, she said some sentences were easy to decide, others kept her up at night, and mine was one of the latter ones. My decision is that you are to be incarcerated for a period of 5 years, suspended after 3, and another 3 years. Then she pounded her gavel and left the courtroom. I bet she hasn't thought of me once since then. And why had Dad sobbed when he heard her decision? Who was he crying for? The grandson he'd only bothered to see once? For himself because he'd fathered a loser for a son? It's doubtful Professor Ledbetter was crying for me. If that had been the case, he probably would have answered the one letter I'd written him 2 or 3 weeks into my bid here. Or maybe even shown up here and sat down across from me to see how I was doing. I have months, not years, left to go before I get out. No matter what's going to happen between Emily and me, I'll fight her tooth and nail if she's going to try to screw with my parental rights. I was a good dad before it happened. She knows that. Doesn't that count for anything? Does it all just come down to that one worst thing I did? I guess I know the answer to that one. Picardi and Anselmo better watch their backs once I'm out of here. If I can't get the media to do anything, I'll find some other way to make them pay. At the library, I'd found an article in the staff newsletter about the pair. They'd played football for competing high schools. After graduation, they both enlisted in the Army. Both went to Fort Benning for basic training, and they bonded there. Picardi fought in Afghanistan, Anselmo in Iraq. After they both got out, the article said, they commuted to the police academy for their training to become correctional officers. They've run 5Ks together, been each other's best man, and competed together in one of those Tough Mudder challenges. The article included 2 photos of them. In one, they're at a game at Yankee Stadium, both of them wearing U.S. Army caps, one of them with an embroidered eagle, the other camo with the stars and stripes patch. In the second picture, they're caked with mud and baring their teeth for the camera, a couple of self-congratulating Tough Mudders. Lying there, I imagine the 2 of them jogging along some country road, unaware that I'm tailing them in a car, something heavy like a Ford Expedition or a Chevy Suburban. When I'm sure no one's coming, I gun it, passing close enough to scare them both. Then I turn the car around. When I get close enough for them to recognize me, I floor it, aiming right at them. It's a sick fantasy, but a satisfying one. They deserve it. Then I'm stopped cold, realizing who didn't deserve it. My little boy. I was at the wheel when he died, too. Nausea overtakes me. I get off my bunk, rush to the bowl, and heave. Lying back down, I break out in a cold sweat. You see what kind of a sick bastard prison's turned me into, Emily? And half the time you can't be bothered to pick up the phone and accept the charges? You can't manage more than a couple of letters a month, sometimes 1 a month? How long has it been since you visited? 2 months. Right, Em? 8 weeks, 56 days. Clock says 12:47. 1:16. 2:39. Fuck all this lying awake thinking. What I need is sleep. The river is loud tonight. After all that rain we've had, it sounds urgent as it rushes past, heading south. Rubbing my thumb against the stone, I begin to relax. Start to doze. Wake up, doze some more, then fall into a deep sleep. When I crack my eyes open, I glimpse, through the slit of the cell's back window, the drab gray of another morning getting ready for the sun to break through on the horizon. Lying there, I recall the dream I've just woken up from. Emily and the twins are in a paddle boat on some lake. I'm happy that Nico's alive again, or wasn't dead after all. For some reason, I'm not in the boat. I'm swimming after them, trying to catch up. When I hear something behind me and look back, I see a bear, dog paddling after me. I swim faster, but the paddle boat has gotten far ahead. The bear is gaining on me. I can hear it chuffing and growling. When I look back, its eyes meet mine. "But it's baked chicken leg night," Manny says. "You don't want to miss chicken leg night, do you?" He's up on his bunk in just his skivvies, his scrawny legs dangling over the side. I'm sitting on my storage box, my face in the book I'm pretending to read so he'll shut up. It's not working. "Last week you skipped Jamaican meat pies and now this. I wish you'd just tell me what's bothering you, Corby. Maybe if you talk it out, you'll feel better." Without looking up, I tell him I've been on the same freaking page for 10 minutes now, and I'm wondering whether he's going to shut up anytime soon. "Is it about your wife, or—" "Leave it alone, Manny. Are Picardi and his wingman still bothering you? I thought that had died down, but has it?" Now he's really pissing me off because he's getting too close to the truth. And yes, their harassment seems to have stopped, but the assault served its purpose. The toy cops must be so proud of themselves now that they've shut me up and shut me down. Out in the corridor, C.O. Sullivan shouts 5 minutes till chow call. Manny jumps down from his bunk, pulls on his pants, and slips his feet into the frayed checkerboard Vans I wear as slippers. He used to ask me whether he could wear them. Now he just assumes they're his. "Is it about your daughter, the custody thing?" "Stop it, Manny, you're not my shrink. No, I'm your friend." When I look over at him, the compassion in his eyes hurts so much that I have to look away. He's my only real friend in this place. Well, he and Javi over at the library. Look, I'm sorry I've been so surly lately, but I've got less than 10 months left in here. All I want to do is lie low and keep crossing off those days on my calendar, okay? I still think you should put in a request to talk to someone. I already did, okay? I'm disappointed to see I've drawn the short straw. It's Blankenship again. He's on the wall phone talking to someone he's calling sweetheart. He holds up his be with you in a minute finger and gestures that I should take a seat. I don't. I just stand there, looking around the room where I was told to meet him. Pink, cinder-block walls, dirty blue plastic chairs on either side of a chipped metal table, bulletin board with nothing much posted on it, an almost empty bookshelf. This is nobody's office. It's just a room where you're sent when you put in a request to see someone, which I did 2 weeks ago. Why am I even here? I just need to keep my head down, keep my mouth shut, and keep counting the days until I'm out of here. That documentary I saw last week about the greatest generation talked about how those guys who had survived the brutality of war came home and kept their memories to themselves. Compared to what those soldiers and sailors suffered, what happened to me is nothing. Blankenship looks different. Better than I remember him looking. Nice suit, matching necktie and pocket square. Looks like he lost some weight. New wife, maybe? Some younger woman who's given him a makeover? Didn't he used to be bald? No, don't book it yet, sweetheart. I know it's a good deal, but the flight's not going to fill up between now and when I get home tonight. This is ridiculous. I signaled to him that I'm leaving. Hold on, he says. He tells sweetheart he's got a patient waiting and he'll see her shortly after 5. Adds that he loves her, too. As he hangs up the phone, he checks his watch. Sorry to keep you waiting, he says. I'm Dr. Blankenship, and you're... He looks down at the pass I just gave him. Corbin Ledbetter. No recognition of our earlier exchange. Not that I should have expected it. It was almost 3 years ago. So what can I do for you, Corbin? Tell me what's happening. He may look different, but he still has that high-pitched voice. I scan the room, feel the fingernails of my one hand digging into the flesh of the other. Squint to read the spine of that paperback on the bookshelf. It's Stephen King's The Stand. When I look back at him, I tell him that someone did something to me and it's messing with my head. Go on, he says. Waits. If you want me to help you, Corbin, you're going to have to be more specific. My right foot's tapping against the floor like crazy. I should have walked the fuck out of here while I had the chance. Hey, can I ask you something? Before I got sentenced, I was seeing this doctor, Dr. Patel. Didn't she used to work here? Yes, part-time, lovely woman. You saw her at her private practice? Yeah, yep. So, what did that person do to you? I take a deep breath and let it out, but give him an edited version. Tell him I got butt-raped, but don't correct his assumption that my assailant was another inmate. Did you go to the medical unit, get tested for HIV or any other STDs? I lie, say I did. Everything came back negative. Well, that's a relief, right? I nod. Have you reported this? Filed a complaint, talked to your counselor? I shake my head. What about privately? Have you told anyone in confidence? A friend or a custody officer who you can trust? An officer I can trust? Where would I find one of those? He doesn't respond. No, you're the first person I've told. And this incident happened when? About 3 weeks ago. He glances again at his watch. How have things been going for you since? Not so good. And what are the specifics of not so good? I feel nervous a lot, scared that it might happen again, and just so freaking angry, you know? I've been having fantasies about payback. But they're just fantasies? Nothing you're planning to act on? I shake my head. You having problems sleeping? Depression? Loss of appetite? All of the above, actually. Anything triggering you, making you relive the memory? I shake my head. No, wait, I tell him. The assault happened in a storage room outside the chow hall, okay? And there's these big sacks of onions piled up in there. Last week, someone left the door to that room open, and on my way into the hall to eat, I got a whiff of those onions, and it didn't last long, but for a couple of seconds, I started breathing hard, and it felt like it was going to happen again. Like a flashback. More like a mini panic attack or something. You've experienced panic attacks before? Yeah. Dr. Patel, when I was seeing her, she gave me these strategies to help me short-circuit them when they're starting. Breathing exercises, grounding exercises. And then after I came here, she wrote me this letter, which, she didn't have to do, but it was really helpful.
And what did the letter say?
Said a lot of things. Useful suggestions to let me hold on to hope and not get sucked into the black hole of being here. He nods. I don't tell him about the timing of the letter, that I got it right after he sprang me from the observation cell. She was really pushing the mind-body thing, said if I was isolating, which I was, I needed to fight against it. So I forced myself to go to chow instead of skipping meals, started exercising, playing cards in the day room with other guys on my tier. Later on I got a job on the grounds crew, which was great at first. Fresh air, sunshine, physical work. Pulled me out of my funk, Our supervisor was a good guy, but then they switched supervisors and there were issues. Another check of the wristwatch. He says our time is limited and suggests we focus on the present.
Now, since this incident, I take it you've been isolating again.
Interesting that he's calling what happened to me an incident. I tell him I just don't want to be around people, that I feel on edge about everything. Am I going to be attacked again? What's going to happen when I get out of here? How much of my life am I going to get back?
When do you get out?
I tell him I have less than 10 months.
Okay, well, let's see if we can take away some of that stress you're feeling. I'm not sure you're aware of this, but there are protocols available to someone in your situation. Do you know about PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act?
I shrug.
It's a zero-tolerance policy against sexual assaults, a protection for people in confinement facilities, prisons, jails, lockups. Basically, it says that if you report to PREA that you've been sexually abused, the allegation gets investigated promptly and thoroughly. Theoretically, that's what happens anyway. It's been around for a while, and there are mixed reviews about how effective it is, but if you wanted to go that route, it may make you feel more in control than just staying in your cell and stewing about things. You think you might want to look into that?
When I shake my head, he asks why not. Well, besides the obvious that I'm pretty goddamn ashamed that it happened, I'm afraid he might retaliate if there's an investigation. And maybe I'm cynical, but I doubt anything would happen if I did report it. When I filed a complaint about something else a while back, it went nowhere. He nods.
A second ago you said they might retaliate, and then you corrected yourself, said he. Were you assaulted by one person or more than one?
You mean was I gang raped? No. It was just a slip of the tongue. There were 2 of them, though. One of them did it, and the other one watched. He was the one who probably orchestrated it.
Got it, he says.
To refresh his memory about what my name is, he glances down at the call slip I handed him when I walked in.
Well, Corbin, unfortunately, you are not the first guy at this place that this has happened to. Comes up from time to time with the men I see in here. And maybe you're right to be cautious about who you tell. It's not a bad thing to be self-protective in here. And to tell you the truth, it didn't end well for one guy I counseled when he decided to file a PREA complaint. That said, think about that option, and if you change your mind,
I tell him I won't.
Okay then. Let's get back to the symptoms you're experiencing. Anxiety, insomnia, loss of appetite, lack of motivation.
Jesus Christ, another check of the watch. How many times is that, 4?
I'm going to call Dr. Beller, who does some consulting here, and get you a prescription for anti-anxiety medication. Benzodiazepines aren't magic, but they can help to take the edge off, and the effect kicks in pretty quickly. There's a bunch of them out there: Xanax, Ativan, Halcion, Klonopin. Klonopin's used to treat panic attacks and seizures, and a couple of my patients with anxiety and sleep disorder issues have had good results taking it too. How much longer did you say you have in here?
About 8.5 months.
Okay, that'll work. I'm going to have you take a 0.5 milligram twice a day to start with, then once a day as you get closer to your release date, then every other day. With benzos, you don't want to go off them cold turkey. You have to taper off. So let's go with the Klonopin then. Sound good?
Here's where I should come clean. Instead, I hear myself saying, sounds good.
So let's see how that works for you. We can always adjust the dosage up or down as needed. Okay?
Okay. A benzo's a benzo, and an addict is an addict. But this time it will be monitored, controlled. It's not like when I get to the front of the med line, they're going to give me more than what's prescribed. 0.5 milligram's not much, but if it lifts me out of the hell my mind's putting me through, that's all I'm looking for. And a plan's in place so that I will have stopped taking it before I get out of here. So that will work. All bets would be off with Emily if I don't walk out of here clean.
All right, my friend. Anything else you want to ask me before you go?
Should I say it or not? No, forget it. I start to get up from my chair.
Yes, no? Looks like you've got something on your mind.
Too embarrassed to face him, I look down at the floor. Just that, while it was happening, the assault, this doesn't make any sense, but there's one thing I'm confused about.
And what is that?
I struggle to come out with it.
Did you get an erection? Have an orgasm? Is that what's confusing you?
My face goes hot. An erection, not... It just happened. He tells me to sit back down, says I don't need to worry about it or feel guilty, that the nerve endings in the anal canal were only reacting autonomically to a stimulus. When I shrug, he says,
think about the difference between a blink and a wink. Winking's a conscious act, right? But blinking's autonomic. You do it without thinking about it. Okay, let me put it this way. An enjoyable sexual experience results from the body and the brain working in concert to give pleasure. Female rape victims sometimes feel guilty or confused when, during an assault, they become wet the way they would with a lover. But there's no shame in that. It's just their body having an autonomic response. You see?
I tell him I do.
All right then, my friend. Go forth and prosper.
Quick handshake. Big straight teeth. He's one of those people who look creepy when they smile. Yeah, okay, thanks. I'm guessing neither one of us can wait for me to get out of there, but I can't chalk this up to being a total waste of time. He's put me at ease about the hard-on, and more important, he's going to get me that prescription, which this time I'll be taking under controlled circumstances. Not because I'm craving it. Thank God that obsession has left me. And I'm not really breaking the promise I made to Emily before I came here. Well, I am and I'm not. It's just a port in the storm, a way to survive the last months of my bid here before, for better or worse, I'm free. I'm never going to tell her that I was sexually assaulted, and she doesn't need to know that I'm going to get past it with the help of a low-dose benzo either. It's all good. Chapter 36. December 2019 to January 2020. Days 872 to 901 of 1095. I'm surprised when Aaliyah Jackson, the counselor supervisor who got Solomon transferred, calls me into her office. I like the orange and blue beads she's decorated her dreads with. At this place, I'm always grateful for color.
2 things, she says. First of all, I've been hearing so much about your mural that I went over to the library to check it out. Awesome job, Corby. Congratulations.
I thank her. Ask her what the other thing is.
It's good news, she says. The governor's going to be rolling out a new initiative after the holidays. He wants to bring down the numbers at state prisons, so they're releasing some inmates earlier than scheduled, 50 or so of the guys here. Merry Christmas, Corby. It looks like you'll be going home in February.
I'm stunned.
What? 6 months early? I don't have a date yet, but your name is on the list. What did the judge give you? I haven't looked it up yet.
5 years suspended after 3, plus 3 years probation, as long as I don't screw up.
I don't see that happening. You've done well in here. And because of the hiring freeze, the caseloads for probation officers have gotten ridiculous. You'll probably just have to report once or twice a month. I'm having trouble reading you, Corby. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm glad. But when you say I'm going home, I'm not sure where home is going to be. Back with my wife and our daughter is what I'm hoping for, but it's up in the air. She went to see a divorce lawyer the first year I was in here, but she never followed through.
So that's a hopeful sign, right?
Maybe. And then there's the Klonopin. I'll need to wean myself off it earlier now. Not really a problem.
Either way, your residence post-prison has to be established before they let you out. So this early release will have to set something in motion. Maybe a reconciliation.
I hope so. Later that day, when I call Mom with the news, she starts to cry. Says she's just as happy for Maisie as she is for me. And if Emily lets me come back home, we'll be able to avoid all that visitation stuff. What do you think the chances of that happening are? Silence on her end for 3 or 4 seconds. Then she says she doesn't know.
Just don't count your chickens before they hatch, sweetheart.
Why is she saying that? Do you know something I don't?
No. Emily and I don't discuss what happened in the past or what's going to happen. That's up to you two to figure out. The most important thing is that you'll finally be out of there, and that you and Maisie will...
Securus cuts us off. I try Emily's number, which is stupid because she's going to still be at work.
Hello?
Oh, she is home. The canned spiel kicks in.
This call originates from a Connecticut correctional facility. Press 1 to accept the charges.
Which she does.
No, Maisie's not sick, she says. She's still at school. The water heater sprung a leak, and I had to be here when they came to replace it.
They're working on it now. I give her the news that I'm getting out 6 months earlier than I thought, and that my residency has to be established before they release me. I don't want to pressure you, Em, but it's more urgent now. When she asks me what the exact date is, I tell her I don't know yet, sometime in February. My counselor's going to let me know, but at the rate things happen around here, it could be— Use your mother's address, she says. I assume she'd be okay with that. Yeah, but wouldn't it make more sense if I moved back in with you and Maisie? I could take her to school and pick her up, bring her to her after-school stuff, make dinner, make your life easier. No, that's not happening. It would just be for convenience's sake. I can sleep on the couch. No. 1 2-letter word, and that's it. Because? Because you can't expect to walk out of there and pick up where we left off before everything happened. You've been in prison for 2.5 years, Corby. You've changed, I've changed, and it would be too overwhelming for Maisie. Don't get me wrong, I want you back in her life, and she's going to want that too, but it has to happen more gradually. You're going to file those divorce papers, aren't you? I didn't say that. I mean, there was no rush before, but now that I'm getting out— Look, Corby, she says, you're an addict, and your substance abuse has cost us all a hell of a lot. She's saying it without saying it. It cost her Nico. And to tell you the truth, when Maisie needs to go someplace, I can drive her myself like I've been doing. Meaning she won't risk our daughter's safety if I'm at the wheel. I go someplace else for a couple of seconds, because it hurts to listen to how my offer has scared her, triggered her. When I tune back in, she's saying she believes me when I say I've stayed clean and sober since I've been in prison, but for the record, I got clean before I got here, and except when we were in lockdown, I've hauled my ass to meetings once or twice a week. Which is really good, and I'm sure it hasn't been easy. But once you get out, you're going to have a lot more access to drugs and alcohol. I'm past all that. The obsession has left me. Then I'm happy for you. Happy for Maisie, too. All I'm saying is that you're going to have to prove to me that you're committed to maintaining your sobriety before we can talk about driving her places or living arrangements. Prove it for how long? Well, let's say a year. Which doesn't mean that you and Maisie can't— You shopping around for someone else, Em? Swiping right to find my replacement? I can hear myself being an asshole, but I'm not yet sorry I said it. Still, why am I arguing against the case I'm trying to make? No, that's not it, she says. I'm going to end this conversation now before we both say things we're going to regret. I'm glad you're getting out early. Take care. What's it been? Less than an hour since I received the news from Miss Jackson, and in that time my emotions have ricocheted like a pinball. Relieved, excited, afraid, hopeful, hopes dashed. But that's no excuse for going off on her like that. Hasn't my time in here, all of it sober time, taught me anything about restraining myself, being humble enough to resist running off at the mouth? It says in the big book that humility is the bedrock of recovery. Manny says, I'm going to miss you, but I'm happy for you, Corbs. Can I give you a hug? Probably not, I tell him. He gets that hurt look of his, so I tell him that when I leave, I'm not going to want to take a lot of the shit I've accumulated. Like what? He says. I know what answer he's looking for. Well, for one thing, my TV. He breaks out in a big grin. It's taken me a while to figure out that Manny's commissary account, which his sister Gloria funds, doesn't allow for many extras. She can't make much as a nighttime cleaner in a couple of office buildings, but Manny seems to think his and his sister's ship is going to come in once that uncle kicks the bucket and they inherit his motel. That's probably wishful thinking, since it's on some secondary road in Jersey close to where Palisades Amusement Park used to be. From time to time I hear him singing their old radio jingle, Palisades has the rides, Palisades has the fun, come on over. I hope I'm wrong, but I can't imagine a motel on the way to where a tourist attraction used to be is going to be much of a moneymaker. I've done my best to avoid Anselmo and Picardi, but even when I can't, they ignore me, look past me as if I don't exist. The only exception was the time out in the yard when Picardi put his finger to his lips and smiled. Even his silent threat didn't intimidate me that much, thanks to the Klonopin. It's really helped me to stay calmer during the day, sleep better at night, and quiet the violent fantasies I'd been having about how I'd make him and Anselmo pay for what they did. The only problem is that when Blankenship prescribed it for me, I told him I was getting out next August. After that changed, I put in a request for an appointment to discuss getting off it sooner. I heard back yesterday, but the appointment's not for another week and a half, and it's with the other shrink. What I'll do is start tapering down 6 weeks before my release. I'll start going over to the med line every other time I'm due for a dose. Then, for the last couple of weeks, I'll stop taking it altogether, wean myself off it that way. It's just a crutch, and the closer I get to leaving, the less I'll need it. Hey, Em. I'm writing for 2 reasons. First, and most important, I want to apologize for the stupid things I said on the phone last week. I had just found out about my earlier release, and my head was all over the place emotionally. Still, that's no excuse for me acting like a dick. I should have let the news sink in before I called you. I'm sorry. I've been thinking a lot about the things you said and realized they make sense. You're right. I need to prove myself once I'm out. Addicts get to be really good liars, and I was no exception when I was drinking and drugging. I get it that I have to win back your trust over time. My probation officer will drug test me regularly and will have the power to send me back here if I test positive, but that's not going to happen. Once I'm out of here, I'm never coming back. There's this saying in the program, meeting makers make it, and it's true. I've heard people in AA and NA say they were 5, 10, even 20 years sober, but then they got complacent, stopped going to meetings, and started drinking or using again. I've promised myself that I'll get to meetings 4 or 5 times a week minimum. With my counselor's help, I've just recently gotten my sponsor's address and written to him. Dale was who I was working with before I got sentenced. He and I were doing the 12 steps, but that got cut short when I had to come here. We were getting ready to start step 9, which is about making amends to the people we've hurt. I'm hoping to hear back from him so I can finish the last 4 steps. I know promises can sound empty, but I mean it when I say I'm going to work consistently on my sobriety, for you, for Maisie, and most of all for myself. The second reason I'm writing is to update you on a couple of things. I found out my release date. It's Tuesday, February 4th. My mom says I can stay at her place for as long as I need to. I'm hoping to get some kind of a job ASAP so that I can begin to contribute toward your expenses, plus give my mom a little something every week. She's not charging me rent, but I want to chip in. I have the number of an agency that helps ex-cons find employment, so I'll contact them. Meanwhile, Mom says one of her regulars at the diner hires ex-prisoners at his scrap metal business and that her boss, Skip, is always looking for dishwashers. I can always mow lawns and shovel snow or whatever. Start small and stay humble, right? Take care, Em. Kiss Maisie for me and tell her Daddy will see her soon. Love you too. Corby. For some reason, writing that letter takes it out of me. I address the envelope and put the letter inside, but instead of sealing it, I decide I'll read it over tomorrow before I put it in outgoing mail on the way to breakfast. In the morning, the one part of my letter that makes me a little uncomfortable is when I wrote, addicts get to be really good liars, and I was no exception when I was drinking and drugging. I get it that I have to win back your trust over time. When I was drinking and drugging, past tense, but I'm taking a benzo again. Should I rewrite the letter and leave that sentence out? Nah. It's low dose. I'm taking it medicinally under supervision, and I've got a plan to start tapering off it as my release date gets closer. That's a whole different thing than abusing it. It's just a crutch, that's all. When someone breaks an ankle, no one expects them to get around without using crutches, same difference. She might not understand the difference between how I was using it then and now, decide it's a deal breaker when it's not even a problem. And anyway, if I told her I'm taking it in here, I might have to tell her why, because I was anally raped by one guard while another one watched. There's no way in hell I'm doing that. It's just a crutch, Emily. After they sodomized me, I was losing it. It calms my nerves and helps me get to sleep. Taking it is just temporary. I know what I'm doing. So the letter is fine as is. I seal the envelope and, when they call us for morning chow, hand it to the desk sergeant. Outgoing? He asks. Yes. The following Saturday morning, Manny and I are cleaning up the cell when the squawk box clicks on. Hey, Del Vecchio, you've got a visitor. Must be Manny's sister. He said she was driving up from Jersey to visit him. Ledbetter, you there? Yes. You've got visitors, too. Visitors? Plural. Emily and my mother? No, it can't be Mom. Not at 10:30 on a Saturday morning when the diner gets its biggest crowd of the week. Could be just Emily, though. Singular, not plural. A slip of the tongue. Maybe my letter apologizing to her has put us back on track. It can't be Em and Maisie, can it? No, don't even go there. Dad and his wife? I don't remember putting Natalie's name on my visitors list. The first year I was here, whenever they said I had a visitor, I'd brace myself, thinking it might be my father. I'd walk over there feeling dread that I had to face him and, at the same time, relief that he'd cared enough to come. But it never was him, So by the third year, I hid my disappointment with a fuck him attitude. Fake it till you make it, as they say. But at this point, I really couldn't care less whether he shows up. In fact, I hope it's not him. Too little too late. My complicated feelings about dear old Dad have gone to sleep, and I'd just as soon not poke the bear. "Who's your company?" Manny asks me. "I'm not sure, maybe Melania and the Donald?" He pretends he's gagging. Entering the visiting room, I recognize the pair of guards up there on the platform, the same two who were on duty the day Solomon had that meltdown, and they pulled him out, kicking and screaming, and made the rest of us leave. Goatee guard looks like he's put on a little weight. Butch has grown her crew cutout into a modified afro. Per the usual protocol, we have to be seated before they let the visitors in. Goatee goes over the rules: a brief embrace and a quick kiss, no tongues. Everyone's hands up on the table where the guards can see them. No exchanges of any kind, or we'll get a ticket and our visitor will be banned from coming here. Here come the troops, passing by the Sallyport window. Then the steel door grinds open and they're in. I recognize Cornell's wife and grandson from earlier visits. That's got to be Manny's sister behind them. She's a Manny look-alike in a Hawaiian shirt, crop pants, and a thick gray braid. Watching them hug each other makes me wish I had a sister. "Hey, I was wrong. It is Mom. What's she doing here on a—" Oh my God, it's Maisie. She's brought Maisie. As they walk toward me hand in hand, I'm hungry to take her in. Dark eyes, dark hair. She's got her mother's coloring. As I watch her scan the room, taking in the noisy reunions of families, friends, and cons, I have an unwelcome flashback to that morning, me turning and looking in the back seat, seeing her strapped in safely next to Nico's empty car seat. I refocus on who she is now. A kindergartner in a pretty plaid dress with a white collar, white anklets, and those little girl shoes with the straps. Is she tall for her age? She looks tall. When Mom directs Maisie's attention to me, I wave. She stares at me without waving back. As they reach my table, I swipe the tears from my cheeks and get down on one knee, my arms outstretched. Instead of stepping forward for a hug, she hides behind her grandmother. "Easy does it," Mom tells me. "She's feeling a little shy. Why don't we all sit down?" Given the choice of a chair of her own or her grandmother's lap, she opts for Grandma Vicky. "Well, hi, Maisie," I say. "I haven't seen you in a long, long time, and I'm so happy you came to see me. Do you know who I am?" She shakes her head. "Sure you do," Mom tells her. "Who did I say we're coming to see?" She reaches up and whispers in Mom's ear. "That's right, and here he is." Maisie shakes her head and tells her grandma that her daddy doesn't have a beard. "Not in the pictures you have of him at home, but he's grown one since he's been here. Right, Daddy?" "Yes, that's right. Do you like it, Maisie, or do you think I should shave it off?" "Shave it off." She says it to Mom, not me. Manny calls to me from one table over. "Hey, Corby, is that your kid?" I nod. "And my mother." "Pleased to meet you," Manny says. "This is my sister Gloria." We all say hello, and Gloria tells me my daughter's adorable and asks me how old she is. Before I can answer, Butch yells to us from the guard's platform that we need to limit our conversations to our own visitors. Everyone nods. Okay, we get it. "Maisie, pretty soon, you and I are going to see a lot more of each other," I tell her. "And we can do fun things. Maybe go to Iconic Park so you can swing on the swings and climb on the monkey bars." "Can Grandma Vicky come?" she asks. "If she wants to. Would you like to come with us, Grandma?" She says she would. "What about my mommy?" "Oh, sure, she could come too. And maybe after the park, we can get ice cream or go to McDonald's. Do you like Happy Meals?" Ignoring my question, she says, "That man is a pirate." Confused, I follow her pointing finger to the end of the table. She means Mick, a guy on the tier below ours who, for the sake of his visitors, is wearing a patch over his dead milky eye. When Mom reminds her it's not polite to point, Maisie takes a hold of one of her braids and starts twisting it around her finger. A nervous habit, I suspect. Am I making her nervous? "Grammy, are we going soon?" she asks. Mom tells her they just got here. For close to 3 years, I've imagined this reunion with my daughter. From across the room, she would see me and run to me. We'd hug, not wanting to let each other go. All those drawings I'd been sending her would have worked their magic, keeping her memory of me alive and intact. But this is nothing like that. She's wary of me. It's understandable. I've been gone from her life for so long, but it's painful, too, and it's hard not to resent Emily for keeping her from me. Does she have any memory of me at all? Hey, Maisie, do you remember the song we used to sing at bath time? The wheels on the bus go round and round. She says she knows that song from school. Oh, okay. So how's Mr. Zebra? Is he still your favorite stuffed animal? Who's that? She says. My favorite is Monk Monk. Mom is saying something to me in silence, but I'm unable to read her lips. I decide to go for broke. Maisie, don't you remember me? Without looking at me, she shakes her head and starts that braid twisting again. I look up at my mother. This time I can read her lips. Don't pressure her, she's saying. Patrolling the room, Butch, in fairness, she's Officer Stickley, stops at our table and asks Maisie whether she likes books. Maisie nods. Well, you see Bert and Ernie on that wall over there. She directs Maisie's attention to a badly done version of the Sesame Street characters. Over there is where the books are. I bet if you pick one out, your daddy will read it to you. Maisie looks at her grandmother, who tells her to go ahead, so she slides off Mom's lap and heads for the books. You are her father, right? Stickley asks me. I tell her yes, but after she walks away, I say to my mother, I used to be. Now stop that, Corby, Mom says. This is a lot for her to process. Be patient. She'll come around. Yeah, okay. But I wish you'd have given me a heads up that she was coming. Kind of a shock to see her walk in here when I wasn't expecting it. Well, this got put together very quickly, and you and I haven't spoken since when? Tuesday? It's not like I can call you. No, you're right. I apologize. Thank you so much for bringing her here. How the hell did you pull it off? Is this visit clandestine, or is it Emily approved? Corby, I never would have brought her here without permission, she says. Emily had planned a weekend getaway in Boston with some of her teacher girlfriends. Betsy was going to babysit, but she came down with a bad cold, so I volunteered. I got one of the other girls to take my weekend shifts. I have Maisie until tomorrow night. I figured it was a long shot when I asked Emily about bringing her here to see you, but she surprised me and said it was probably a good idea. She told me the child psychologist she's taking Maisie to has urged her to let you and your daughter see each other again to prepare for your getting out. To tell you the truth, I think Emily was relieved when I offered to bring her. She told me she feels guilty she hasn't come to see you more often herself, but she finds this place so intimidating she gets nauseous. You sure it's the place? I ask, half kidding, half not. Mom assures me that it's the place. But having you back in her life is going to take getting used to for Maisie. Today is just the first baby step, okay? Okay. Hey, were you always this wise, or is it something new? She laughs and says she doesn't know how wise she is. She's just trying to make things easier for everyone, Emily included. All the time we've been talking, I've been keeping an eye on Maisie. I know most of the other guys who are here. We're all from B Block, and I haven't had a problem with any of them. But I know Jorge was a gangbanger, Lou's doing time for doing his girlfriend's underage daughter, Sal's here for human trafficking, Gallagher scammed 2 different widows out of their life savings. Nobody's bothering Maisie, and most of my peers, absorbed with their company, don't even notice her. But watching her pass within 5 or 6 feet of these guys puts me on alert. I'm not their peer right now. I'm Maisie's father. In all the time she's been kept away from me, I've only been able to see through the lens of my own selfish need. To look at her, talk to her, touch her, observe her from visit to visit, how she's doing, how she's changing. But this is the first time I'm able to see things through Emily's eyes. To consider that she may not have been withholding my daughter to punish me, but to make sure her only living child stays away from a potentially dangerous place that houses dangerous people. Maisie returns with 2 books. Curious George Goes to the Zoo and something called Pinkalicious. She's also carrying a tattered and stained stuffed bunny. Emily would shudder at the thought of Maisie holding the thing, but I take my cue from Mom and let it go. Which book do you want me to read first, Maisie? I ask. She chooses Pinkalicious, but says Grammy has to read it, not me. All right, Mom tells her. I'll read this one, and your daddy can read you Curious George. Maisie doesn't look thrilled with this plan, but she doesn't object. When it's my turn to read, I reprise my performance as the funny daddy the twins used to love, hamming it up with over-the-top animal sounds and exaggerated responses to Curious George's hijinks. Maisie is poker-faced during the first few pages, but by the end she's giggling in spite of herself. After that, and for the rest of our hour together, she's a little more friendly and talkative. At one point she says directly to me,
You know what? No, what? I'm going to a princess party at Michaela's house.
I tell her that sounds like fun, ask her whether she's going to dress up like a princess.
Yep, and guess what else?
What else?
I have a pet monkey, a real one.
Mom gives me a discreet headshake.
Wow, that's cool, I say.
What's its name, Curious George?
No, she's a girl monkey.
Is her name Betsy? Mom tried to suppress a smile.
No, silly, that's my grandma's name.
Your grandma? I thought your grandma's name was Vicky. She widens her eyes and slaps her forehead.
My other grandma, dumbhead.
What? Your other grandma's name is Dumbhead? Mom reminds us both that it's not nice to call someone that. When Officer Goatee gives visitors the 5-minute warning, Mom tells Maisie she'd better put the books and the bunny back where she got them. She tells her no, she can't keep the bunny because other children will want to play with it too. As we watch her walk across the room, my protective parent instinct kicks in again. Mom says she thinks Maisie and I made some good headway today. They used to love it when I read to them and got silly, I tell her. Came back like riding a bike.
But please don't say things like that about Betsy. That's not going to help.
Point taken, I tell her. Mom says it broke her heart when Maisie told me she's going to that princess party.
It already happened, and Maisie was the only girl in her class who wasn't invited. Apparently, when she asked that girl Michaela why, she told her it was because she's a weirdo. Emily said poor Maisie was devastated.
Hearing this breaks my heart, too. But once I'm out of here, and here she comes, back to the table. For whatever reason, she's an outcast at school. We're going to help her fix that. Visits are now over, people, Officer Stickley announces. Most of the others in the room stand and embrace. Mom and I share a quick hug, and I get a peck on the cheek. Not too much longer before I'm out of here, I tell her. She puts her hands together as if in prayer. Turning to Maisie, Mom asks whether she'd like to give me a hug or a kiss goodbye. Maisie shakes her head.
Okay then, see you soon,
I tell her. I watch them walk with the other visitors to the steel door and wait for it to open. Mom and Manny's sister are saying something to each other. As they stand there, Maisie suddenly pivots, looks back at me, and gives me a timid wave. I wave back. For the time being, this little exchange is all I need. The door begins its noisy opening. The visitors walk through. The door reverses direction, and they're gone. Dismissed from the visiting room, we line up to be strip-searched. Thinking about what Anselmo and Picardi had planned when I was led into that storage room for a strip search, I break out in a sweat, begin to shake. I'm desperate to hold on to my daughter's visit, the sound of her giggling, her braids, the joy of that surprise wave, but it's being snatched away from me as the ugliness comes back. I smell the onions, feel the surprise pain of it, the humiliation. When I'm next in line to be searched, I walk toward the CO. A few minutes later, I'm outside, walking back to B with Manny. I can't recall bending and coughing just now, any of that. When I began flashing back, I must have checked out until it was over. I started weaning myself off the Klonopin 2 weeks ago and quit it altogether the day before yesterday. That's it, I told myself, no more. But I'm feeling so rattled by the strip search that, after chow, I get the okay from the CO at the control desk, head over to the medical unit, and get in line. I'll just take it this one last time so that, after that flashback I had, I can calm my nerves and get some sleep tonight. Then that will be it. Dear Emily, I'm writing to thank you for giving the okay to let Maisie visit me with my mom. For the past almost 3 years, I've appreciated the pictures and updates you've sent me, but seeing her in person was magical. Sometimes when I think about that hour she and I had together last Saturday, I almost wonder if it really happened. I love her so much, Em. Maisie's visit has gotten me thinking about our future, yours and mine, and the difference between the fantasy of what I've imagined happening and the reality of our situation. My gut tells me you're leaning towards going forward with a divorce. It kills me to write this. Please know that. But I think I can admit to myself now that, other than legally, our marriage ended a while ago. That day on the phone when I was pushing for a reconciliation, you said that whatever was going to happen, you wanted me to still be in Maisie's life. I've done a lot of thinking about that, and, especially since her visit, I realize that's the most important thing. And you're right that my re-entry into her life should be gradual until she feels comfortable with me, and you're comfortable that my recovery is rock solid. There's a skinny little window at the back of my cell that looks out onto the visitors' parking lot. In the time I've been here, I've sometimes witnessed through this window the reunions between some guy who's just been released and the families and friends who meet him and drive him away. For the past almost 3 years, I've imagined the day when I walk out of here, and now it's close to happening. My mom is going to pick me up, and if it's okay with you, before we go back to her place, I'd love to see you and Maisie either at the house or someplace where we can go for lunch or whatever. I hope that's not too much to ask, and if it is, I'll understand. You can let my mother know if it's okay with you. Thanks for considering it. Love you, Corby. Chapter 37. January and February 2020. Days 914 through 17 of 920. It's Friday, January 31st, 4 days until my release. To make sure everything goes smoothly, I'm spending most of the day with a new CO, Officer Whiteley, who looks like she's just out of middle school, never mind the police academy. She's assigned to escort me to the offices where various personnel will help me do everything I need to do and sign everything I need to sign to ensure smooth sailing when I'm processed out of here on Tuesday. Our first stop is the Inmate Trust Fund office. My account was frozen a week ago, and I'm told I have $87.42 left on the books. From that, $50 will be subtracted and handed to me in cash as gate money just before I leave. The remaining $38 and change will be issued in a check forwarded to me at my mom's address. Next, I have my picture taken for the ID card I'll exchange for my prison ID. This new identification will substitute for the driver's license I surrendered when I was indicted 3 years ago. I've been warned by my case manager that getting my license reinstated won't be easy, given the nature of my conviction. The DMV fees will be steep, and I'll probably have a better shot at it if I hire a lawyer. I make a mental note to call Rachel Dixon's office later, but there's a part of me that dreads the thought of getting behind the wheel of a car again. On our way to the property office, I asked CO Whiteley what drew her to this kind of work. My last job was checking members in at a fitness center and saying, "Have a good workout 100 times a shift." Plus, it's kind of in the family. My dad's a state cop, and one of my brothers is a CO. Which prison is your brother at? That's where her training kicks in, I guess. Her face turns expressionless, and she says, "Never mind, no more questions." At the property window, I refuse the personal effects I came in here with. The last thing I want to be reminded of is the courtroom clothes I was wearing the day I was processed in here. Donate them or throw them out, I tell the property manager, and so he issues me a thermal undershirt, a pair of khakis with an elastic waistband, and a hooded sweatshirt. I ain't got any winter jackets at the moment. You can't walk out of here with the winter coat they issued you because it's state property. They'll make you surrender it before you leave. When you leaving? This coming Tuesday, I tell him. It's supposed to snow, he says. You need socks or skivvies? They'll let you leave here with those. I tell him I just got laundry back, so I'm good. Last time I talked to my mother, I asked her to buy me some underwear and socks so I could throw out the used shit they issue us here. Any excuse to go to TJ Maxx, she said. More offices, more signatures. At medical, a nurse tells me I still have some left on my Klonopin. Do I want them to send the rest of my prescription over to discharge? I tell her no, that I've gotten myself off them. Haven't taken any for about a week and a half. Any negative effects? She asks. Palpitations, some on and off twitching, a little more irritability, nothing I can't manage. None that I've noticed, I tell her. Okay then, she says, if you're sure. Our last stop is Counselor Jackson's office. Okay, this is it for me, CO Whiteley says. Good luck. Same to you, I tell her. Hey, do me a favor, will you? She says officers don't do favors for offenders. Okay, I was just going to ask that you don't let this place make you cynical. I put my hand out to shake hers, but she refuses the gesture and walks away. I figure she could go either way after she's here a while, become one of the decent ones who remember we're human beings, or one of the ball-busters who has to keep reinforcing the message that we're scum and they're in charge. Something I've observed in the time I've been here is that a lot of the female officers are chameleons. They'll treat you reasonably one shift and go hard-ass on you the next, depending on who their shift partner is. For whatever reason they chose this work, women have to manage two groups of men, the prisoners and their fellow guards, including the ones who try to test them by making sexual remarks, and the ones who assume this is no job a woman should be doing. Counselor Jackson wants to know how I'm feeling. I shrug, tell her my head's all over the place, but I'm mostly happy to get out of here. Understandable, she says. Is someone picking you up on Tuesday? I tell her yes, my mother. Good old Mom, huh? Let her know she should be here no later than 8:30, but that she'll probably have to wait a while. Depends on how many others are getting processed out. And as you've probably noticed, nothing at this place moves too fast. Believe me, I've noticed. See if you can speed things up when they make you warden here. She laughs and says, Oh God, don't wish that on me. Here, don't lose this. She hands me a card with the name and contact info of my probation officer and tells me I need to check in at his office within 48 hours of my release. I'm given a CT-DOC discharge packet that contains information about transitional services and how to access medical insurance. I ask her to describe what happens on D-Day. Sure, she says. They'll get you up early, probably have you take a shower and get dressed. They will already have issued you a couple of garbage bags for the stuff you're taking home, so you should pack the night before. Make a list of everything, then an officer will escort you over to A&D and put you in a holding cell with whoever else is leaving that day. They call you up one by one, check the stuff in your bags against the list you made, give you a P-test to make sure you're leaving here clean, and ask you a bunch of questions to make sure you're really you, not someone who's trying to sneak out of here instead of you. Seriously? Did that ever happen? Once, I heard. I guess it was all over the news, so they're super careful not to let it happen again. Anyway, just before they discharge you, you hand in all your paperwork and they give you your release documents. You'll get your new ID and your gate money. Then an officer will unlock 3 or 4 doors. When you pass through the last one, you're on the outside, a free man again. A free man. Wow, is it really going to happen? It is, she says. You ready for it? I tell her I'm more than ready. But the truth is I'm on edge, too. The routines at this place can be mind-numbing, but what happens after I'm out and my days are unstructured? What if I can't get a job or get my license back? I ask Jackson whether I can use her office phone to call my attorney about having my driver's license reinstated. She nods, gets me an outside line, and hands me the phone. Attorney Dixon is no longer practicing here, the receptionist says. Would you like to make an appointment with Attorney Stives? She's taken over the practice and has all of Miss Dixon's files. No, that's all right. Thanks anyway. It's February the 1st, late Saturday morning, and the final countdown to Tuesday has begun. Manny's sitting on my bunk, and I'm kneeling in front of my open storage box, conducting the great cellmate giveaway. I've already promised my sweats to Pacheco, my Timberlands to Angel, and my blanket and knit hat to Lobo, who's always bitching about how cold he is. But to Manny go the rest of the spoils, whatever he wants to claim. He's already taken possession of my TV, writing with a Sharpie, Property of M. Del Vecchia, on both sides of the thing. How about these? I ask, holding up my checkerboard Vans. They're kind of frayed, and there's a hole in the toe. Manny gives me a thumbs up. He's probably worn them more than I have. Earphones? I can always use an extra pair. Plastic bowls? Fuck yes, one of mine's got a crack in it. Stamped envelopes? Sure, I ran out last week and I owe my sister a letter. What about a half-empty tube of toenail fungus cream? Why not? Giving away all the commissary shit I've accumulated is against the rules officially. You're supposed to haul it all out of here whether someone else could use it or not. But for me, part of the joy of getting out of here is giving it to him, and really, who's going to check and say, Hey, isn't that Ledbetter's anti-fungus cream? It's one of the stupid rules here that begs to be broken. And I'm just 72 hours away from saying so long to all the stupid regulations at Yates fucking CI. Zatarain's? Which kind, blackened or Creole? Creole. All right then, yeah. Like he's doing me the favor. He also says yes to 2 rolls of toilet paper, half a bottle of shampoo, a 3-pack of Slim Jims, a barely used deodorant stick, my rubber shower shoes, an unopened package of smoked almonds, and a fingernail clipper. The only things he declines to take possession of are the Come to Jesus books my Aunt Nancy has sent me. It's not that I don't appreciate her thoughtfulness, it's just not the kind of reading I'm drawn to. Guess that's my father's influence, but at least I'm not as judgmental as he is about religion. It still strikes me as weird that one sibling becomes a holy roller, the other an avowed atheist who thinks believers have been duped. I take the 6 books out of the box, spread them end to end on my bunk, and read the titles. The Sacred Soul, Find Your Way Back to God, When Jesus Speaks, Are You Listening? Chicken Soup for the Prisoner's Soul, Christian Awakenings to the Glory of God, and The Whole World in His Hands. At first I considered just tossing them, But then I decide I'll donate them to the library. They're still brand new, and some of the born-again dudes in here might want to read them. I want to say my goodbyes to Mrs. M. and Javier anyway, and return that book I've had forever, Native American Genocide. Goolsby's at the control desk. Rather than giving me a hassle because I hadn't already put in a library request, he okays my going over there. "You're out of here pretty soon, aren't you?" he asks. I tell him yes, Tuesday. "Good luck then. Go to the door and I'll buzz you out." I'm halfway down the corridor when Goolsby calls me back. Hanging up the phone, he says the mailroom just called, wanting to know whether I was still in custody. "I told them you were here until Tuesday, so they asked me to send you over there before they close for the day. Go see what they want before you go to the library." The system here is that inmate mail gets sorted, inspected, and sometimes opened and examined before it's sent to the blocks, where it's distributed to each tier's control desk, then shoved through the traps of our cell doors, so I have to ask Goolsby where the mailroom is. "Same building you're going to," he says, "in the basement." It's a happy surprise when I get to the mailroom and a familiar face appears at the window. "Lieutenant Cavagnero, wow, I didn't expect to see you here." "Didn't expect to be back until a month ago," he says. "I can't get around like I used to and was filling out my paperwork to retire, but then Rafferty left and this position became available. Less wear and tear on the body, and no second or third shift, so I decided to stick around a little longer and max out my pension. How are you doing? Painting any more pictures since that one on the wall?" I tell him no, that was it. "You're getting out soon, huh? Well, I'm happy for you." I thank him, tell him what my plan is, as much as I know at this point. Ask him why he wanted to see me. "Oh yeah, just a sec," he says, and hobbles to the back of the room. It's good to see him again. Reminds me that some of the COs around here are good people just doing their job. When Cavagnero comes back, he's shaking his head. He's holding a beat-up envelope. "Gotta apologize for getting this to you so late," he says. "Rafferty, the guy I replaced, nice enough guy, but he left this place a mess. Me and my workers took some time reorganizing things, moving the shelves and tables, and this showed up jammed behind the cabinet over there. When he hands it to me, I read the return address. It's from my father. The cancellation stamp says August 31st, 2017. That would have been my 4th or 5th week here, around the time when I was thinking about how I could end my life. It would be too heavy duty to open and read it now, so I thank Cavagnero, stick the letter in one of the books I'm donating, and head toward the stairs. I'm curious about what he had to say back then, but I'm not sure I want to find out. A part of me wishes his lost letter had stayed lost. Climbing to the top floor, I recall what he looked like when the judge sentenced me, the way he, of all people, was the one in tears. At the library, I say goodbye to Javier first. We shake hands, and when he pulls me in, we share one of those quick, back-patting embraces that even the macho men in here find acceptable. "Stay strong out there, hombre," he says. I tell him to do the same in here. We make a promise to reconnect after he gets out, maybe grab a meal and go to a meeting together. Mrs. Millman is in her office. While I wait for her to come out, I place my book donations on the circulation desk and read the sign she's posted. Beginning February 18th, the hours when inmates may use this library will be limited and may fluctuate. "What's up with this?" I ask, when she comes out to the desk. She shakes her head and says it's about cost-cutting. The librarian at McFarland is leaving and they're not replacing him. "I'm told I now have to divide my time between 2 libraries and cut the hours at each by 50%. Oh, and the new materials the superintendent promised us? They've cut his budget too, so that's kaput. Sometimes I don't know why I bother." I tell her it's because we need her. Ask her whether she's going to take on the other library plus this one. "I'll try it for a couple of months," she says. "And if it's too much, I'll retire so that Howie and I can hang around the house together and drive each other crazy. But that's enough about my tale of woe. I want to hear about you." I tell her I'll be living at my mother's place and spending as much time as I can with my daughter, and that I'm hoping to get a job, maybe 2, so that I can contribute toward Maisie's childcare and pay my mom a little toward expenses. I may be able to get my driver's license back eventually, but for now, I'll have to figure out the bus schedule and get a hold of a used bike. She says her son's old Schwinn is just taking up space in the garage and I'd be doing her and Howie a favor by taking it off their hands. She jots her address and phone number on a slip of paper, folds it, and hands it to me. "We are not supposed to share our personal information with you guys, so don't let the officers see this when they discharge you," she says. I smile and tell her I'll swallow it if I have to. Noticing the books I've brought, she picks them up and looks them over, I ask her whether there are anything she could use.
"Oh, sure," she says. "Our spiritual books are always in circulation. We have a couple of these, but we can always use extras, and we're happy to get new titles. Thank you."
Yeah, and sorry to be returning this one so late, I tell her, pointing to Native American genocide. Took me forever to get through it. It was a tough read.
"How so?" she asks.
It was hard reading about how badly we screwed the indigenous populations. We being the white man, of course. I mean, I knew about the Trail of Tears and Wounded Knee and all that, but this assumption of white supremacy went all the way back to the holier-than-thou Puritans. They tried to wipe out the tribes, attacked and slaughtered them, enslaved the survivors. You wouldn't believe the cruelty.
"Oh, yes, I would, my dear,"
she says, smiling sadly.
"I'm a Jew."
We lock eyes for a couple of seconds. Yeah, I say. Right. We share a long goodbye hug.
"So now you know how to get a hold of me," she says. "Stay in touch. And Corby," she whispers the next in my ear, "promise me you won't get too busy to practice your art. Don't squander your gift."
Without a clue about what will happen after I'm out of here, I promise. On my way out, I stop at my mural. My eyes wander over the various figures and come to rest on Nico. "So long, kiddo," I whisper. "I love you always." Then I'm out the door. I'm halfway down the stairs when Mrs. M calls to me.
"Forgot something? This was stuck in one of the books you dropped off."
Had I forgotten it? Or had I subconsciously tried to get away from it? I'm not sure. Why had Dad's letter been hiding behind that metal cabinet in the mailroom for years, waiting to boomerang back to me today, when I'm feeling 100 different emotions already? I spent the better part of 3 years hoping he might reach out in some way, be a real father, instead of just the checkbook dad who paid for my lawyer and kicked in toward my commissary account. I concluded that he wouldn't or couldn't reach out in any personal way because he was too ashamed of me. My crime and conviction, my status as a prisoner reflected poorly on him, tarnished his sterling reputation. Receiving his letter now, 3 years after he sent it, leaves me bewildered. Having finally convinced myself that his rejection no longer matters, that I've become impervious to his disapproval, I realize I'm as vulnerable as ever. When I get back to our cell, Manny's not there, so I take a deep breath and, with trembling hands, open the envelope and take out the handwritten 4-page letter. "Dear Corbin, I'm writing in response to your note thanking me for paying your legal fees and coming to your sentencing. You're my son, no thanks necessary. I just wish your lawyer had been able to keep you out of prison. There are some rough characters in there, so I hope you're holding your own. I've been doing a good deal of soul-searching since that day in the courtroom when I watched them handcuff you and take you away. At first I assigned most of the blame for your addiction to your mother. I told myself that if she had been less casual about her use of marijuana, you may not have come to rely on the addictive substances that led to such a terrible outcome. More recently, I've admitted to myself that blaming Vicky left me off the hook. As I became more and more unhappy with your mother's and my married life, my drinking increased, and I made no effort to conceal this from you. Added to that was how my moving out may have impacted you. Of course, there had to have been other variables at play. Children weather their parents' divorces all the time without there being such dire consequences later in their lives. I'm so angry I have to stop reading and catch my breath. Par for the course that he was blaming Mom, his favorite scapegoat. Her smoking weed had nothing to do with it. His abandonment may have impacted me. Most kids from broken homes don't grow up and cause dire consequences. So which is it, Dad? Are you still trying to wiggle off the hook? Or is your big ego telling you that your defection had such a big influence that... And his name was Nico, Dad. He was a beautiful little boy, not just a terrible outcome. You might have gotten a kick out of him, maybe even loved him, if you'd bothered to see him and his sister more than once. You're lost, Dad. Maybe I should rip up the rest and throw his bullshit letter in the trash. Instead, I keep reading. Thinking back, I recall how we used to enjoy our nature walks when you were a little guy. You seemed so fascinated by all the creatures we'd spot in the woods, the ponds and streams, the fields, and I felt so proud to be able to share my knowledge of the natural world with you. My expectation back then was that you would follow in my footsteps and become a man of science, perhaps in the field of zoology. It was no secret that I was unhappy with you when you went in a different direction and chose to study art in college. I've come to realize only lately that my disapproval was based on my own ego. You had every right to pursue what you were interested in, instead of creating a life in my image. This is late in coming, Corbin, but I apologize for having devalued your artistic impulses. Though this does not come easily, Corbin, I need to admit something to you. Despite the circumstances that led to your little boy's death, you were a far better father than I was. That became crystal clear to me the time Natalie and I visited you, Emily, and the twins. I'm ashamed to say this, but seeing the loving way you interacted with your wife and children made me feel jealous of you. I had to admit to myself that I did not have the capacity to love the way you did, so I took the coward's way out. I made no further effort to visit you and your family. Corbin, I don't know how you'll react to the things I've shared in this letter. I have no idea if they might bring us closer together or drive us further apart. I'll leave it to you to decide. If you write back and tell me you want me to visit you, I'll contact your mother and ask her what the procedures are. If I don't hear back from you, I'll understand that you don't want me to come. As you know, I am not someone who can pray to a non-existent God. So instead of prayers, I offer you my deepest hope that you will remain safe and that your time in there will pass as quickly as possible. I love you and look forward to the day when you walk out of there a free man. Sincerely, Dad. It's too much to take in all at once. Too overwhelming and confusing. So I put his letter down and pace the cell. Take deep breaths. Then I sit back on my bunk, pick it up again, and read it a second time. If I had been a better father, is he actually owning up to his flaws? And Jesus, I didn't see this coming. His giving me belated permission to be myself? Are you actually humbling yourself, Dad? I didn't realize you were capable of doing that. And you're saying you only came to see the twins once, not because you were indifferent to them, but because you were envious of me? His letter is such a total mindfuck that I sit here, stunned. How do I feel? How am I supposed to feel? What's my relationship with him supposed to be like now? When Manny enters our cell, I barely notice him until he speaks to me. Hey man, did you forget you're getting out of here? What the hell are you crying for? Chapter 38. February 2020. Days 918 through 20 of 920. After supper chow on Sunday, I head over to my last jailhouse AA meeting. They changed the time a few months ago, from late morning to early evening. The membership has changed some too since I started coming. Santiago and Red Sox Danny have been good additions. Durnell's gotten released, and I hear he's doing great. Methmouth died in his sleep last Thanksgiving. That was a sad one, but Dusty's death was even sadder. I remember him talking about how scared he was when his discharge was coming up. Didn't take him long before he was back here again, telling us he'd been rejected as a candidate for a liver transplant, and reacted to the news by going on an extended bender that he funded by pickpocketing shoppers outside Walmart. There was a yellow cast to his skin now, and nobody wanted to sit next to him because he had keto breath. He ended up in the hospice here and died last month, without any of the inmate tributes that the most popular backdoor parolees get. Frank is chairing today's meeting. I think back to when he first came in and what a know-it-all he acted like. He's still not one of my favorites, but he works a good program, and his shares are usually worth listening to. Of all the things I've heard in here, something Frank said that first day he showed up has been the most useful. That having hope was never going to hurt me, but having unreasonable expectations could clobber me and start me drinking and drugging again. I remember trying to get away from him because I was like, who was he to give me advice? But what he said stuck with me, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that what he said was true. Knowing the difference between hope and expectations has helped me ever since. At the end of the meeting, I say goodbye and thank everyone for keeping me sober. Same, someone says. We'll miss you, man. Have a ginger ale on me. When we hold hands and say the Serenity Prayer, I'm standing next to Frank. At the end, he gives my hand a squeeze and says, "Good luck out there in the Wild West." Walking back to my housing unit, I think about how I've spent 2.5 years romanticizing what freedom was going to feel like. One of the emotions I hadn't expected to feel was survivor guilt. How many times had Lester Wiggins been denied a sentence modification? Why had they even refused to grant him a merciful release when he was close to the end? Why do I deserve to walk out of here and move on when I ended Nico's life when he was only 2. Back in B, I'm glad to see that it's Captain Graham and C.O. McGreevy working this shift. Both have always been decent to me. I tell them that tomorrow's the day I get out of here, and the captain says, "So we heard. Some of your friends are waiting for you in the rec room. You guys got 1 hour, that's it, so go on, get." I do what she says and walk into what turns out to be my farewell party, organized by Manny and okayed by Graham and McGreevy. Most of the guys on our end of the tier are here. Pacheco, Angel, Doherty, Boudreau, and the new kid, Jesse. They give me an embarrassing round of applause, and to stop them I put my hand up like a traffic cop. Refreshments-wise, they've pooled their commissary resources: teriyaki beef jerky, chocolate chip Pop-Tarts, buffalo chicken nuggets, spicy pork rinds, mini Hershey bars, Gatorade, and Royal Crown Cola. With the help of a hairdryer and a paper bag, Boudreau's made string cheese and chili with beans nachos. It's a frickin' feast. And what's a party without music? Angel has his radio dialed to an old-school R&B station, and when Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On comes on, a couple of the guys break out their slow dance moves as if they're grinding against their women. Manny's moves flirt with being X-rated, so who knows where his fantasies are taking him. Luckily, the song ends before C.O. McGreevy pops his head in. "Ledbetter's leaving tomorrow," Angel tells him. "Captain Graham gave us the okay." I know, just keep the music down." But when James Brown's I Feel Good comes on, McGreevy starts doing a little two-step and joins the sing-along. An hour later, as the party wraps up, I make an attempt to thank everyone and say how much the effort means to me, but it sounds so sappy, I cut it off mid-sentence and just tell them I'm going to miss them. "Stick around, then," someone quips. "Nope, not a chance," I tell them, and they answer with a cheer. Back in our cell, I thank Manny for his loyalty to me and for organizing the party. "Hug?" he says. I tell him okay and hold him tight, then tighter. He's already given me the address of the motel he and his sister will inherit, but he writes it down again in case I lose the first. I promise him that when he gets out in a few more years, I'll go down to see him and Gloria. "You fucking better," he says. Before I go to bed, I make that list of what I'm walking out of here with. Signed legal paperwork, the letters I've saved, my sketchbooks and art supplies, the photos of Maisie that Emily sent, and my lucky Riverstone. Because I gave away most of my shit, I only have to use one of the 2 plastic bags they gave me. At lights out, I get into bed, then remember I forgot to pack the Riverstone. No sense in groping around in the dark for it. I'll drop it in the bag first thing in the morning. I drift in and out of restless sleep all night, my mind going in 100 different directions. And let's not forget the individual who may end up paying the highest price of all, Nico's twin sister, Maisie. "You ain't turning me into your Uncle Remus or your magical Negro. You're the baby killer, right? Code Purple, Building B, 1st floor. Seeing the loving way you interacted with your wife and children made me feel jealous of you. Mind, body, mind, body, mind, body. You've gotten too involved with that kid. There's a salt shaker missing. You swipe that Ledbetter?" "So let's go with the Klonopin then. Sound good?" "We have this big blank wall now. How would you like to make it your canvas?" This call originates from a Connecticut correctional facility. "Seek the light, dear Corby. Move toward the light." She's not coming here, Corby. End of subject. But then Maisie did come, thanks to Mom. She seemed uncomfortable at first, then warmed up a little, then gave me that unexpected wave goodbye. As I think about what a gift that was, my restlessness subsides, and I finally fall into a deeper sleep. I wake up a little before 4 on Tuesday. The day is finally here, and I feel happy, sure, but not what you'd call joyous. My stomach's clenched, and my hands are a little shaky. I've been told it could be a long morning before I'm able to get in Mom's car and look at this place in the rearview mirror. Manny's snoring away up top. When I get out of bed, I go to the back window. I can see from the lamppost light that it started snowing. The visitor's lot has about an inch already. This isn't going to screw things up, is it? I haven't heard anything about accumulation. McGreevy must be doing a double shift because at 4:30 he unlocks our door and enters the cell. He gives me my instructions: shower, get dressed, strip my mattress, and leave the laundry on the floor. At 5, I should go over to morning chow as usual. At around 7, he says a first shift officer will escort me over to discharge. "Hey, nice party they gave you last night," he says. "Not everyone gets one of those." Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to miss some of the guys here, even a few of the COs, I tell him. He nods, then points up at Manny, still asleep on the top bunk. He says he bets I won't miss that snoring, though. I laugh and tell him no, I won't miss that. I just hope he lucks out with whoever they move in here next. McGreevy says he's going off shift pretty soon. Do I have any questions? Yeah. Do you know how many of us are getting out today? Not a clue, he says. Anything else? How much snow are we supposed to get? I heard 6 inches, but I doubt it. It's never as much as they forecast. Okay, if there's nothing else, good luck. We don't want to see you back here. Hey, one more question, I tell him. Who's on duty first shift? This morning. Dang, I read it on the schedule, but I can't remember. It's not Anselmo and Picardi, is it? He cocks his head. Why are you asking about those two? You hear something? I tell him no, I was just wondering. They're both on administrative leave, he says. And don't ask me why, because I'm not discussing it. Administrative leave means they're in trouble for something, doesn't it? Have those two motherfuckers finally gotten nailed? Morning chow is sparsely attended, just as well. I'm too jumpy to keep up my end of a conversation. I eat with my head down, grateful that this will be my last gummy oatmeal and powdered egg breakfast I'll have to swallow. Reason enough not to screw up and have to come back here. Maybe one day this week I'll go into work with Mom and order one of those California omelets with avocado and bacon. Maybe ask Skip about a dishwashing job while I'm at it. Gotta start somewhere. Leaving the chow hall, I try to listen in on a conversation 2 guys in front of me are having. I miss a lot of it, but one of them says he heard 3 female guards filed a joint complaint. The other one says he heard the whistleblower was keeping track of all kinds of shit. They've got to be talking about Picardi and Anselmo. Manny's awake when I get back, but for once he doesn't have any intel about why those two are in trouble. Could be 100 different things, he says, including whatever happened that night Anselmo gave you shit about stealing the salt shaker. He's fishing, but I don't take the bait. All I tell him is that Picardi showed up unexpectedly that night. So they double-teamed me. He stands there, waiting for me to say more, but I don't. I'm taking my humiliation with me when I walk out of here and never saying anything to anybody. Whatever those two have gotten nabbed for, I hope they both get shit-canned, but it's not going to have anything to do with me. At 7:15, Manny puts me through another of his sentimental goodbyes, then leaves for his job at data processing. 15 minutes later, my escort arrives right on time. It's Polakowski, one of the older guards. Ready? He asks. I grab my plastic bag of stuff, but tell him to hold on a second. Go to the back window and look out. It's stupid. Mom's not supposed to get here until 8:30, but maybe she's come early because of the snow. Nope. No cars, no tracks. When Polakowski unlocks the door, I leave the cell without looking back. But we're only about 10 steps down the corridor when an announcement comes over the PA. Because the morning count hasn't cleared, all movement through the compound is suspended until further notice. But that doesn't mean me if I'm getting discharged, does it? I ask Polakowski. I'm starting to panic. Sure it does, he says. I've got to lock you back in, but take it easy. It should clear pretty soon. It doesn't. Half an hour goes by, then 3/4 of an hour. My nerves are electric, and I can't stop pacing, can't stop checking the empty lot. Why does it have to snow today of all days? Then there she is. And my God, here comes Emily, too. The doors of both cars swing open, and they get out, hug, talk. Maisie's running circles around her mother and grandmother, catching snowflakes on her tongue. It's real now. I'm getting out of here, and Emily and Maisie have come to meet me. My eyes are stinging as I blink back tears. I think I've done more crying in this place than I've done in my whole life before I got here. The count clears a few minutes later, but the walk over to the main building where I'll be discharged is so slow it's torture. Bad knees, Polakowski says. All that jogging I used to do back in the 70s, and this snow is slippery, so I gotta move slow. Could have retired 2 years ago, but me and the wife are raising a grandson, and my retirement won't cover all the things he needs. He doesn't say why the kid's parents aren't raising him, and I know not to ask. When we enter the building, Polakowski leads me to the holding cell and locks me in with 2 other guys who are getting out. Then, with a weary sigh, he plops down on a metal folding chair by a door marked Discharge. Coincidentally, I recognize one of the guys I'm waiting with. He and I rode to Yates chained to each other on that hot August afternoon back in 2017 when we were both processed in. He has no recollection of me. Good. That ride's not something I feel like reminiscing about. The other guy keeps letting them rip, and it's stinking up the cell. Where the fuck's the Febreze when you need it? Jesus, how long have we been waiting here? 15 minutes? 20? Why is nothing happening? The other two don't seem like they're in any particular hurry to get out of here, but my mind is racing and I can't sit still. When I call over to Polakowski and ask him what's taking so long, he shrugs and tells me to just relax. Relax? I've been putting up with DOC's hurry-up-and-wait shit for 2.5 years, and I'm champing at the bit to get free of it. So fuck you, Polakowski. And fuck the fucking Department of Correction, too. Finally, from the other side of the door, someone shouts, "Abraham!" Polakowski struggles himself off his chair and unlocks the holding cell door. Luckily, Abraham's the farter. Polakowski lets him out and unlocks the discharge door, and whoever's processing us out asks Abraham for his full name and date of birth. Maybe I'll be next. 15 minutes later, I hear, "Holloway." Shit, I'm number 3 out of 3. Figures. I feel bad for Emily, Mom, and Maisie. They've already had a long wait, and it's not over yet. I have no idea how much more time has passed when they finally call my name. Polakowski delivers me to the 2 COs working the discharge counter. One of them's a young bodybuilder type like Bacardi. Officer Ostertag, according to his name tag. I've never seen him before. The other is Stickley, a.k.a. Butch, the guard from the visiting room. When I hand over my bag, she dumps everything onto the counter and starts checking items against my list. Ostertag third degrees me to make sure I'm the real me, not someone who's trying to bust out of here. In the middle of answering his questions, I spot a folded newspaper at the end of the counter. One of the headlines says, "Yates Correctional Officers Under Investigation." When Ostertag catches me looking at it, he grabs the paper and shoves it under the counter. Then he hands me the exit clothes and laceless sneakers they sent over from property. Pointing to the bathroom door, he tells me to take off my uniform and that when I'm down to my underwear, he'll search me. After that, I can change into the civvies they've provided. "And you know the drill," he says, handing me a pea cup. "Leave it on the top of the tank when you're done, and don't fill it to overflow like the last dingleberry." He nods toward a small puddle on the bathroom floor. Then he stands at the open bathroom door as I do what he says. Once all that's accomplished, I figure there can't be much more to this rigmarole. I emerge from the bathroom wearing what feel like clown clothes. The shirt's too small, the elastic waistband on the khakis has had it, and the sneakers fit me like bozo shoes. Stickley says everything on my list checks out except for one thing. "Lucky stone," she says. "What's that?" Oh shit. All that time waiting around during the lockdown and I didn't remember to put it in the bag. It's just a stone I picked up at the river, out back when I was working on the grounds crew. It's kind of like my good luck charm, I guess you could say. I forgot to pack it, but maybe if you let me... She cuts me off, shakes her head, and crosses the item off my list. "Lucky stone," she mumbles. "You men are more superstitious than a bunch of old ladies." I smile at that, ask her what time it is. She checks her watch, says it's 10:20. "Oh wow, is there much more you have to do before I get out?" Ostertag's the one who answers. "You're not getting out, Ledbetter. Not today. Your urine's dirty." I shake my head. "No, it's not. It can't be. I swear to God I'm clean." He shrugs. "Well, what can I tell you? You say one thing, your test says something different. Then test me again, because either you didn't do it right or the one you used is flawed. And don't tell me I'm not getting out today, because that's bullshit." He tells me to lower my voice and watch my tone when speaking to an officer. I turn my attention to Stickley. "Look, I've got family waiting out there in the snow, including my little girl. Remember her from the visiting room? You told her where the kids' books were? They've been waiting here since 8 o'clock. Just please retest me. You'll get a different result and I can go." Her face goes DOC neutral. "That's not how it works, Ledbetter. You're right, these instant result tests aren't foolproof. You can get a false positive once in a while, so you will be retested. But there are procedures we have to follow. The second specimen has to be sent to the lab where the results are going to be more accurate." "The lab? How long would that take?" "A couple of days, 3 at most." "No, that's fucking unacceptable." "Watch your mouth," Ostertag warns. "You two in cahoots with Bacardi? You one of his weightlifting pals?" He and Stickley look at each other like I'm nuts. "We're not in cahoots with anyone," Stickley says. "We're just following procedure." "Whether you find that unacceptable or not," Ostertag says. His sarcasm infuriates me. "You don't even give a shit that I'm telling the truth, do you? My wife and kid can freeze to death out there for all you care." Stickley says she understands I'm upset, but I need to calm down right now. Oh, I'm way more than upset. I'm fucking furious. I'm shouting at them, at Anselmo and Picardi for what they did to me, and at everyone else in this place who treats us like we're subhuman. And I'm not taking it anymore. My adrenaline's in charge now, and I'm finally fighting back. Ostertag comes out from behind the counter, stands next to me, and talks into his radio. Ostertag in discharge. We've got a code 2 here. Guy who's being sent back to his block, and... No, I'm not, I scream. I'm clean. I'll fucking fight my way out if I have to. Stickley comes out from behind the counter, too, and stands next to him. Yeah, he's pretty agitated, Ostertag says. All right, thanks. Motherfucker. I take a swing at him, but it misses and clips Stickley instead. I'm grabbed and slammed to the floor on my back. Ostertag's breath blasting in my face. Wrenching my left arm, he flips me onto my stomach and pins me to the floor, his knee pressing hard against my back. Less than a minute later, 3 of his goons arrive. I'm yanked up onto my feet, shackled and belly-chained. 2 of them grab me under the arms and drag me backward while the third one videotapes us. As I'm pulled out of discharge, the last thing I see is Officer Stickley holding her hand against her nose, blood dripping in the spaces between her fingers. I'm clean, I keep insisting. I'm not shouting anymore. I'm mumbling. The fight's gone out of me. Is this really happening? How can it be when today's the day I'm getting out? Chapter 39. February 2020. Day 923 of 1095. The door to my cell in the segregation unit is unlocked. From the doorway, the guard says, "Let's go, Ledbetter." I'm groggy, sleep-deprived. My balance is off. Unable to eat, I've been dry-heaving whenever the nausea overtakes me. How long have I been in here? You got questions, ask your counselor. And you'd better not pull any stunts like you did in discharge. You're in enough trouble around here. Come on, get moving. It dawns on me who he is, Officer Garcia. When he worked at B Block, he was one of the more affable guards. Not now, not with me anyway. His contempt is coming through loud and clear, and I get it. That swing I took missed one of his fellow officers and hit the other one, a female guard no less. From now on, I'll be on the shit list of just about everyone who works in custody. Outside, the sun against the snow is blinding. I'm a little unsteady on my feet, and my back still hurts from being slammed against the floor. I'd ask him whether we could slow down a little, but I know what the answer would be, so I force myself to keep up. Inside B Block, instead of leading me up to the 3rd floor, he walks down the hallway of the 1st. I ask whether they're moving me. No idea, he says. Your counselor wants to see you. That's where we're going. When I enter her office, Jackson gives me the once-over and tells me I look like hell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I stink, too. How long was I in seg? 72 hours, she says. So it's Friday? That's right, Friday, February the 7th. You know, Ledbetter, I still can't wrap my head around it. Why would you sabotage yourself when you already had one foot out the door? Shame and fury ripped through me again. Because in my head I already had both feet out the door. My family was waiting for me in the parking lot. Had been waiting for a couple of hours by then. I jumped through every hoop, signed everything they told me to, answered all their questions. All that had to happen was for them to open the gate and let me walk out, so when they said they weren't letting me out because I had dirty urine, I thought they were fucking with me and I lost my shit because I knew I was clean. Except you weren't, Corby. Your test results came back from the lab yesterday afternoon and confirmed that you had benzodiazepine in your system. I shake my head. Not possible. I hadn't taken anything in 2 weeks. 14 days, I kept track. Okay, back up, she says. You have a history with benzos. Why were you taking them? I can't tell her the real reason, because of what those 2 did to me in that storage room. I'd been feeling anxious, okay, having trouble sleeping, so I saw Dr. What's-His-Name and he gave me a prescription for Klonopin. Dr. Blankenship, she says. When I spoke with him yesterday, he didn't seem to know you had a drug problem. Why didn't you tell him? Because he didn't ask. I look away from her disapproval, then look back. The circumstances were totally different than before. I was taking them temporarily under regulated conditions, standing in the Medline twice a day, then once a day, then every other day. Then I stopped taking them. It was all under control. There are other kinds of medications that address those symptoms, Corby. Why didn't you request something non-addictive? I don't know. Klonopin was the first one he suggested, so I just went with it. And the way it was going to be dispensed, it's not like I'd be able to abuse it. There's plenty of opportunity around here to go that route if you want, which I didn't. I just needed to deal with my anxiety and get some sleep.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? I can't decide if you're trying to convince me or yourself. We stare at each other for the next several seconds, no words between us. Okay, moving on, she says. Blankenship checked his notes and said you and he had made plans so that you'd be totally clean prior to your release, and that was a priority for you. But his notes also said you weren't scheduled to be discharged until August. Didn't you get back to him when you found out you were being released 6 months earlier? I explained that I tried to make an appointment with him but got the other shrink instead. I didn't want to go over the whole thing with them, too, so I just began tapering off myself. You can ask them over at Medline. I had a lot left on that prescription when I stopped taking them. And okay, full disclosure, when I said I hadn't taken anything for 14 days, I took a couple of pills during that time because my symptoms were coming back a little. A couple? How many is that? 3, I think, maybe 4, but not right near the end, and not enough for me to have tested positive. When she asks whether Blankenship told me about the half-life of the drugs in the benzodiazepine family, I shake my head. I'm guessing that's why you tested positive? You rolled the dice and the Klonopin was taking its sweet time leaving your system. I think you need to own up to it, Corby. This is on you. I turn away from her. Which makes me a fucking loser, doesn't it? For almost 3 years I've tried so hard in here to get better, to be better. And now, because there might have been a trace of something in my system, I'm staying stuck in here on a technicality and everyone's going to assume the worst. Well, Corby, the thing is, my wife's probably saying to herself, our son's death wasn't incentive enough for him to stay clean, and now I'm probably going to lose my daughter too because I flunked a fucking pee test. It's not about the pee test, she says. That could have been straightened out in a few days. This is about assault and battery. You took a swing at one officer and broke the nose of another. Jesus, her nose got broken? In 2 places. She needed realignment surgery and will be on medical leave for a couple of weeks. Oh man, she didn't deserve that. She's actually pretty decent. Okay, so it's a given that they're revoking those 6 months they gave you for early release. You have to serve the rest of your sentence. The warden might have taken into account the stressful circumstances that made you lose control, but custody's up in arms about Officer Stickley's injury, so they're demanding that the department press charges. That will most likely mean you'll be sentenced to more time in here. I'm afraid to ask, but I need to know. How much more time? She shrugs. 6 more months? A year? I don't really know. If you're represented by a lawyer, they might negotiate. Reduce a year down to 9 months, say. I'll do what I can, but it's out of my hands. I'm really sorry, Corby. I shrug. Well, like you said, it's on me. She says she has a few pieces of good news for me. They were going to move you to D Block, but I checked, and your bunk in B hasn't been reassigned yet, so I made a call and you'll be going back there. You've told me you and your bunkie get along, and I assume some of the others on your tier will be sympathetic about what happened. At least you won't have to deal with strangers in a different building. Yeah, good, I tell her. Thanks. What's the other news? She says she knows I had issues with Officers Anselmo and Picardi, but you won't have to deal with them anymore. They've both been fired. Fired or suspended? I asked. Suspended at first, fired yesterday. Another officer blew the whistle on them for abusive treatment of some of the inmates and sexual harassment of some of the women who work here. The whistleblower was smart enough to collect evidence and get statements. I've heard arrests may be coming, too. When her phone rings, she answers it, and, while she's talking, it hits me that what's happened this week is the opposite of what was supposed to happen. Picardi and Anselmo are out of here, but I'm not. Win the battle, lose the war. But if those 2 sociopaths get arrested, I could probably help them get convicted if I opened my mouth about what they did to me. But there's no way in hell I can talk about that. When she's off the phone, Jackson says, You look exhausted. Come on, let's get you back to your block. I see Angel on the stairs heading down while I'm going up. He's wearing the Timberlands I gave him when I thought I was getting out of here. As we pass each other, he says, Tough break, brah. I nod without managing to look him in the eye. I guess the word is out. When we pass 3 guards chatting on the landing, I hear one of them say, Someone ought to break his nose. Don't listen to that stuff, Jackson says. You're probably going to get a lot of it for a while, but don't react. Just tune it out. Easier said than done, I tell her. Climbing the next flight of stairs in silence, I imagine the other me, the Corby who didn't sabotage himself. He's been out of Yates since Tuesday, enjoying his freedom, maybe taking a hike out by the reservoir or catching a movie on Netflix. When we get to the 3rd floor, I see Polakowski, the CO who escorted me to discharge 4 days ago,
sitting behind the control desk. "Boy, you really stepped in it, didn't you?" he says. I don't respond. Officer Sullivan and Crowder there too, and I feel the chill from both of them. Jackson says goodbye and promises she'll check in with me soon. Officer Sullivan says nothing when he walks me down to my cell, unlocks the door, then locks me back in. Manny's up on his bunk, looking so sorry for me I feel like punching him in the head. "Hey," he says. "Hey, I heard you were in Seg. How you doing?" "I'm great, Manny, just great." "How the fuck does he think I'm doing?" "What else have you heard?" "That when they said you weren't getting out, you flipped out and assaulted an officer. Why wouldn't they discharge you?" I have to look away from his pity. Dirty urine. "You?" He shakes his head. "That's bullshit." "It's not. But let him think whatever the fuck he wants to." "Why didn't you tell him? There are other kinds of medications." "This is on you." The truth fills me with such self-loathing that I grab the one chair in our cell and whack it, hard as I can, against the locked door. Do it again and again and again until the plastic cracks down the middle. Manny's down from his bunk, pulling at me, shouting for me to stop it. "You just got out of Seg. If they hear this racket down at the desk, they could come down here and haul your ass back there." When I throw the chair against the wall, it ricochets back at me, clipping my left ear. Manny puts a hand on my shoulder and tells me to calm down. "Don't fucking touch me," I warn him. Pulling away, I grab the wastebasket and hurl it at the back window, sending crap all over the place. Spotting the empty storage box under my bunk, I yank it out and kick it so hard that I twist my ankle, screaming out in pain. Manny stands there and says nothing. As soon as my adrenaline spike subsides and my breathing slows down, the exhaustion kicks back in. I flop, face first, onto my sour-smelling, sheetless mattress and fall asleep. When I open my eyes again and lift my head, I ask Manny how long I was out. "A few hours," he says. "You were flailing around at first and arguing with someone, but it came out like gibberish. I figured you might be cold, so I covered you up. You calmed down after that." "Thanks. Isn't this the blanket your sister sent you?" "Well, Amazon sent it, but she ordered it. Yeah, last Christmas." I noticed that the shit I'd strewn all over the floor is back in the wastebasket, and the cracked chair is upright. I apologize about the tantrum and for wrecking the chair. 3 days in the hole when you thought you were getting out of here? No wonder you went nuts. Pitching that fit wasn't about being in Seg. It was about how my self-sabotage has landed me back here with him, for who knows how long. But let him assume what he wants. I stand, fold his blanket, and put it back on his bunk. "Thanks for the loan," I tell him. "Sorry about the chair." "That's okay. You can still sit on it if you're careful, Corpse. Leans to the side a little, but it should be okay for a while. Hey, did you hear about Anselmo and Picardi?" I tell him I heard they got fired, but I don't know the details. "They were being investigated for months by a CO from another facility who was working undercover." "No shit. I'm surprised the Dep warden didn't intervene and save his nephew's ass like before." "I heard he tried to, but the warden wasn't having it. The mole had uncovered too much of their shit. Physical abuse, psychological abuse. They'd target the weak ones and threaten them with what would happen if they said anything. Like when they found out you'd complained about Picardi pepper spraying those turkeys. They gave you a hard time too, but you got off easy." I flash back to what happened in that storage room. "You enjoy that, Ledbetter? You want some more? Better not make any threats you can't prove, baby killer. You see anyone who can back up your bullshit?" And what happened because of that assault and the threats they made if I were to say anything. "Benzodiazepines aren't magic, but they can help to take the edge off, and the effect kicks in pretty quickly." "They got hit with sexual harassment charges too," Manny says, "making comments to the female guards about their sex lives, posting dick pics inside one woman's locker." When I ask him whether anyone knows who the mole was, he says, "Yeah, it was Goolsby." "Seriously?" Man, he had me fooled. Fooled those two dumb fucks, too. They treated him like he was their newbie in training. I heard Goolsby wasn't even his real name. They transferred him the hell out of here as soon as he blew the whistle in case there was retaliation. You know what happens to snitches at this place. Yeah, but I have a feeling there was no love lost between them and most of the other guards. And from now on, try to remember who's in charge around here and who isn't. I tell you one thing, though. If those two get convicted and end up having to do time, I hope they send them here. They'll get what's coming to them. Compliments of all the guys they've fucked with in one way or another. I'd join that team myself. I get up and hobble over to the toilet to take a leak. My ankle's aching and swollen from when I was kicking my storage box. Manny notices and gets me a couple of Tylenol from his stash. I tell him I lucked out when it comes to cellmates, and it makes him smile. "Fuck yeah," he says. He opens his mouth to say something else, then closes it again. I tell him to spit it out, whatever it is. "No, I'm just really sorry about what happened to you, Corpse." It didn't happen to me. I made it happen. When they told me I wasn't getting out, I shouldn't have started swinging. "Yeah, well, don't beat yourself up too much. Half these guys here would have reacted the same way if they had the rug pulled out from under them like you did. But how many would have broken a CO's nose?" "Well, there's that," he says. I just wish I knew how my family's going to react when I try to explain what happened. Pointing to our back window, I tell him I saw them standing in the snowy lot, waiting for me. I don't know if someone went out in the cold to tell them I wasn't getting released or if they finally just gave up and left. "They? I thought just your mom was picking you up. Who else was there?" "Emily and our daughter. I guess they planned it as a surprise." "Oh, Jesus, Corby," he says. He goes to the back window and looks out, shaking his head. Then he pivots. "Hey, before I forget, I got something of yours." He opens his storage box, rummages around in there, and takes out a piece of paper folded up like a packet. "I didn't know if you meant to take these when you packed your stuff. They were both under your bunk. I figured I wasn't going to see you any time soon, but I didn't want to just throw them out." When I unfold the paper, my river stone falls out. He'd wrapped it in the other thing I'd left behind, the printout of that poem Mrs. M gave me, the one about the Bruegel painting that had triggered my idea for my mural. I don't care about the poem, but I thank him for not tossing out the stone. "No problem," he says. "I figured from the way you were always holding it that it meant something to you." I wrap my hand around the stone and squeeze. "Means hope," I tell him. "Back when I was on the grounds crew, I left my post one time and snuck down to the river out back. I used to listen to it on nights when it got quiet in here, but I wanted to see it too, watch it flow past this place. And before I snuck back, I pulled this little stone out of the water as a keepsake or whatever. A promise that one day I'd move past this place too." As he looks at me and listens, I can see that something's just dawned on him. "Hey, wait a minute," he says. "You know how, in your mural, you painted some of us floating down the river? Was that supposed to be like an escape or something?" "More like a liberation," I tell him. "I set you guys free." From the corridor, C.O. Kratt calls us to supper chow. My stomach's growling, but I can't handle going over there, being glared at by the guards, and getting the third degree from whoever's at my table, not to mention having to choke down the prison slop I thought I was done with. Meanwhile, that other Corby is probably sitting down to his steak right now, medium rare, with sautéed mushrooms and my mom's scalloped potatoes. I need to call her tonight to let her know I haven't had a full-blown relapse if that's what she thinks. I also want her to know that I'm owning up to my mistake. Mistakes, plural. Letting that doc prescribe me Klonopin and throwing that punch. Poor Mom. This has got to be hard on her. And Emily, too. I wonder how she explained it to Maisie when I was a no-show. I need to assure her that even though I let my guard down about the benzos, I'm committed to my recovery and plan on keeping that commitment when I'm finally out of here. When Manny gets back from meeting, he asks whether I mind him turning on the TV so he can catch the news. "Have you heard about that virus that's going around?" "The one in China? I heard something about it last week, but it's not like you can watch TV and sag. Why? What's going on?" "It's spreading, and it's killing people," he says. 1,000 deaths worldwide, and now there's a big breakout in Italy and another one on some cruise ship. But nothing here in the States, right?" "Wrong. There are 15 confirmed cases, mostly out on the West Coast." The TV's all staticky, but when Manny fiddles with the coat hanger antenna, a press conference comes into focus. Some old guy in a lab coat is at the podium. Trump, Pence, and several sober-looking expert types are standing behind him. I ask Manny to turn up the volume. When Trump takes the mic, he says the coronavirus is very much under control in the U.S. Looks like by April, in theory, when it gets a little warmer, it miraculously goes away. He looks over his shoulder, acknowledging the guys behind him, then continues, "The scientists in charge have been working hard and they are very smart. When you have 15 people infected and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down close to 0, that's a pretty good job we've done." Did he just congratulate himself for accomplishing something that hasn't happened yet? I ask. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence, does it? Manny looks worried. He says he lived through it once and can't believe it's happening again. You were around back in 1918? Jesus, you're even older than I thought. Not funny, he says. I'm talking about HIV. For all his gabbing about everything else, Manny's never said much about his life during the AIDS crisis, and I've never asked. But now I want to know. He says he was 17, a busboy at a pizzeria, when he began having sex with a closeted assistant manager at a Sherwin-Williams store in the same plaza. Billy was 31, and he had his own apartment. My pop kept threatening to kick me out for being a homo, so I told him I'd save him the trouble and moved in with Billy. He was sweet to me, and he didn't charge me for rent or food and beer, but he started saying how he loved me and how I was his boyfriend, and it kind of freaked me out. I was young and horny, and more into dancing and drugs and the pickup sex available at the clubs. I was basically just using Billy. He'd go clubbing with me sometimes, but he didn't like the way I'd go off with other boys, and I didn't like him telling me what I should and shouldn't be doing. We broke up at about the time HIV started being a thing on the news. Reminds me of what's happening now with COVID. Older people waking up to how scary it might get, and younger ones thinking keep the party going because nothing's going to happen to them. Tears are welling in his eyes. He folds his arms across his chest and looks out the back window. I can tell his memories are hitting him hard. I was young, so I figured I was immortal. This gay disease I kept trying not to hear about was affecting older queers. Wear a condom, no thanks. That would be like eating a candy bar with the wrapper still on. Me and my fake ID were looking for pleasure so safety could go fuck itself. He grabs some toilet paper and wipes his eyes, blows his nose. This one guy, Hamish, who used to make the rounds at the clubs, mid-20s, built like a god. Everyone wanted to fuck Hamish. Then he kind of dropped out of the scene. But one night while I was delivering pizzas, I passed him on the street and got a reality check about what AIDS could do to a person. He had these purple blotches on his neck, and he'd lost maybe 50 pounds. The virus had turned him from a god to a walking skeleton. That scared me enough to start being more careful, getting tested, making sure I had Trojans on me. I'd still take risks once in a while, but for the most part I got way more cautious. And then I started having to go to the funerals. Guys who were maybe 4 or 5 years older than me. But to this day, Corby, it doesn't make sense that Billy became infected and I didn't. I heard he was sick, but when he started calling and leaving messages, I wouldn't call him back. The last time he tried to get a hold of me, I answered thinking it was someone else. He said he was in the hospital with pneumonia. He told me in this whispery voice that he was scared. Could I come see him, sit with him, and maybe just hold his hand? There was still a lot of confusion about how, besides sex, you could catch it. I promised I'd come, but I didn't. And then he died. And to this day, I haven't forgiven myself for that. And for surviving when I was the one who should have died, not Billy. I don't know. Maybe I loved him, too, in a way. Or maybe I didn't. But he was the closest I ever got to a guy I was fucking loving me. I don't say anything for a while. Can't think of what I could say. He turns off the TV and says he's scared that this new virus is going to spread like HIV. If it comes here, we'll be sitting ducks the way they pack us in. I don't think I can go through it again. I thank him for telling me about Billy. Thanks for listening, he says. He climbs up to his bunk. Neither of us says anything more. On evening break, I go down to the phones, intending to call Mom. Instead, I push the buttons for Emily's number. She picks up on the third ring. I wait out the recorded spiel about where the call originates from, and blah, blah, blah. If she hits 1 and decides to talk to me, I have a chance that she might listen to my explanation. Hello, Corby, she says. Oh, hey, thanks for taking the call. I wasn't sure you would. I only picked up because I need to tell you something. I'm through. I can't do this anymore. Don't call here again. Yeah, but if you'll just let me explain, I think I can... You can what? Give me more excuses? Tell me more lies? I mean it, Corby. I'm done. If you call me again, I'll change my number. Listen, you can't just cut me off. She's my daughter. And he was my son, you bastard. You killed my son. Click. What she's just said, and the way she said it, the hatred in her voice, knocks the wind out of me. Her inability to forgive me has always been there, under the surface, since the day he died. And now she thinks I didn't get out because I'm using again. I put my hand out and grabbed the wall to regain my balance, my other hand still clutching the receiver. "Hey dude, you through yet? Someone else might want to make a call too." I turn and face a new arrival on the tier, an acne-scarred punk who's begging for an attitude adjustment. I'm tempted to smash the receiver against his pockmarked face. Instead, I slam the phone back on its cradle. "It's all yours, loser," I tell him. As I walk away, he challenges me. "Loser? Why am I a loser?" "You're here, aren't you? We're all losers here." When I get back to our cell, Mandy's asleep. I keep trying to unhear Emily telling me she's done with me, that she'll change her number if she has to. Am I going to have to fight her to get visits with my daughter? I will if I have to, if they'll even grant them to me. How has everything gone so wrong so quickly? I'm pissed, sure, but more than that, I'm scared. What's the point of sobriety if this is where you end up? Lying on my bunk, I keep shifting around because I can't get comfortable. When I hear the crinkle of paper, I reach down and grab that poem, the one about Bruegel's painting of Icarus. It didn't make sense before, but I try reading it again. Musée des Beaux-Arts by W.H. Auden. About suffering they were never wrong, the old masters, how well they understood its human position, how it takes place while someone else is eating or opening a window or... I still don't get it, but instead of crumpling it up and aiming for the wastebasket, I skip to the second part. In Bruegel's Icarus, for instance, how everything turns away quite leisurely from the disaster. The plowman may have heard the splash, the forsaken cry, but for him it was not an important failure. The sun shone as it had to on the white legs disappearing into the green water, and the expensive, delicate ship that must have seen something amazing, a boy falling out of the sky, had somewhere to get to and sailed calmly on. So maybe I do get it. The plowmen, the sailors, the townspeople, everyone goes about their business, unfazed about a boy's falling from the sky into the sea and drowning. Maybe the poem's about dying alone. It makes me think of that guy Billy, whispering into the phone and waiting for Manny to come, and about all the other gay men taken by that disease, and about the victims of this new plague that's on its way. I think about Lester Wiggins, who died alone in prison because he was denied the compassionate release that would have returned him to his family, and about that prisoner Hogan, who committed suicide during my first year here, how he had made a noose out of ripped bed sheets and jumped into the stairwell, and about how, in desperation, I might have suffocated myself with my head inside a plastic bag if those two COs hadn't caught on and stopped me. Finally, I think about Nico, my precious boy, suffering and dying alone in the back of an ambulance as it sped toward the hospital. How could I ever have expected her forgiveness when I can never forgive myself? At lights out, I lie on my bare mattress, twisting and writhing from the sad truth that Bruegel painted and Auden wrote about, that to live means to suffer, then to die alone. At first, I don't know where the strange sound I hear is coming from, but then I feel it traveling up from my gut to my diaphragm, moving past my throat and out my mouth. I'm wailing, and I can't stifle or stop it. From the top bunk, Manny tells me to let it out, to release the suffering inside of me. Then he's down off his bunk and standing next to mine. His hand cups my shoulder. "Let it out, Corbs," he keeps saying. "Let it go. I've lost everything. She's finished with me, and she's going to keep Maisie from me, too. I didn't tell that doctor I was a benzo addict because I wanted those pills. Needed them. They warned me that if I said anything, they'd do it again. And I was weak and scared, and I just needed a way to block what they did from my mind and get some sleep. And now I've lost everything. Everything. It was a setup. And Selma rammed that aluminum baton into me, and Bacardi came out of nowhere and laughed. They raped me, Manny. They fucking raped me." He tells me to push over, and when I do, he gets on my bunk with me, pushing up against me, puts his arms around me and begins rocking me like I'm his child. "You're not alone, Corby," he says. "I'm here. You're not alone." Part 4. Butterfly Boy. Chapter 40. Dr. Patel, June 2020.
Beena, darling, time to wake up, sleepyhead. Oh, I open my eyes and there's Vikram, already up and dressed. I am back in the living world.
What would you like for breakfast? I'll make it for you before I go.
Just tea and toast, please.
With ghee and lemon curd?
Yes, that would be lovely. When he leaves our bedroom, I try to bring back the strange dream I just had. But the details are leaving quickly. I reach over to Vikram's night table for the cover of the DVD we watched last night. Monsters Ball, it says. Billy Bob Thornton, Halle Berry, Heath Ledger. Before Vikram started the film, he said the actor who played the tragic son died before he was 30 from an accidental overdose of prescription medicines. I was struck by his resemblance to Corby Ledbetter. Perhaps that's why I dreamed about Corby. Of course, he'd be on my mind. I learned just yesterday that he died in prison, a victim of the coronavirus. When I join Vikram at the breakfast table, I tell him about my odd dream. I was dead, but I was alive, advising the newly arrived in the afterworld about reincarnation. He smiles, says he is more amused than intrigued. He goes over to the counter to check on my toast. I'm still pondering the dream and my former patient's appearance in it. Corby was one of the first inmates at Yates to succumb to the coronavirus. Fakey Milman told me yesterday there have been 4 more deaths at the prison since then, I tell Vikram. The men there live in such close proximity that, until the vaccines they're developing become available, they're terribly vulnerable.
As we all are,
Vikram says. He looks at the clock, eats his last spoonful of egg, then stands and says he'd better get going. His university students are all on Zoom now, but he still likes to go to his office. He kisses my forehead and says he'll return the DVD to the library and take out another on his way to work. Any requests? He asks. These are such sad times. Maybe a comedy.
I'll look for one, he says.
Wear your mask if you're going out. Don't forget. After I hear him drive off, I pour myself another cup of tea and go to the back window. One of my favorite things about our house is the view from here, the way our yard slopes down to the tall grass and then to the marsh, where all manner of animals and birds gather. Last year, when our grandson Rajesh came to stay with us, it was springtime. He scooped up tadpoles from the water and caught frogs. It took some time to convince him that they are the same, that one becomes the other. A large bird in flight catches my eye. Ah, a great blue heron, a male, I think. Perhaps the father of the family we watched last year. He's carrying a stick in his bill, probably preparing a nest for his mate and their young that, later in this season, will hatch, be fed, and defended against predators, then fledge and fly away. Vikram likes to observe these creatures' habits with his binoculars. Last season he saw one of the chicks fall from the nest, presumably to its death. The others, parent and siblings, were focused on feeding. Vikram says he was the only one who seemed to notice. Well, enough birdwatching for now. Time for me to get dressed and ready for my 9 o'clock Zoom appointment, then put on my mask and go out into the world.
Chapter 41. Emily, June 2023.
The letter arrives in a stack of other mail, a J. Jill catalog, the electric bill, pleas for donations to politicians and the Red Cross, and Maisie's Highlights magazine. The envelope is addressed in pencil, and the sender lives at a place called Phoenix House in New Britain. The cancellation stamp across the face of Chief Standing Bear says it was mailed the day before yesterday. The letter, also written in pencil, is littered with cross-outs and smudges. Dear Emily, I hope it's okay to call you by your first name. I'm a better talker than a writer, so sorry if this letter has a lot of mistakes. My name is Manuel Della Vecchia, Manny for short. Corby and me were bunkies at Yates CI for almost 3 years. Maybe he mentioned me. First of all, I'm sorry for your loss. I know it's late to say that, but I didn't know how to reach you while I was on the inside. I hope you and your daughter are doing good. I saw her in the visiting room once when she came with Corby's mother. She looked so cute. I'm living at a halfway house until parole says I can leave the state. They have a computer in the office here that we can use. I got your address off of Google. I hope we can meet somewhere and talk. Corby's death hit me hard. I have things I need to tell you about that you might not know. I feel like I owe it to him. I also have a few things of his that I would like you to have. We could meet here where I live, or I might be able to get a ride to your house if that's more convenient, easier. Or I could meet you at the West Farms Mall. I work at Cinnabon there, and get off at 4 p.m. If you want to get together and talk. The main number at Phoenix House is 860-229-5240. Have them ring the second floor. The phone's in the hallway, so it might be a while before someone picks up. Say you want to speak to Manny in room 4. I hope to hear from you soon. Yours truly, Manny D. My first thought is, there's no way I'm letting him come here. I don't want to meet him at his group home either, or drive to West Farms for that matter. Although I could do a little shopping, something I haven't done since before the pandemic. Do I even want to hear what this guy has to say or see what he wants to give me? I've struggled for more than 2 years to move on from Corby's death, and things have been going so well with Brian that I've accepted his proposal. Brian's easygoing, owns his own business, doesn't drink more than a beer now and then. No children of his own, but he and Maisie have really hit it off. And because his wife died unexpectedly, he understands about grief and the complicated feelings about moving on. Meeting with Corby's cellmate at this point might be like reopening a wound that's finally begun to heal. I'm leaning toward not calling him. Still, when I reread this letter, I'm touched by it. Manny says he's not much of a writer, which I can tell from all the mistakes, cross-outs, and smudges, where he's erased things and written over them. That effort is what moves me. What does he need to tell me? How many times in the past 2 years have I thought about our final conversation when I told Corby not to call me again? By the following week, my anger and disappointment had subsided, and I was ready to talk again, but he didn't call. He took me at my word, and then he got sick and died. No more words exchanged between us. So maybe I should meet with this Manny guy. Who better than his cellmate to fill in the gaps about what happened between the day I hung up on Corby and the day he died? Over the next few days, I go back and forth. My mother is against my getting in contact with him. Why upset the apple cart? But Brian says that hearing him out might be better than wondering what he was going to tell me, so I phone the number he gave me and ask them to ring the second floor. When someone picks up, I ask to speak to Manny. "You're talking to him," he says. We agree to meet at the mall on Saturday after his shift is over. I'm nervous driving to Farmington, wondering now whether I should have taken Brian up on his offer to come with me. When I get there, I pull into the Nordstrom garage where I've parked before. Unlike the other times I've come here, there are plenty of spaces to pick from, partly due to online shopping, no doubt, but partly, I'm guessing, the result of people's coronavirus hangovers. I have a mask in my purse in case I need to put it on, but if Manny's not wearing one, I won't either. Our plan is to meet at the Central Court seating area on the lower level. I see several shoppers chatting with one another and one middle-aged man sitting by himself at a small table. "Emily?" He's short, rounded, wearing his work clothes. Tan cap, tan apron over an aqua golf shirt. He says he recognizes me from the pictures Corby had. "Thanks for coming," he says. "Hug?" His arms are extended, so it would be awkward to refuse. He smells like cinnamon. "Have a seat," he says. There are 2 paper cups on the table and a large manila envelope. "Are you a tea drinker?" he asks. "I drink tea in the afternoon. I got you one, too. Is chai okay?" He seems nervous, and I am too. I tell him chai is perfect. We sip our tea and exchange pleasantries. When he asks how Maisie's doing, I show him a recent cell phone picture. "Getting big," he says. His thin hair, strawberry blondish, looks dyed. He's wearing clear fingernail polish and a stud in one ear. "Do you want something to eat, a scone or something, a muffin?" I shake my head. What I want is for us to cut to the chase. "What's in the envelope?" I ask. He pulls out a pencil sketch on legal-sized paper. "Corby drew this," he says, "when he was getting ready to paint his mural. In the drawing, 3 boys, 2 of them black, 1 white, are tossing stones in the water. All 3 are smiling. The boy in the hoodie looks like that innocent kid down in Florida who was shot and killed by the neighborhood vigilante. He did a bunch of those practice drawings, 15 or 20 of them. I forget what he called them. Studies, I tell him. Yeah, studies. After he finished his mural, he started tossing them in the trash. I grabbed this one and another one that had me in it floating down the river in an inner tube. I kept that one for myself, but I thought you should have this one. I don't know who the other 2 are supposed to be, but the white kid was at Yates for a while. He had killed some dogs at a dog pound." "Solomon," I say. "I saw him once when I visited. He was giving his stepmother a hard time, causing such a ruckus that the COs pulled him out kicking and screaming. Then they made the rest of us leave. Yeah, that kid was mental." And he was a real pain in the ass, too. Excuse me, pain in the butt. But I had to hand it to Corby. He took him under his wing because the kid was getting bullied. But then the bully started messing with Corby, too. I used to tell him, Corbs, don't stick your neck out too far over that kid, or it's going to get whacked. It's not like you're his father. But it went in one ear and out the other. Anyway, I don't know how he did it, but Corby got the kid transferred to a mental hospital so he didn't have to stay stuck at Yates. It's news to me that Corby went out on a limb for Solomon, but it doesn't surprise me. He hated bullies. I've always suspected his motivation in trying to stop people from being picked on was connected to his father's treatment of him when he was a kid. And who knows why, as Manny says, he stuck out his neck to defend Solomon. Maybe he was trying to atone in some way for Nico's death. I thank Manny for the drawing, slip it back in the envelope, and remind him that in his letter he'd said he'd needed to tell me things I didn't know. His face turned serious. Well, first of all, Corby talked about you all the time. He loved you very much. I loved him too, Manny. Still do. But things got very complicated. You mean after your son died, he says. Corby never talked much about it, but I could tell the guilt he felt never let up. I'd hear him crying down there on the bottom bunk, sometimes even when he was asleep. He told me once that he was never going to forgive himself for the pain he caused you. I look away from him, look back. We were having problems before Nico's death, too. For whatever reason, I'm sharing this with someone I've just met. I keep going. When he lost his job and became a full-time dad, he assumed it would be temporary. We both did, but when he couldn't find another job in his field, he became depressed, anxious. He had trouble sleeping. It was my idea that he should see a doctor and get something for his anxiety, but I didn't know the medication he was taking was addictive, or that he was overdoing it. And drinking during the day when he was watching the kids. He kept it from me, so I had no idea. Manny gives me a skeptical look. Huh, he says. What? No, nothing. It's just that I've known a lot of addicts. Been in relationships with a couple of them, and even if they hide what they're doing, they usually give themselves away in one way or another. What is he implying? That I wasn't being vigilant? That I was looking the other way? Well, Manny, I bet you have no idea how hectic a full-time teacher's life can get, especially if she's got 2 toddlers waiting for her when she gets home. Corby had them all day, but they wanted Mommy as soon as I walked in the door, and then after supper and bath time, when we finally got them in bed, I had schoolwork I needed to get to. So maybe I did miss some of the signs, but I trail off, not bothering to finish my thought. I don't need to defend myself to him. Or maybe Corby was better at covering his tracks than the guys I knew. Those were just my experiences. Every addict is different, right? Right. I make a point of checking my watch and tell him I'm a little pressed for time, that I have to get back for Maisie. It's a lie. Brian's taking her to see that new Pixar movie, so there's no rush. But I hear myself telling Manny I have to leave in about 20 minutes. So what else did you need to tell me? Momentary loss of eye contact. Fidgeting. Then he looks straight at me and says, I can see how you'd assume that flunking the piss test meant he'd started using again. And when he tried to explain why his urine was dirty, I can understand why you'd think he was bullshitting you. Addicts lie. There's no arguing that. But he was clean and sober the whole time we were bunkies, I swear to God. He went to meetings a couple times a week, and he was always reading that big book that's like their Bible. When he went ballistic, because they wouldn't let him out, and got carted off to SEG, as soon as they let him back to the tier, he said he needed to call you and explain why he flunked that test. And when he came back to our cell, he told me how your conversation had gone south. He had wiped him out, Emily. It was tough to see how much pain he was in after he made that call. But don't get me wrong, I can appreciate why you'd had it. Why, if you thought he was using again, you told him not to bother you anymore. But he had a prescription for that medication he was taking. If they had let him out when they said they were going to, he wouldn't have lost it so bad. And if that hadn't happened, he'd be alive today. I really believe that. We're both in tears now. Manny excuses himself, gets up, and walks over to the Starbucks counter. He's right. It was a horrible misunderstanding, and I'd give anything to be able to take back that last conversation we had. Every time I think about it, I'm filled with regret and shame. But still, prescription or not, with his history of misusing them, why did he start taking benzodiazepines? If he loved us so much, why would he risk that? I can feel the anger rising in me, an emotion I thought I'd gotten past. So maybe my mother was right, that I shouldn't have come here today. Why upset the apple cart? I use my hand to swipe away my tears, then look around to see whether anyone else is watching or listening, but no, Two teenage girls are the only ones close enough to have heard, and they're deep in conversation about whatever girls that age talk about. Manny comes back with a fistful of napkins, takes a couple, and slides the rest across the table for me. He wipes his eyes, blows his nose, and continues. Me and Corby got COVID at the same time, he says. What? You had it too? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we both caught it from a transfer from Rikers, a barber who was doing time for running a sports bookmaking operation. He was offering haircuts to the guys on our tier. He had a cough, I remember, but nobody thought much about it at the time. But less than a week after he got here, they sent him to the hospital and he never came back. Me and Corby both started feeling like crap. Headaches, body aches, coughing fits. He had it worse than me. Lying down made his coughing worse, but he was getting so weak, he had a hard time sitting up. Sometimes after lights out, I'd hear him gasping for air, and then he'd go quiet. Too quiet, you know? So I climbed down from my bunk to make sure he hadn't, well, you know. And I could hear other guys on the tier coughing, too. 3 or 4 of us had gotten haircuts from that guy. I guess he was one of those super spreaders. When he asks me whether he should stop, I shake my head. This is why I came here. So after some of us got sick, they put the whole place on lockdown. They closed the chow hall and staff started delivering meals through our tray traps. If you asked them if there were any breakouts on the other blocks, they wouldn't answer you. Everything was hush-hush, which made it harder. I didn't have any taste or smell, but I ate a little to try and keep my strength up. Corby was too sick to eat. He was crying out a lot from the pain, but he kept trying to tell me something. I couldn't understand much of it, but I caught something about the river out back. After a while, he got so frustrated that I couldn't get what he was trying to say that he just closed his eyes and stopped talking. That night, he got worse. I had to do something, so I started shouting through the tray trap, "Ledbetter needs to go to the hospital. Get Ledbetter to the hospital." I guess they got the message, but it was 2 in the morning when the ambulance finally got there. That was the last I saw of him. I heard later that the hospital was so jammed up with COVID patients that he had to wait in the hall on a stretcher until they could get him a bed, and by the time he finally got hooked up to a ventilator, it was too late. He didn't make it. In tears, I watch him pick up the envelope he's brought. When he overturns it, something falls out, a little stone. Corby pulled this out of the river once. When he was on the grounds crew, he told me that whenever he felt like giving up, he'd hold it, and it would give him hope. I thought you might want to have it. When he hands it to me, I examine it. It's just a simple stone, white and gray, oval-shaped, smooth to the touch. Mostly quartz, I think. I clutch it, imagining Corby holding it. I thank Manny and drop it back in the envelope. "I'm grateful to you for being such a good friend," I tell him, "and I'm glad you survived. How many COVID deaths have there been at Yates?" "About a dozen by the time I left, maybe more now," he says. "The department tries to keep those numbers on the QT. But they must have put protocols in place, right?" "Oh, sure. Corrections came up with all kinds of rules and regulations about how to prevent spreading the virus. The problem was nobody in charge did much checking to make sure they were being followed. A lot of the COs thought it wasn't macho to wear masks, so you'd see them dangling off one ear or poking out of their pocket. And when the vaccines became available, some of the guards refused to get shots because they didn't trust the government, especially once Biden got in. So yeah, there were deaths, and a lot of emotional problems from being quarantined for so long. No visits, no phone calls, no chow hall, no library. It was the same as being stuck in seg for weeks and weeks. And you know how staff helped us deal with the isolation? They passed out coloring books and puzzle books that were supposed to keep our minds occupied. Anger creeps into his voice. Like if you got busy coloring some stupid picture, you'd fucking forget about guys around here getting sick and dying. He apologizes for swearing. Says after you've been in prison for a while, using the F word becomes about as natural as breathing. Not a problem, I tell him. But I've heard about all I can take, so I thank him and tell him I have to be going. "Yeah, but can you hold on a minute?" he says. "There's one more thing I think I should tell you about, even though Corby probably wouldn't want me to." I sit back down. He had a hard time at the beginning of his bid. Got called names, had shit smeared on his sheets. It's sick what some cons will do to a new guy, especially if his crime involved the death of a kid. Oh my God, poor Corby. I tell Manny I had no idea that kind of thing was going on, that he kept it from me. Wanted to spare you, I guess. I kind of helped him out, showed him the ropes, promised him it was going to get better. I felt sorry for the guy, you know? Plus, he was cute. I kind of had a crush on him. Not that he was interested.
With some guys in prison, it's gay for the stay and straight at the gate. But Corby made it clear we weren't going there, and I was cool with that. Is this what he wanted to tell me? I'm not sure it's something I need to know. Anyway, after he got more used to prison life, things went better for him. Guys on our tier got to know him and like him, so they backed off. Me and him were already friends, but then we became cellmates. I did 2 bids and had a bunch of different cellies, but none as good as Corby. We had opposite personalities, and I think I drove him crazy sometimes, but all in all, we got along good. He was a stand-up guy. Don't take this the wrong way, Emily, but I loved him and respected him. Pretty much everyone did. We even threw him a party when we thought he was getting out, and he would have if it wasn't for those 2 motherfuckers who were out to get him. And again, excuse my language. What do you mean? Who was out to get him? 2 of the guards on our tier. They went out of their way to make Corby's life a living hell. Why? What had he done? Manny looks away, sighs, and looks back. He stood up to them, called them on their shit. Now that I think about it, the whole thing started over you. Over me? What do you mean? You came to see Corby. It might have been your first visit, and one of those clowns hassled you about something. A metal detector, maybe. I nod, recalling the incident. He was harassing me. I forget his name, but Bacardi. And when he finally let you into the visiting room, you were pretty shaken, is what Corby told me. The next day, he got on Bacardi about it. Told him he'd better not ever treat you like that again, and that was all it took. See, Bacardi and his wingman Anselmo were bullies, and when Corby stood up to one of them, that made him their enemy. I tell Manny I remember asking Corby to just let it go. Well, he wasn't able to do that. He had to defend your honor, I guess. But that was just the first thing. See, Anselmo and Bacardi were doing all kinds of shit, but keeping it under the radar, or so they thought. When Corby was on that work crew, he caught them abusing some wild turkeys that were roaming nearby, pepper spraying them for fun, and he tried to blow the whistle on them about that. And about Solomon, too. Like I said, those 2 liked to bully the weakest ones in the herd, and because the kid was too screwed up to defend himself, Corby defended him. They hated him for that. So things went from bad to worse. They kept needling him, goading him, waking him up in the middle of the night to scare him. One time they put a snake in our cell, but that bothered me a lot more than it did Corby. It sounds so cruel, but so childish. Yeah, but then they went way over the line. Did something really bad to him. What? Maybe I shouldn't. I mean, it explains why he started taking those benzos. Are you sure you want to know? I'm not sure, but I tell him I am. This is why I've driven here. Well, okay then. We were leaving chow one night, and Anselmo stopped him, accused him of swiping a salt shaker off the table. Everyone knew it was bogus, but it gave Anselmo an excuse to strip search him. In private. Bacardi was off that day, but he was in on it. He was there. Did they beat him up? I ask. Not so anyone would be able to see, he says. They wouldn't risk that. But they found a way to humiliate him and shut him up. And it changed Corby. The poor guy was nervous, depressed, couldn't sleep. He became afraid of them, so he'd stay in our cell if they were on duty together. That was why he started taking those meds, which is why when he was due to get out, he failed the drug test. What are you saying, Manny? Why was he afraid? He bows his head, doesn't look at me. At Yates, the COs carry defensive weapons, pepper spray, batons, so they can stop fights, control a crowd if a riot breaks out. And batons? You know, like the billy clubs cops used to carry. Except these are metal rods that extend to about 2.5 feet in case they need to start swinging. What? Did they beat him with one of those? No. They strip searched him. Then they made him bend over and raped him with it. Sodomized him. My stomach heaves. I have to get away before I lose it. Excuse me, I tell Manny, standing abruptly. Are you all right? You said you needed to know, but... I rush past stores and kiosks until I find a restroom, lock myself in a stall, put my head down, and cry long and hard for Corby. When I'm finally able to stop, I go to the sink and splash cold water on the puffy red face in the mirror. I leave, and Manny's standing there waiting for me. You forgot this, he says, handing me the envelope. I managed to thank you, but I need to get in my car and drive away from here.
It caught up with them eventually, Emily, he says. Not what they did to Corby, but they were pulling stuff with other guys, too. They both got fired. Then they got arrested. Corby knew about that, at least. I just wish he had lived long enough to know they're both doing time now. One in upstate New York and the other in Massachusetts. And if word's gotten out about the crap they were pulling at Yates, they better watch their backs 24/7. It's spontaneous. I reach out and touch his cheek, and he puts his hand over my hand. I tell him I really have to go. Yeah. Hey, listen. After they let me leave Connecticut, I'm moving back to Jersey. Me and my sister inherited a motel from our uncle. It's just over the GW Bridge in Fort Lee. If you're passing through and you want a place to stay, you're welcome anytime, free of charge. Okay, thanks. I start walking fast toward the Nordstrom exit. It's on Route 9, close to where Palisades Park used to be. Oh, okay. There's a pool and free continental breakfast. Anytime, Emily. Driving home, I can't unhear the things I heard. Metal rods that extend to about 2.5 feet. Raped him with it, sodomized him. Whenever he felt like giving up, he'd hold it, and it would give him hope. I'd hear him crying down there, sometimes even when he was asleep. Addicts usually give themselves away in one way or another. I might have smelled alcohol on Corby's breath once when I got home from school. And when I counted his Ativan that time, I wondered why he was going to run out before he could get a refill. But he was so touchy about everything by then. I figured I'd monitor the situation instead of saying something and getting into another fight. So maybe there were signs. Maybe he was giving himself away, waiting for me to notice. When Corby's remains came back from the crematorium, his mother and I agreed to divide his ashes, half to her, half to me. Vicky bought a plot at the Sheltering Arms Cemetery. To memorialize her son, she had a flat stone carved and installed. Her portion of Corby's remains were buried at the foot of it, so she could have a place to visit and a grave to decorate. This all happened 1.5 years ago. Meanwhile, my canister of his remains has sat on a shelf in my bedroom closet since I received them. But it's time for me to stop procrastinating. Given Corby's love of nature, I decide I'll release the ashes I have into the Waconic River. There's a boat launch at the river's approach to Three Rivers. I pick a date, imagine a small early morning service, and jot down whom to invite. Corby's parents, of course, Manny, Dr. Patel, Mrs. Millman. I'd invite Solomon if he was well enough to come, but I wouldn't know how to contact him. Should I include Maisie? I'm undecided. The concept of her birth father having been transformed into dust and bone fragments might be difficult for her to handle. Maybe I'll have her stay home with Brian. That evening, thinking about my plans for the memorial, I remember that Solomon's stepmother, Adrian, and I exchanged phone numbers that night at the prison. I find her in my contacts and call her the next morning. She says she's sorry for my loss and sorry that she's late in acknowledging it. I found out how much your husband advocated for Solomon when he was at Yates, and that he paid a price for doing that. She doesn't say how she knows this, and I don't ask. So how is Solomon doing? I ask. Much better, she says. I tell her I'm calling to invite him to join us when we scatter Corby's ashes. Give her the date and the time, and ask if she could let him know. But please tell him not to feel obligated. She says she and Solomon have very limited contact these days, but she'll make sure he gets the message. A couple from the tribe, Ron and Bev Bramlett, have taken him under their wing, and he lives with them on the reservation now. I'll call Bev and let her know. Solomon works at the casino in food service. I didn't imagine he'd ever be able to hold down a job, but he's done very well. The medication he's on has helped. There are side effects, but the gains he's made have been worth it. I tell her that's wonderful to hear and would have made Corby very happy. When I call Manny's halfway house, I learn that he has left the state. Dr. Patel says she wishes she could come, but will be in Europe. While I have her on the phone, I ask whether I should bring Maisie to the service. Well, Emily, you've told me more than once that you came to regret having withheld Maisie from her father while he was in prison. Why would you withhold her from the opportunity to tell him goodbye? Because if I try to explain cremation to her, it might scare her. Then don't dwell on that. Maybe you could give her a task, something that she can focus on so that she feels she has an important part in what's happening. That's my suggestion, but of course it's up to you. Oh dear, we have a commitment that morning, Mrs. Millman says. But that will be over by mid-morning. Hey, I have an idea. Since you're going to be in that area anyway, how would you like to see your husband's mural? I'm retired now and the library hasn't reopened since COVID, but I'm sure I can arrange a visit. Maybe we could meet there after Corby's service.
My desire to see Corby's work competes with my dread of returning to that awful place, but I tell her I'd like that very much.
I'll have my daughter with me. Will I be able to bring her too? Of course.
Corby's mom and dad have already attended their son's graveside memorial, and with the others unable to be there, I scrapped my plan. It will just be Maisie and me at the boat launch, then we'll drive over there and meet Mrs. Millman. 8 a.m., Saturday, October 21st, 2023. It's a beautiful, breezy fall morning. The sky is blue, the air is crisp, and the foliage, late this year, is at its peak. Maisie and I walk down the leaf-strewn path to the dock. It's fitting, I think, that the sound of the river flowing under our feet provides an accompaniment to what we're about to do. I pry the lid off the canister of ashes. With the cup I've put in there, I scoop up half, hold the cup at arm's length, and overturn it. The breeze carries most of Corby's remains into the flowing river, but some of the dust settles onto our jackets and the tops of our shoes. For a few seconds, Maisie and I are wearing Corby. Then a gust sends his dust on its way. Hi. I turn around and see a lanky young man with a goatee. Who is this? What's he doing here? And then, oh my God, it hits me. I invited him, but never called his stepmother back to cancel. I only saw him that one time in the visiting room. He seems taller and more filled out now, more a man than a boy. Thank you for coming, I tell him. He gives me a curt nod. Who's he? Maisie asks me. It's Solomon who answers. Corby was my friend. When I hand him the canister, I notice that his hands are shaking. Either he's nervous or tremors are a side effect of the medications he's on. But the gains have been worth it, I hear Adrian say. He removes the cup and puts it down on the dock. Then he pours ashes onto the palm of his hand, takes a deep breath, and blows them into the river. I reach into my pocket, take out Corby's stone, and hand it to my daughter. Maisie's father once pulled this little stone out of this river, I explained to Solomon. There's nothing distinctive about it that I can see, but when his friend Manny gave it to me, he told me that Corby thought of it as his lucky stone. Whenever he was feeling sad or upset, he would place it on his palm and wrap his hand around it. And like magic, holding it would make him feel better. Solomon says Corby lent it to him once, but I gave it back. I tell him Maisie and I discussed whether we should keep the stone or return it to the river, and we decided that Corby would want us to let it go back home. Solomon nods in agreement. I ask Maisie whether she's ready. With a face that's solemn and purposeful, she says yes and walks to the end of the dock. Bye-bye, stone, she says. She leans back, then throws it about 6 feet into the water, where it makes a soft plunk and sinks. Walking off the dock toward the parking lot, I ask Solomon whether he needs a ride. He says no, his Wakonic parents are waiting for him in the car. Okay, I tell him. Thank you so much for coming. I hold out my hand. No problem, he says, sounding like every other young person these days. But as we shake, I feel those tremors in his jumpy hand. I wave to the couple who's been waiting for him. They wave back. Now it's on to the last of the unfinished business. During our final session before Dr. Patel's trip abroad, she urged me to accept Mrs. Millman's offer to come see the mural. Engaged now to Brian and pregnant with his child, I still haven't been able to let go of the guilt I feel about the way I treated Corby when he was in prison. Maybe standing before his mural and saying what you need to say to him will free you to move on, she said. So I drive along the John Mason Parkway, then take a deep breath, put on my blinker, and turn into the long driveway that leads to the visitors' parking lot. It's been 3 years since that snowy morning when Vicky, Maisie, and I waited for hours expecting Corby to walk out a free man. Maisie's in the back seat on her box, probably watching some YouTube video about dinosaurs. She's become obsessed with them ever since Corby's father and his wife Natalie took her to Dinosaur State Park. Since Corby's death, his dad has made a conscientious effort to spend time with his granddaughter. Corby's relationship with him had been so damaged and difficult. I wasn't sure about these visits at first, but they've been good for Maisie. I wish Corby had lived to see how his father is making amends to him through her. Hey, Maisie, does this place look familiar? I ask her. No response. I raise my voice and ask again. She looks out the window at the imposing brick buildings behind the surrounding fence and shakes her head. Oh, wait, she says. This is where my first daddy used to live. It's a prison, right? That's right. I hold my breath, worried that she might ask me why he lived here. I'll tell her when she's a little older, when she wants to know, but not now. I'm relieved when, instead of asking that, she says, I came here once with Grandma Vicky to visit him. You remember that, huh?
Yeah, I was kind of scared at first. Scared because it's a prison? No, scared because he had a really bushy beard. But after a while I wasn't scared. He was nice. He read me a story.
And he wrote you a story, remember?
Uh-huh. About the giraffe family. He drew the pictures, too. And I'm in it.
That's right. You're the girl who lives next door.
Tell me again why we're here,
she says. To see the big wall painting your daddy painted when he lived here.
The one in that library?
That's right. Your father was friends with Mrs. Millman, the librarian. It was her idea that he should paint the mural because he was such a good artist. She's going to meet us inside and show us where to go.
Oh, my now daddy has a beard, too. But his is neat.
Uh-huh. He keeps his trimmed.
But sometimes he leaves whiskers in the sink. Yuck.
Well, sweetie, you can't have everything. I park. We get out of the car, walk toward the building, and climb the long set of cement stairs to the prison's main entrance. I recall the earlier times I do this, my nervousness increasing with each step. Mrs. Millman has beaten us here. She's waiting for us just inside the building. She smiles and tells Maisie she's pleased to meet her.
I'm excited to share your father's mural with you and your mother. Would you like to see it?
Maisie says she does.
Well, come on then. Follow me. I've gotten us VIP clearances, so we can avoid the usual rigmarole.
Having worked here for over 3 decades has gotten me that much clout at least. She waves to the guard behind the counter and he waves back. Apparently, as VIPs, we get to sidestep the metal detector. Thank God for that. I recall that bleak room where I waited my turn to pass through the metal detector. I panic when I couldn't figure out what kept triggering it. Halfway up the stairs, I ask Mrs. Millman how long she's been retired.
Since the start of the pandemic, she says. They've been dragging their feet about hiring my replacement and reopening the library.
But I'm going to keep bugging them until they do.
It's a crime that these fellas don't have access to reading materials.
As we reach the second-floor landing, the baby gives me a sharp kick and my oof gets Mrs. Millman's attention. Someone's very active today, I tell her. When she asks how far along I am, I tell her 7.5 months. Turning to Maisie, Mrs. Millman asks whether she's hoping for a little brother or a little sister.
I wanted a brother, but it's going to be a girl,
Maisie tells her.
And I bet you're going to be a great big sister,
Mrs. Millman says. Maisie shrugs and says she doesn't know yet. I worry less about my daughter than I did before when I was getting calls from school about her disturbing behavior. Brian has had a stabilizing influence on her, and they're genuinely fond of each other. But she's the odd girl out with the kids in her class and the girls across the street whose parents bought the McNally's house. Brian says he thinks it bothers me more than it does Maisie, that some kids are content not to run with the herd. She has made one friend at school this year, a boy named Rory, but he's pretty eccentric too. When we enter the library, Mrs. Millman turns on the lights and points us toward Corby's mural. I'll leave you alone with it, she says. Take your time. We stand before it, neither us saying anything for a minute or more, our eyes moving up and down, back and forth. It's almost as if it's casting a spell. Maisie's the first to speak.
Hey, are those pterodactyls?
When I see what she's pointing to, I tell her,
no, I think those are blue herons.
But I wouldn't be surprised if pterodactyls were their ancestors.
Ancestors would be like their great-grandparents, right?
Well, in this case, more like their great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wow, she says. Cool.
Mrs. Millman rejoins us, carrying a photo of the painting that was, she says, Corby's inspiration for the mural. The artist was Peter Bruegel the Elder, a Renaissance painter who lived during the 16th century. Most of his peers were painting commissioned portraits of courtiers and other prominent people, but Bruegel's subjects were commoners, peasants at work or play. This one's called Landscape with the Fall of Icarus, although the boy's death is curiously understated. When she points to it, I can see what she means. Maisie butts in to ask whether this library has any dinosaur books.
A couple at least, Mrs. Millman says. Come with me and we'll have a look. Let's give your mom a little alone time with your father's painting.
I don't know what Dr. Patel has told her, but I think Mrs. Millman gets the gist of why I'm here. Thinking of Dr. Patel's advice, I speak softly, privately. Corby, I'm here. I've come to see your mural. Saying it rather than just thinking it somehow seems necessary. I feel so moved by what you've created. I can almost see you working on it, bringing it to life day by day, section by section. I come closer, focusing on the brushstrokes, following them with the tips of my fingers. Doing this makes me feel closer to him than I did during those awkward hugs in the visiting room. I recognize that it's you in the foreground.
looking down from some higher spot at those men floating down the river where we released your ashes this morning. I choke up, wait, and then go on. One of those men in the inner tubes looks like it might be Manny. I see Maisie and me on a path that runs alongside the river, and native women and men going about their lives like those peasants in the painting Mrs. Millman said inspired you. Oh, there's Mrs. Millman wading into the water with Dr. Patel near those 3 boys who were skipping stones. When I met with Manny, he gave me a study you did of those boys. I had it framed and hung it in the hallway between Maisie's bedroom and mine, hours until my voice cracks. I reach into my pocket and pull out a tissue, wipe my eyes, my nose. I could never bring myself to scatter your ashes until today, Corby, but this morning I was finally able to release you. I dread saying the next thing, but why am I here if I don't? Corby, I'm so sorry for your suffering. Not only for the horrible way your life was taken from you by the virus, but also for all the ways you suffered having to bear the responsibility for Nico's death. I take another deep breath and will myself to continue. The truth is, I bear some of the responsibility for our tragedy, too. I sometimes smelled alcohol on you when you slept next to me, and I knew you were taking more of those pills than you should have been. I wish I'd confronted you, instead of telling myself that things would be okay again once you found another job. I wish I had been a better wife. In the time you were here, I regret that I only managed to visit you so rarely, and never with Maisie, even though I knew how badly you wanted to see her. During those times when I did come, I would sit across the table from you trying to cope with the confusion of emotions I was feeling, sorrow, anger, despair, love. Please know, Corby, that despite everything that went wrong between us, I never stopped loving you. I'm struggling to continue, but I have to face the pain and keep going. I've thought many times about what I said to you in anger the last time we talked. When I found out why they weren't releasing you, I assumed the worst instead of listening to your explanation. I must have sounded as cold and unforgiving as my mother. But then last year I received an unexpected letter from Manny, and we arranged to meet in person. He wanted me to know that you had been clean and sober in the almost 3 years you two had roomed together. I was in tears when he told me how horribly you suffered because of those guards, and how they did something so ugly to you I can't even say the word. Manny said you started taking that prescription to ease your suffering after that happened. When I learned what the circumstances were, I was finally able to get in touch with your pain instead of just focusing on my own. Corby, even though it's too late, I want you to know that I have forgiven you for what happened the day Nico died. I'm so sorry I withheld that forgiveness from you while you were alive. I hear Maisie and Mrs. Millman somewhere else in the library. Maisie's enlisted her in the game she sometimes plays with Brian. Triceratops. Herbivore. Correct. Allosaurus. Carnivore? Correct. Corby, I need you to know that I'm going to remarry. Brian is a carpenter and a kind, good man. We met at a grief group last year. His wife died from a cerebral hemorrhage, so he understands loss. They had always wanted a child, but could never conceive. My child with him, a girl, will be born a month and a half from now. Here's a hard one. Oviraptor. Let's see. Carnivore? Nope. Oviraptors were omnivores. Corby, Brian and Maisie get along well. He's a good stepfather to her, but you will never be replaced. Sometimes she and I look at photos of you, and I tell her about how much we loved each other. To this day, I can see you standing there at the door of that student apartment, in your baggy yellow sweater, your hair rumpled and disheveled, those tired bags under your beautiful eyes. It makes me teary every single time. Maisie loves that story about your cross-country trip and wants me to tell it over and over. She and I filled a scrapbook with the drawings, notes, and cartoons you sent her, and I'll sometimes see her take it off the shelf and look at it on her own. I will always help her to keep your memory alive. Rest in peace, Corby. I love you, and I always will. Looking closely at Corby's depiction of himself from the back, I spot a random bristle from his brush lodged in his reddish hair where the paint was applied thickly. I pluck it out and hold it between my thumb and index finger. No bigger than an eyelash,
It feels to me like a rare treasure. I'm startled when Maisie at my side asks me whom I'm talking to. Your father, I tell her. Oh, he was a good artist, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Mom, can you pick me up? I want to see something up at the top. I tell her no, sorry, she's too heavy for me to lift now because of the baby. From behind us, Mrs. Millman says, Hold on. She disappears, then comes back, holding a step stool. Just be careful, she says. Maisie climbs the stool to the second highest step and reaches towards something on the far right side of the mural. A strange figure I hadn't noticed. Butterflies are flying free from what looks like a small green chrysalis with a child inside. Oh, it's Nico. The baby moves inside of me as I watch Maisie reach up, high-fiving the image of her twin. Hello, boy, she says.